much. Okay, so the live stream is up.
Assalamu alaikum.
What am I saying, Sister Esther? Yes.
I'm sorry, I wasn't able to unmute earlier. I just wanted to give the community the greeting of Assalamu alaikum. Everybody have a wonderful day.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, well, we appreciate that. All right. Okay.
Brother Akbar, I didn't hear the brother was asking for help with, was he talking about getting articles to Dean Soup? I didn't hear everything.
No, he's with the public relations committee for the convention.
Oh, okay, okay.
That's Imam. Yeah, that's Imam Alfred. He heads that up for the convention.
Okay, alhamdulillah.
All righty. All right, I see the president. Okay. I saw. I saw brother. All right, you got to unmute. Unmute, Imam, brother president.
Yeah, we
Okay.
we appreciate you
go.
holding it down for a few minutes. You know, it's warm out here, so we all got this spring fever, running around, losing track of time. You know, traffic and all kind of stuff
You
going
got
on.
to unmute.
But
Unmute,
yeah,
Imam, brother
now
president.
I think I'm unmuted.
You are. Let me mute.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a
Oh, it's just a
delay.
backup. It's just a delay, buddy, man. That's all.
Yeah, it's just a delay.
Traffic and all
Yeah, it'll catch up. I don't know why it's doing that.
Yeah,
We'll figure it out.
I think I'm unmuted.
You are. Let me mute.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, it's just a backup. It's just a delay, buddy, man. That's
Yeah,
all.
okay. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, we having some very beautiful weather out here.
We'll figure it out.
And I hope everyone else is doing well. I think the only person I might envy right now is that sister that said she was calling from Florida. I know it's nice in
Yeah,
Florida.
okay.
Alhamdulillah. So I want to greet the mosque here, Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad audience, the first Sunday audience, and I'd like to welcome you all. I think we had a pretty long break. This was a long last month was a long month, and we welcome you all back. And we want to get started and get right into the program as soon as possible. And this little delay, we're working on it, and inshallah we'll have that corrected. And if it doesn't correct itself, we'll see what we can do. And Imam Elam, we want to give him a greeting. And thank him. I want to thank him. We appreciate you for he opened up.
Yes, brother.
And yeah, we can bring on the Muslim Health Consortium, because I see Imam Dr. Mikhail Ramadan, and he's ready. So it's in your hands, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lahu. Ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu rasuluhu sallallahu alayhi wasallam. On behalf of the Muslim Health Consortium, we'd like to thank Imam Wahiduddin Muhammad II and the Mosque Cares for this opportunity again to share the information that we have gathered, inshallah, for the benefit of our community and people. We have obtained permission today to proceed in a slightly different manner. Today, we would like to give, as usual, the COVID update. And also, we would like to introduce our new series that we will be going into. And that series, just mention it now and a little bit more later, is the top 10 killers of African Americans. And this we've researched, and we'll be presenting it. And our first one, which is heart disease, we will be addressing that today. So we will get to that a little later. In the meantime, we would like to give you a brief update on what's happening with, I'm afraid, our new neighbor called COVID. And I like to say that COVID hasn't gone anywhere. COVID is still present with us. He's out there competing against his neighbors. And his neighbors are the other variants that have surfaced, and they are sort of in battle to find out who's the strongest, who's going to take the turf, and the turf being you and I and all other people, and who's going to be dominant and supreme amongst us. And right now, the winning variant seems to be Omicron, BA.2.12.1, and he's the one taking over our community now. But the good thing is that he doesn't carry a big punch. COVID, as you have experienced, is not on anybody's radar screen. We seem to be going back to life before COVID, laying down the mask, laying down the guidelines, and congregating as usual. But just want to remind you that COVID is still out there. In fact, in Chicago, the infection rate has gone from medium and it's going up to high. And but it's not alarming because the sort of illness that that we experience now is those same flu-like symptoms, and fatigue and fever and body aches, and we may feel bad for a few days, but for the most part, it's not taking us into the hospital, especially with the antiviral medications that we have and are using. Nonetheless, the overall national number is about 100,000 cases per day. And even though we've come down, that is slightly going up. 100,000 cases per day, and it's estimated that it may be even 3 to 5 times more than that, because people are not reporting the positives that they're getting with those home tests. So that's the reported number. In terms of hospitalizations, it's around 27,000 hospitalizations from COVID, and the number of deaths is down, even though it may not sound down, but it's down to 300 per day. So we do thank Allah for this progress that has been made. And as we said before, this is because of the amount of immunity that is in the community. And this is the natural immunity from those who have contracted COVID already, and from the success of the vaccinations and the boosters. And so we just encourage everyone, the battle is not over. If you're going inside in crowded areas, please continue to mask. And please, if you do contract symptoms, please isolate yourself so that it's not spread. We do know that asymptomatic spreading does occur, as we've known in the past, and some people have it, and they don't get symptoms much, but they can still spread the virus. And the downside that we don't like to see is that 10 to 30%, according to recent studies, get long COVID, where these bad symptoms go on from 6 months and longer. And more people have that than we realize, and because all of that is still also not reported. We'd like to touch on one thing that's showing up in the news, and that's monkeypox. This is not new. Monkeypox has been around. Monkeypox is endemic in some countries in Central and Western Africa. And what is new is that it's showing up in about 20 other countries, Western countries now. Spain, France, Great Britain, the United States. We have 2 cases of monkeypox here in Illinois. And totally, we have about 500 cases that have shown up. And it's unusual because monkeypox usually shows up in tropical rainforest climates. But we have it. What it looks like is these big rash that shows up, vesicles and pustules and blisters. And it looks really not good. And it comes about 5 to 21 days after exposure. And the good thing is it's not airborne. It's by contact. It's contact with the pus or fluids or direct skin-to-skin contact. And so that's how it spreads. As we mentioned before, it's not a sexually transmitted disease. And person will have it for about 2 to 4 weeks. And it will crust over and go away. And so we're showing up in the Midwest, as I said, here in Illinois. We see that it's people who have pet prairie dogs. The prairie dogs carry it, as well as rabbits and squirrels. They also can contract monkeypox and pass it to humans. It appears people have asked about their cats and dogs, but there's no evidence for that at this point. So this is something to be aware. We will be watching it, keeping an eye on it to see that it doesn't become a bigger issue than it is. The other thing is that monkeypox is one of the ortho viruses similar to a smallpox. And as you know, smallpox is and can be pretty deadly. Monkeypox and mortality rate is around 3 to 5%. Smallpox can be 30% and higher. And smallpox was ended worldwide, according to Health WHO, back in naturally ended in 1977 and declared eradicated in 1980 by the World Health Organization. But countries have kept it in their vaults because it can and has can be used as a bioterrorism weapon. So everybody has held on to it in case somebody else uses it in that sense. So vaccines have been developed for it. And, we have the vaccines on hand. It's about 85% effective against monkeypox too. But inshallah, we'll never see that. And we'll get over these cases of monkeypox that are showing up. So that concludes our COVID update. And as we said, we wanted to pivot at this point to introducing our new series. And the new series is the 10 top killers of African Americans. And this is a very unique moment in time and a very important time that we should not let get past us. See, COVID, of which we were just speaking, has opened up or unzipped many realities that existed just below the surface that we knew of, but really hadn't considered that much. It has shown many weaknesses in our systems, in our healthcare system, and in us as a people, African Americans. When we look back at the vulnerabilities that were exposed by COVID that we have, and what do I mean by that? I mean that when COVID was at its worst in the community, in the country, it was said that people in our community were dropping like flies. That's a quote. All of us know relatives, friends, coworkers, brothers, sisters, families that have had COVID and succumbed to it. This is telling us something. This is one of the first times that we can see in real time what the burden, the disease burden that we normally are carrying has registered compared to others. This is very important. We don't want to see ourselves be a new people, have a new mind, and have some bodies that are dying faster than anybody else's. We need to learn from what we just came through. It was a test and a trial, and the information we need to harvest and adjust our behaviors, inshallah. Almighty God Allah says in Quran, Yunus, Jonah 57, O mankind, there hath come to you a direction from your Lord and a healing for the diseases in your hearts, and for those who believe, a guidance and a mercy. It's the truth. And in Hadith, Bukhari, Prophet Muhammad said, verily, in the body is a piece of flesh, which if sound, the entire body is sound. And if corrupt, the entire body is corrupt. Truly, it is the heart. Alhamdulillah. Our aim is to reduce the mortality rate and the health disparities that exist. From COVID, we had 1 million Americans die, and a disproportionate number of that large number was African American and people of color. We want to look at, in this series that we're beginning today, why is this the case, and how can we adjust those statistics? Among the 10 top killers of Americans and African Americans is heart disease and stroke. It's a major cause of death for people all over the world, all people. For African Americans, it's 20% higher, the death rate due to heart disease. and 40% higher for stroke compared to whites. In fact, African Americans are the highest among all race and ethnic groups in the US. That's something we have to deal with. In fact, a recent American Heart Association scientific statement on the cardiovascular health of African Americans highlighted the greater incidence, prevalence, and mortality of heart failure, sudden cardiac arrest, sudden cardiac death, transient ischemic attacks, warning strokes, and intracranial hemorrhage occurring among African Americans. And it highlighted the greater target organ damage that is done to us by such things as hypertension and diabetes. These adverse health behaviors come from such things as poor diet quality, low physical activity, insufficient sleep and poor quality sleep, obesity, hypertension, diabetes, and hypercholesterolism. These are the sort of things that we want to address. Black behavior matters. We want to look at what is killing us and adjust those factors. We know that the system does and has done things to us, but a great many things are under our control. We want to right away do something about what is under our control, as well as adjust those systemic things that impact us. It's a matter of empowering ourselves regarding our own health, seeking the best thereof in medicine. Which brings us to the point, because a certain dichotomy has existed that does not serve us well in our community and our broader community. It's a dichotomy that exists and says, on one hand is Western or scientific medicine. And on the other hand is natural, holistic medicine. And people seem to choose one or the other. And that is not to their benefit. No. We have to realize that medicine, just like creation, is a garden that was given to us by Almighty God. And it was given, just like creation, for us to enhance the garden. He gave man intellect, and he gave us the creation and told us to go out and work on it. That's right. Just as he gave us the pen and we created the computer and a smartphone, we were to find and discover what's in his creation and advance it. So what does this mean for the individual? It means that we are to use the best thereof. We are to take these that have been described as two different sides of medicine and put them together for our own benefit. That's the empowerment that needs to occur. The decisions that we make is to determine what is halal and haram in either side. Because just as Allah gave us the creation to advance, Satan intervened. And Satan intervenes in the practice of medicine, be it holistic or naturopathic or Western medicine. Satan has his hand in it. And that's the challenge, as in every other area, for us to determine what is good and what is not. So in our series, inshallah, we want to present the problems and treatments that you can use, ways of looking at it that liberate us, that empower us, again, that we can take the best thereof. And as I bring on my other colleagues who will go further specifically, this list that we have of the 10 top killers of African Americans, we can say with pretty certain that statistically, that all of us listening to this program will likely pass away from one of these causes. Think over that, from one of these causes. We have to raise our health to a new level of priority in our activities. It's one of the first gardens that we have to enhance and look at and give attention to. So with that, I'm going to stop there and bring on my colleagues. And we would like to introduce other members of Muslim Health Consortium. Our next presenter will be Sharon Abdullah, and she holds a Master's of Science degree in Healthcare Management. She is a recently retired registered respiratory therapist, having worked 32 years, primarily in the acute care setting. Sharon has been an American Heart Association and Basic Life Support Heart Saver instructor for over 15 years, and an American Heart Association member advocate for over 10 years. She is also a member of the Maryland Response Medical Reserve Corps, and she is a member of Masjid Muhammad, the nation's mosque. Masjid Muhammad's Health and Human Services Committee since its inception, and she is currently serves as its co-chair. I'd like to present to you at this time, Sister Sharon Abdullah.
Alhamdulillah, and thank you so much, Dr. Ramadan, for that. Basically, I want to also thank the president of Mosque Cares, W.D. Muhammad II, and the audience, the listening and the video audience of Mosque Cares. So, inshallah, I wanted to show you a brief presentation and ask you a question. Can we just talk as family? Because this is what this is all about. We love you all. That's why we're here trying to provide you with this information. You may hear it time and time again in different ways, but we want you to get it. We want you to get it. And somehow when you're sitting on that sofa and you're eating popcorn or whatever you love to eat with salt and whatnot, you'll say, I just heard that the other day. This is going to lead to this health outcome and this outcome or that outcome. So that's our purpose here today. Brother Elam, would you be able to allow me to share the screen, please? Alhamdulillah. Okay. Okay. So inshallah, what I wanted to do is share with you a PowerPoint, brief PowerPoint, on the first cause of our demise as African Americans, and that's heart failure. Just a brief summary of what the heart is. It's a major organ. It's a muscle, and it contracts or shortens to move oxygen-rich blood throughout our bodies. But if it's unable to do that, then death will occur. So in heart failure, the heart muscle becomes weakened and unable to pump the blood effectively to vital organs, such as the lungs and other parts of the body. Some possible causes can include that heart muscle becoming thickened or stiffened, making it difficult to pump this blood back to the lungs. The kidneys and the adrenal glands begin to produce chemicals to protect the body by helping it to hold more salt and water. The blood vessels constrict, tighten, and narrow, causing the blood pressure to rise, making it harder to push the blood through the arteries. So, heart failure, some of the common causes: coronary artery disease, hypertension or high blood pressure, unhealthy diets, obesity, sedentary lifestyles, poor access to quality care, and diabetes. Chronic kidney failure, implicit bias. Just a brief note on that. You come into the doctor, and actually your health professionals say, here they go again, here they come again, the same problem. So that is one of the things we as a people have to overcome as we become our own advocates and realize we need to go in and be seen before our conditions worsen. Cigarette smoking is major. Stress and anger, how do we manage it? Little or no preventative care. So below you also see some links where I will send them to you via chat, or you can request them via email at a later time so you can explore some of these other options. I wanted to go back to this screen, inshallah, and talk to you about some of the things that are important here, and they are
right. My
actually.
name is Joshua Carr. I am a senior. I am a theater major as well as a history.
We're talking about social determinants.
Even before we're born, there are factors at play which influence our health and well-being. The conditions in which we're born, grow, and live can affect us and our health in different ways. We also react to them in different ways. Poverty, stress, lack of adequate housing, education, unemployment, and poor access to transport and nutritious food are some of the things that can affect our health and life expectancy. The World Health Organization recognizes that health and well-being are strongly influenced by social, economic, and environmental factors known as the social determinants of health. The environments in which we are born, grow, live, work, and age can have stronger influences on our health than our genetic family history or behavioral risk factors. A person's social and economic circumstances affect their health throughout their life. The relationship between income and health is on a gradient. This social gradient means that even a little bit of wealth can increase your likelihood of being healthier. A stable source of healthy food, appropriate, affordable, and secure housing, education and employment, relief from financial distress, access to transport and services, loving and stable relationships, and being able to make choices about our lives means we are less likely to experience chronic conditions such as diabetes, cardiovascular disease, depression, anxiety, and other mental illness. How we are treated by and interact with others also has a huge impact. Stressful circumstances over a long time that make people feel anxious or unable to cope, discrimination, racism, social isolation, or just being treated as less than equal can lead to poor health. And the interplay between these factors and a person's socio-economic circumstances can compound the situation. Experiencing a lot of stress and feeling unable to change things can also lead to poor health. But as health clinicians, there are things that we can do to make a difference. Look beyond the illness to see the whole person and try to understand the reality of their daily situation. Ask them what they think would make a difference to their lives and really listen. It may be that taking care of their health in the way you suggest won't be easy. It may make things more stressful for them. So try and see what other support you can offer. Advocate with them and give them knowledge on where to turn for help. Offer transport options for people to come to your service. Consider food vouchers to families who are struggling, or talking to nutritionists who can work with people to cook a healthy meal on limited income. Offer education about making better lifestyle choices to encourage healthy eating. But remember that all the advice on good nutrition will be a challenge if people are living on a limited budget. Offer medications for longer periods of time for people who can't get to a pharmacy easily, and refer people to other services like counselling or housing assistance. Help improve their health literacy by encouraging and working with them to better understand their illness and be more active in their own health care. Even one small action, like really listening and being compassionate, can go a long way to improving their health. Changing your practice, even ever so slightly, might mean the world of difference to someone.
Alhamdulillah. So I hope that brought to light some of the ways that we can address these issues. Let's move on to heart attack symptoms. Heart attack symptoms occur differently in men than women. And you'll find that actually that is why it takes longer for women to be diagnosed, because their symptoms may be slightly different. So in men, according to the American Heart Association, men exhibit symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, jaw, neck, and back pain, squeezing chest pressure or pain, or shortness of breath. Women can be nauseous or have vomiting as well. They can have pain also in the jaw, the neck, and the upper. They have upper back pain. They also have pain or pressure in the lower chest or upper abdomen. They also can have shortness of breath. They may faint. They may have indigestion or just be extremely tired. So just be mindful of some of those different symptoms of a heart attack. Some heart disease facts. Heart disease is the leading cause of death for men, women, and people of most racial and ethnic groups in America, or the U.S., as Dr. Ramadan alluded to previously. Now let's talk about the difference between a cardiac arrest and heart attack. Well, the heart muscle stops beating and needs to be restarted. That's an electrical problem. Okay, this stops the blood from going to vital organs. We talked about the heart, the brains, and the lungs. And this can lead to death within minutes if not treated. So again, the cardiac arrest is an electrical problem triggered by a disruption in the heart's rhythm. And a heart attack, that's the muscle, that's a circulation problem. So this occurs when the blood flow to the heart is blocked by a clot or buildup of plaque in the arteries. So just to be mindful of the differences between a cardiac arrest and heart attack. And I wanted to call your attention to the fact that, as Dr. Ramadan alluded to earlier, there are disparities in treatment of heart failure among minorities. And this is something that definitely needs to be addressed. There is a video. I'm going to also, inshallah, send that to you for you to review the video. So after a heart attack, and behind me, Sister Saisa is going to talk more about how to maintain a healthy heart. So what should you do to maintain your health? You take your medications that's prescribed by your physician. You keep your regular appointments. Be your own advocate. And when you can't take a family member along with you to the doctor to ask for questions and for clarification. Monitor your risk factors, monitor your blood pressure, monitor your weight, your stress levels. Maintain a healthy diet, exercise regularly. Some of the things as far as social determinants came up is that some people don't even have a safe sidewalk to walk on just to get a daily walk, while others in different zip codes, they have a park to go to where they see nature and things of that nature. So just be mindful of the differences that keep us from staying healthy. Avoid being isolated. It's very important to be around people with quality relationships. So I just wanted to let you be mindful of that. And inshallah, we're going to pull up Sister Saisa's information. Let's see, she has a diagram. All right, Sister Saisa, are you on?
Yes, I am, Sister Sharon. Thank you so much. My name is Saisa. Can you hear me?
I was about to give your background, if you don't mind.
Go right ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. This presenter is Sister Saisa Neal, and she has a Master's of Science in Nursing, and she's been a registered nurse for almost 31 years, and in various settings. Her greatest gift is her willingness to combine her skill and knowledge of nursing with a love of serving in the outer community. Over the course of her 31 years, she's created the Health Professionals of Color, was a member of the Committee of Concerned Citizens, has advocated for better health care and greater access for persons of color, created health tours for youth, and served as the chairperson of the Health Team Committee at Masjid Muhammad, the nation's mosque in Washington, D.C., for 12 years. She is also an adjunct faculty member at the Morgan State University nursing program. Sister Saisa, you got it?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me. I stopped my video at some time and I can't figure out how to get it back on to show me. I've got to notice that they can't be seen. So
your camera's on, Sister Saisa. We can see it. You may just have to adjust. If you're on the laptop, maybe pull up.
Oh, that's what it is. That's right. Thank you, Brother Adil.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. I think I should be coming into view soon.
It went off again. So
did it go off again? Okay. Let me try it again.
There you go.
Okay, there I go. Okay. I have all those accolades that Dr. Ramadan mentioned, but I can't figure out some of this virtual stuff. So anyway, giving honor to Allah first and to the memory and legacy of Imam Muhammad's father, under whom I was introduced to Islam. And over the years, so many other people that have been important in my life. I want to thank everyone for what I've gotten to learn, and being a member now of Muslim Health Consortium, trying to do what I can to assist along those lines. My work as a nurse has taken me into many different kinds of patient settings, from newborn babies all the way up to elders. I've had the pleasure of being able to try to see if I can bridge some of the gaps that Sister Sharon and Dr. Ramadan talked about in terms of health. I've been a member of a family that has a strong cardiac health heart or unhealthy heart history. And we have members that have gone all the way into receiving a heart transplant, to members that have had to wear pacemakers and electronic devices with the pacemaker that will help to detect a heart arrhythmia and be able to get them help should they have a problem, should they detect that problem in the heart. So I have I have a lot of familiarity personally with heart problems and the need to be persistent in trying to live the healthiest life that I can. So I went online and just picked out what I consider to be a very simple American Heart Association. You can find it if you can go online, or someone can go online for you. It's in color and it has various little pictures to try to help you to improve your heart health. And it actually is 10 ways to improve your heart health. Things like balancing your calories, choosing whole grains, to eat, reaching for a variety of fruits and vegetables. And I have tried over my lifetime, especially since I have heart issues and wear a pacemaker myself. I have tried all of these types of adjuncts along with taking medications. I mean, I'm sure many of you don't like to just pop pills all the time. I certainly did not like to do that, but I tried to look at certain ways that I could prepare foods that would be healthy, not just for myself, but for the rest of my family. And I can't say that I've been successful at times in trying to convince them to change some of their habits. But when I haven't, in our family, it's we have some very young members that soon succumb to heart problems. So I'm no expert on the
We have lost the audio.
I think her internet connection is lagging a little bit, so she'll probably we'll give her a minute to reconnect.
And also, is her document up on the screen for everyone to see?
Yes.
It is. She can if Sister Sharon, if you could maximize.
I have. Yeah, I have. Okay.
There we go. Perfect.
Thank you. Okay. Can you hear me now? Is that
yes,
better?
I think your internet connection, it was your connection a little bit, but you're back.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you so much. Obviously, I wasn't made to be an electronic genius at all. But thank you for your patience. Anyway, as I was saying, I don't always have to worry about what advice I may give family members, because in my family, many of us at a very young age have succumbed to some of the issues that both Dr. Ramadan and Sharon mentioned, from having heart attacks, from having arrhythmias like atrial fibrillation and having to have treatment for that, from having heart attacks, both my father, massive heart attacks, my grandfather before him. As we study the genetics as much as far back as we can, heart symptoms seem to plague our family. So I would just suggest to everyone to study your family history, to go into your genetics and to see what might be some of the common problems that might be having, and then perhaps look and see what are some of the common ways that you live, what you eat, what you don't exercise or do exercise, how you live, how you breathe, the air that you breathe, all of those kinds of things that will affect. Hopefully you are not inhaling cigarette, nicotine, and tar. Those companies are making money. They're not interested in your health. They make lots and lots of money off of people smoking their products that really have no bearing on health in the long run. I hope that your family members are not drinking a lot of alcohol. I have that in my family too, and that's led to some very negative problems. So I just hope and pray that with the help that Allah has given us, and that the mindset that we who are trying to strive to do better, that we listen to those people that have impacted our lives to make things much more healthy. And maybe this little picturesque thing with the 10 simple steps here will help to improve your heart health too. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Sister Saisa. That was very informative. We'd just like to add one other perspective to this presentation, which is just touching on the surface. There's so much to heart disease. People have studied it all of their lives, cardiologists and many, many subspecialists of cardiologists. And so just to give you a perspective of what happens when a person is rushed into the emergency room complaining of chest pain. We've always said that there's scores of reasons for chest pain. We used to tell the residents there were 66 different causes for chest pain. So if you go in, complain of pain in your chest, heartburn, indigestion, palpitations, other things, the doctor that greets you or meets you has to begin to determine, is this a heart attack or is this anxiety? When you come into the emergency room, a clock goes off. There is a time taken from door to the EKG. That time is noted. Then a time is taken from the EKG being done to when the doctor reads the EKG. And then a time is taken from when the doctor orders something after having read the EKG. And and all while this is being done, nurses and staff are starting IVs, putting you on the monitor, giving you oxygen, giving you aspirin, and all rapidly. This is timed, and depending on what is shown on the EKG, that if it's and if your heart is out of rhythm, or if it's an actually acute heart attack, then arrangements are made to contact the cath lab. And that's a staff that's on call, and they get there in the time that it takes for them to arrive or to assemble themselves is taken. And the person is, if it's a heart attack, then they are rushed to the cath lab. And the time, again, is taken from door to cath. And the cath is what we call a PTCA, a percutaneous transluminal coronary angiography. And they introduce a cath into your vessels, into your coronary arteries, and remove the obstruction, ideally. That's reversing the heart attack on the spot. And they may put a stent in, but this is the state of the art. We watched that develop over time, and it is now like standard of care. And for places that don't have such staffs on hand, the helicopter is contacted, and the patient is rushed out of there to a major center where they have these resources. So much has, a great deal of effort goes into saving your or my life when we present with these symptoms. We have to put this same sort of yeoman's effort into saving our own lives before getting to that state, before having this system having to work on us in this manner. But this is what happens, and we thank Allah for those dedicated men and women who are on standby. And we want to make this as little needed as possible, because we are doing these things to prevent these heart conditions. And there are so many of them: pump failures, electrical failures, vascular obstructions, and there's just many that we could go into. But as we said, this is our introduction into what is killing us, the 10 top killers of African Americans. And this is not only the top killer of African Americans, but all ethnic groups. So we thank you for your attention, and we will conclude at that point. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Imam Adil, back to you.
Sir. Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you, Dr. Imam Dr. Mikhail Ramadan, Sister Sharon, Sister Saiz, the rest of the Muslim Health Consortium. Now, I know the Muslim, to our audience, our YouTube and in our Zoom audience, the Muslim Health Consortium has informed us that they won't be taking questions. However, you could, and we suggest that you visit them at, I believe is, you contact your MHC at gmail.com. Is that correct?
Yes. Alhamdulillah.
Okay, I think I heard a yes. So yes, please contact them at contact your MHC at gmail.com. And then that way, they also let us know that they'll be providing certain resources related to the material that was presented today. Now, they're also, if you don't mind, Dr. Ramadan or any other member from the Muslim Health Consortium, this is a 10-part series or presentation. Could you just reiterate that, please, or explain that to us again?
Yeah. Sister Sharon?
Yes, sir. What did you need, Dr. Ramadan?
Oh, he was just asking about the entire series, the 10.
Yes, this is the beginning of the 10 reasons why African Americans succumb. And yes, it's a 10-part series, inshallah.
Wow, so 10 equals, so did we go over, are we going to and add them at one at a time, or we're just going to be dealing with it each time? So which, is there a particular portion that we covered today, and did we thoroughly cover it?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. It would be the heart failure, under heart disease.
Thank you.
There are other things on the list that actually.
I can give you the list.
Yes.
This may not be Assalamu
alaikum.
Mosque cares. They're not necessarily going to be in this order, but heart disease, cancer, stroke, diabetes, unintentional injuries, AKA accidents, nephritis, or kidney disease, chronic lower respiratory disease, or COPD, homicide, septicemia, which is infections, systemic infections, and Alzheimer's.
Excellent.
Alhamdulillah. Excellent. Yeah, well, praise be to Allah. And we really, really look forward. We appreciate you all putting this effort together. And I hope everyone was listening carefully, because, you know, a lot of times our lives, we're so busy and we feel like we don't have time or the energy, but, you know, you only get one life, and a lot doesn't, we don't know anybody that has passed on. And these are life and death issues that we're talking about. So we need to take this very serious. And those of you that take a special interest, that we should share with our loved ones, our family members, and even take notes. If this program, you're at home, most likely, you have a pen and paper, you may want to write some of this stuff down and share it with your family. Allah will bless you. You never know, we may save a life together as a community. And that's what we hope for. I heard some on the radio. I know you said no questions, but I heard some on the radio was saying that the monkeypox is related to smallpox. For those of us that don't know, it's a variant. I think that's what I heard. I was listening to WNPR the other day, and they said it's like a part of it, or it's like it mutated or something, or what? Smallpox.
Right.
Because we had eradicated smallpox, right? Mm-hmm.
Right. We had eradicated smallpox, and back in declared gone in 1980 by the World Health Organization.
Oh,
and
wow.
they belong to, huh?
That recent. I thought you were going to say back in 1950 or 20.
No.
Wow.
No, just back in the 80s.
Don't know.
Yeah. So they belong to the same group, orthopox viruses. And, you know, so they are related, but different family members.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I don't like to joke, but I said if chickenpox wasn't bad enough, that was just my ignorance. I know it's smallpox now.
Yeah. They're not related to chickenpox.
Not related to, okay, thank you. I needed that.
All right. Thank you, Imam Dr. Ramadan, Sister Sharon, Sister Saeed, Sister Coral. Please visit them and send inquiries, all your inquiries, questions, and support to contact your mhc@gmail.com. It is in the chat, and they will be providing these series, as Sister Coral mentioned. In the upcoming, each first Sunday, it'll be a different presentation for them. And they put it together in a well produced presentation, and they want to give out more information than just taking questions. And they also want to fit efficiently into the programming for the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W. Muhammad. So they've been very productive for the ministry, and showing us how to be efficient yet informative. So we appreciate them for all of their efforts and for all of their works. And with that being said, we'll let them close by greeting you, and then we'll move on to the next portion of our program, inshallah.
Brother Imam Adil,
Yes, go ahead,
I just want to mention that we did reach out to the Lifeline and ask their members to email us questions, and we didn't see any. We would have answered those today. We didn't close the questions. We just wanted the questions to be sent in ahead of time. So since you all know these topics are coming forward, you can feel free to send us those questions. And as we go through the topics, we will be answering them.
For me, that's up to him. That's up to you. I just wanted to share with you that, you know, our people, we got some of the most beautiful, spirited people, our community, and people shouldn't take us light. We some of the toughest, strongest people walking the face of the earth. But because we civilized, you know, y'all know that language. I'm using that language. I'm not implying that anyone else is uncivilized. But because we civilized Muslims over here, a lot of people take us light. But sometimes we got to push a little because some of us hard of hearing. So when you want us to do something, we gotta, you know, reach back. I know some of us, you know, our children are all grown, so we don't have babies in the house. But remember when you was young and you wanted to get them babies to do something? You know, that's why Honorable Elijah Muhammad said we're a baby nation. So you got to sometimes use that baby psychology and be a little bit more aggressive, you know, especially our beautiful sisters. I don't like to see y'all come out of your nature, but if you have to, we know you can handle it. So, you know, if you want us to do something, want us to take action, we would love to do. We love instructions. We love discipline. So let us know what we need to do and we'll follow behind you, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Dr. Ramadan, with that being said, what Nurse Crow said about the questions, if it's okay, do you want to take at least maybe 2 or 3 questions now, and then in the future, ask them in the email format, or it's up to you, it's your call?
We can, yes, we can.
Yes.
Because I know it's plenty of believers want to ask questions about the conditions of the heart and heart disease and different things. So we'll let you decide the amount, or maybe 3, or it's all up to you.
3 is fine. 3 is fine.
So to the YouTube audience and to the Zoom audience, please, for the YouTube, please enter your question or comment in the chat for the Muslim Health Consortium. And then on the Zoom side, mute your mic, raise your hand, and then we'll acknowledge you. So go ahead with the first question. On the Zoom side, I believe it's Sister Amira Muhammad. We'll be taking 3 questions. Okay, well, I see the first hand. We'll go with Sister Fatima. Sister Fatima.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Okay, so this is my question. All right, so I just left the doctor about a week ago. I'm a diabetic of 23 years now. And what he told me was, he said diabetes, people who have diabetes, they die from strokes and heart attacks. So he told me, we want you to take this pill and it stops like high cholesterol. It's a cholesterol pill and it stops high cholesterol. I said, well, doctor, I don't have cholesterol problems. He said, I know. He said, I don't have heart problems, doc. He said, I know. I don't have stroke problems. He said, I know. This pill is a prevention. This is to prevent you from having a heart attack, having a stroke, having problems with cholesterol. This is my point. This is the question I need to ask. If I don't have those problems, right? I don't have cholesterol problems. I don't have heart problems. I don't have stroke problems. Why do I take the pill? And that's the question.
I understand that question, and it sounds reasonable. What we have found is that those with hypertension, diabetes, cause increased vascular plaques. They increase atheromas in the vessels. Your cholesterol may be normal, your blood pressure may be normal. A lot of times if you have a cardiac scan, and I know patients that this has been the case, those parameters were normal, did a cardiac scan, and they have coronary artery calcium plaques. They're there. And this was the only thing after they saw the scan that they were convinced that they should take probably the statin is what he was probably recommending for you. I can understand, because that was the position of many people. If I don't have it, why I got to take this? If I'm eating good and everything is under control, why should I take it? Just know that that everything that you see and feel, if we look deeper, we may find something else, and that can be present. And with this one patient, it indeed was. So I can sympathize with you, but I know from whence he's coming, your doctor.
Dr. Ramadan, would you recommend that diabetic patients also sign on with a cardiologist?
Just with that should be with their primary care doctor. If it's an internist, integrative internist, he should be good enough. Unless there's some specific heart issue, it's almost what you're saying is almost like, because you're diabetic, I need a podiatrist. Your primary care doctor should be able to look at your feet and see the basic things. If you have foot issues, numbness, or anything else, or toenail issues, or then he might refer you to the podiatrist. But he should be capable of covering the majority of the problems.
The only reason I ask that is because some patients, like that model that you're describing, where that primary doctor is driving decisions, is a great model. But we're seeing a lot of different insurance profiles where the doctor is restricted from making certain kinds of referrals if he's in that model. Or some people are in this open, like my insurance, I'm in this open model that I don't have a primary anymore. I have open access to whomever I want to choose to see. So if I see a endocrinologist, unless there is something specific in my labs, they may not say, oh, I have a yearly exam with a cardiologist. You know what I mean? It's insurance is driving a lot of decisions now where doctors are confused about what they can and can't do, making referrals.
Yes, there's been several points of confusion in the profession, and the hospitalist and the primary care doctor and their functions, and we've seen that evolve and develop, and that model that you're selecting or explaining, that an individual has to select his specialist, subspecialist. A lot of people, you're aware of what the subspecialists are. Many people are not at all aware. They don't even know that they need that subspecialist.
Right.
And that's
right.
the function of the primary care physician,
right.
is that to determine if it's high blood pressure, if it's diabetes, if it's elevated cholesterol, if he needs a PSA, to do these basic tests. And he's the gatekeeper. He functions as the gatekeeper to the subspecialist. And this is, to me, an efficient model.
I agree.
And they should be reporting back to the gatekeeper what they found, and he determines who else or when they should be referred to others. That puts a lot of responsibility on him. And but there's many computer protocols and insurance protocols and Medicare protocols that help him do the necessary patient screenings to keep the patient healthy. And this is what we are trying to, the message we want to get out to everyone, is that this is your responsibility and your doctor's responsibility. And I think strongly that it should be an integrative doctor, one who looks at holistic medicine, herbal medicines, other treatment modalities that you may go to, you know, because the bottom line is not just did my pill bring the medicine down, blood pressure down, did it come down? Okay. I don't want to be taking a pill for 15 years and I still got high blood pressure. If somebody can give me some herbal juice that can get it down. But the thing is, it should be demonstrated that it came down. And just as the sister said, she doesn't have elevated cholesterol. She doesn't have any of these other things. Those are good parameters. Those are the ones that she can go by. But I just want her to know that something else can be happening that is not the first tier of testing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that she might consider, you know, as you said, that good model where there's a gatekeeper, and sometimes I don't know her insurance situations, but she might consider pulling in other specialists just in case they're not gatekeeping. I'll give you an example. Years ago, when I realized that they said, oh, you know, you're pre-diabetic. And I had gestational diabetes, so I knew I was in that risk category in family history. And I said, could you please send me to a nutritionist because I don't want to become diabetic. And the doctors, no, you can't go to a nutritionist. We'll wait and see when you become diabetic, then because your insurance is not going to allow us to do that. So, you know, we're going to wait a few years for you to become diabetic, and then we'll be able to send you to a nutritionist. And I'm looking at her like, are you serious? So I had to take it on myself to monitor my A1C. I mean, they were monitoring my A1C, but I just started monitoring my blood sugar constantly. And I had to go to a nutritionist on my own, out of pocket, but I'm a nurse. So you have patients that don't realize. So I'm just suggesting to the sister that if he's looking at labs and not seeing things, and Dr. Ramadan is saying, you know, there may be some things that are not obvious, you may want to ask your doctor, would it be okay for me to do an annual visit with a cardiologist, and they would do more detailed testing and maybe do an echocardiogram and look for those things before it gets to the point where, oh my goodness, now we see it in the labs, because by the time you see that, it might have already progressed in a way that the heart doctor may have been able to detect it earlier.
Let me add to that. Because people don't generally consider the quality of the insurance that you have. As you're pointing out, many times, or operating with the doctor has limited what he refers you to based on your insurance. That is beyond me, but I know it goes on. Some people have good insurance and some people have bad insurance. This is, you know, why I can't imagine how some of those states didn't go with affordable health insurance offered by Obamacare, but they, for political reasons, canceled it. So the people are going without insurance. But you have to find out, is this something my insurance covers? Is this a good insurance that I have? And because what you will be seeing there is how many of your decisions or the doctor's decisions are being made based on insurance basis. Okay, and what you're testing him is what you're doing. So, you know, all insurance is not the same, but, you know, that your primary care physician should be stepping up and taking charge. So, was there another question? Quick.
Thank you.
I'm doing well.
Okay, we have 2 more questions. The next one will be Sister Mahasan, and then we'll close it out with the iPhone. Go ahead with your question, Sister Mahasan.
Assalamu alaikum. thank you for bringing me forward to ask a question, especially with the last comments that were made. And I do want to honor the information that you've brought to us today. All aspects of it advance our ability to upgrade our self-care, which is where the bottom line of good health rests. So I'm asking the Health Consortium, it seems like following a trend that's existing in the health community and society, it looks like we need greater expertise in the area of coaching, life coaching, health coaching. We might even, as Imam Muhammad would often draw our attention to future trends, we might need to be discussing how we can create.
You see what he's talking?
Hello?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. How we can produce and manifest a core. Like when nursing became important, we stepped forward in a real way in the early history of nursing and healthcare. That it is a time now when we need all of this information to be directly available to those who want to advance their capacity to care for self. The integrative medicine you talked about, Dr. Ramadan, has been a big breakthrough. But there are definitely tiers of that supervision healthcare, whether it's naturopathic healthcare or it's allopathic healthcare or emergency care, which I don't think has gotten enough notoriety as a really important aspect of diagnosis in emergency health. But is your organization working on this? Is there a committee or an advocacy position that we could take as individuals to support this evolution as health is being, I said, restructured? More interest on the root cause level now than simply diagnostics, but health coaching seems to be the pivotal aspect of this doability. I'll stop right there.
Alhamdulillah, I very much appreciate your question. And the short answer to that is, sister, that's exactly what we see ourselves as doing. As the Muslim Health Consortium, that role is that Imam pointed out many years ago. That's what we see this team as doing, and inshallah can grow and expand, is to translate that information and to bring together those different disparate systems into one that works fully for the benefit of the individual. This information is from Allah. Okay, yeah. This is, and it is. And as I said in the presentation, Satan has gotten his hand in it. He's gotten greed in it. He's gotten other things into it, lies, false presentations. And we want to see ourselves as working to work that out of it, but also to relieve the fear and the concern and the sometimes backwardness that we have as a people, to get rid of that just as well. And because no matter how good a system, if the people don't accept it or go by it, or they don't benefit. So it's a big job to be done, inshallah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Next question.
Next question. The iPhone. This will be our last question for the Muslim Health Consortium for this week. And we encourage you all to please, so to assist the Muslim Health Consortium, the questions that you have this week, go ahead and all throughout the week, submit them to contactyourmhc@gmail.com. And that way, that'll allow them to gather as much information as possible on the subject matter to answer it most concisely and efficiently as possible for the believers. So all questions that you may have this week, pertaining to this week or any other health questions, submit them to contact yourmhc@gmail.com. That way they can come forward and answer those questions on the next First Sunday program. We'll close with, go ahead, Dr. Ramadan, you got something to say?
Just saying the second top killer of our people is cancer. Okay, cancer up next.
All right, so we have our next subject matter, cancer. So any questions?
Question. Can I ask my question before you close?
Yeah, no, yes, you're up now. I believe that sounds like Sister Tahita. Go ahead, Sister Tahita.
Okay, assalamu alaikum. I just want to say, isn't it possible, just like that that sister I heard earlier, you know, she had that little board on of things that you can do, you know, to keep your heart, you know, going well. Can't we start developing and working on things that you can do nutritionally again, actively? You make that like a main thing to do, a major thing, since like you say, if you don't have a certain type of insurance, you're not going to get that information. You're not going to get that care. And when you get into a bad situation, like with taking pills and you know, or if you get into a situation where you get an ailment that's serious, you know, be like the John Q movie, you won't even get the care and treatment for that because of the insurance you have. A lot of things is based on insurance, or if you can get that test, or if you can get that, you know, if you can get that even looked at. So I'm saying, even though things may happen for some people, like the sister was saying, genetically, even, and you can work on that too as best you can. Can't we like continue to give, you know, people the information on how to live better, live more healthier, what to eat, you know, like the sister said before, what not to eat, what can hurt you, even though, like I say, I want to keep repeating, you have bad insurance. Because some insurances don't test for certain tests. They don't do certain tests. They don't run certain exams and, you know, things to see if you have this and that. You know, they don't do that because, you know, you don't have that money. Are you a HMO, or you PPO, and you got to come with the payment, and you don't have that. So you just can't get that done. So you just in the hole, you know, you and what was that movie, 2012? You can't get on the boat. So I'm just thinking, can we just have a part of this that we always address the healthy part of how to keep people healthy, giving them the knowledge, whether they take it or not, you can still put it out there. Assalamu alaikum.
Like my son, Sister Sharon.
I would like to respond to that as well. Go ahead, Sharon.
Assalamu alaikum. And to your point, my dear sister who just chimed in, there are other things that you can do to empower you right in your own zip code or neighborhood. Actually, you are a taxpayer. I just came from a program where the county was connecting these people who were coming for food with rental assistance. They had bags of dry staples for them. Do you need medicine? Do you need medical care? So always be on the listen out for in your region, in your local region, your county, your state. There are programs that you can also tap into to be your better, healthier self. So just to add that there, that they are in existence. Alhamdulillah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I love that question, and it's something that I puzzle over a lot. More of a strategy question, because the sister mentioned you have naturopathic medicine, you have allopathic medicine, you have emergency medicine. I think we've also learned that public health medicine is another area that we don't think a lot about, but COVID has brought us into the realm of thinking a lot about public health. And I think because we don't think about it a lot, and we're not charged with thinking about it, I think things got very messy with trying to merge naturopathic medicine with emergency medicine, with allopathic medicine, and then virology. It just got very messy. So like Dr. Ramadan said earlier, we have to see this pandemic as an opportunity to clean up things and to improve things that need improvement. Most diseases, it's the thing about the naturopathic medicine, it's interesting to me because my mother raised me on naturopathic medicine. She was a Christian Scientist. She did not believe in going to doctors. We went for our vaccines, but my mother was our healer. Many of you know horehound tea and some of those old remedies. That's how we grew up. We grew up with herbs and medicine and food. She hated for us to go to our grandparents' house because they gave us sugar. And my mother, she didn't give us sugar. She was very, very strict about certain things. And so this is my norm. But when I when I became Muslim, I learned that the Muslim community was also in this norm, especially under the Nation of Islam. This wasn't eating for children like who grew up in the Nation of Islam. This wasn't healthy eating. It was just the way you ate. They didn't have to be told because they were raised to eat healthy food. So it wasn't like we're eating different. It's just, this is food, right? This is just food. I think that we get a lot of questions, good questions about why are we not talking more about the natural approach? But I think what's going on here is we have to break it down to more of simple elements. What we really need to be talking about is how to cook. We need to be talking about recipes because we say constantly fruits and vegetables, drink a lot of water, Irish moss. And we say this all the time, but for some reason, it's not filtered through the ear that we're promoting preventive medicine. But food is the best medicine, right? I don't care what disease it is with us, heart disease, diabetes, any cardiovascular disease, it's the same food. It's the same food. It is all the same. So I'm thinking maybe what people are really asking for is recipes so that we can learn how to make food from turnips and what herbs go really well with turnips, what spices go really well with spinach. I think we need to pull in a food, not so much naturopathic medicine practitioners, but we need to pull our chefs into this conversation. We need to pull in our exercise experts who can show us how to do a plank properly, how to walk because there's ways of walking that's better, And so I'm inviting you all, because we're obviously not doing a good job of when we say exercise, food, medicine, we're not doing, for some reason, it's not being perceived that we are promoting preventive or naturopathic medicine, when in our minds we really are, but it's not specific enough. So to be more specific, I'm realizing what we really need to be doing is bringing our recipes forward, because I can tell you to eat broccoli and cauliflower all day, but if that's not it, if you don't know how to cook it, or you don't know how to stir fry it, or you don't have the right tools in your kitchen, then that's not going to help. And so I'm thinking that's where we need to go. Maybe we need to have some of our really good chefs who know how to prepare food that's delicious and healthy to come into the conversation, and people that understand exercise science, because there's going to be no difference whether we're talking about cancer, heart disease, diabetes. Maybe when we get to accidents and things like that, we'll be having a different conversation. But virtually 90% of those things on that list, the food, it will be the exact same food recommendations for preventive medicine. The only thing, I'm going to finish up, Dr. Ramadan, the only thing that I would add also is we need mental health, because mental health is contributing to even the way we make our food choices, why we eat comfort foods. There's a whole science behind why we snack, what emotional state we're in when we're snacking. So we need some behavioral experts also to help us to control our binge eating, our snacking, to help us to understand why we're grabbing for certain foods. There's also science that tells us that when you're deficient in certain things, you crave salty things or you crave sugary things. So, you know, that's another part of naturopathic medicine as well. Thank you. I'm sorry, Dr. Ramadan.
You know what, and this is brief, you know what changed my mother and my wife? It was MGT and GCC. Many of those things, recipes, and how to make this, the bean soup and the sour water and the cooking and all of that and the health, right. Some of the things that she is still doing and that was done for me when I was young, that's where that training had come from. And it is some of those techniques that were good and useful can be extracted and reused.
We invite you to send us,
Can I just say,
send the
amen?
Mosqueers your recipes.
Can I just say amen to that? Because ever since I was a little boy, my mother always told me, she said she learned everything that she knows about being a mother from the MGT and what is it, GCC?
GCC.
Yeah,
MGT
see,
and GCC.
MGC and GCC. My mother said she learned everything from that. But also a reminder, because I'm looking at myself, how come I don't know all of that? How come, you know, my wife and I, we was married 26 years. How come we had to struggle, call our parents, grandparents, how you make this, how you do this? That was a different time. People are not marrying today. The mother is working today, and you know, she got to put food on the table whatever way she can. So, and a lot of them never were trained to cook because their mama was working. We 2 generations, we may even be 3 generations from that. And so I think our major issue is that we're living in a different time where people aren't exposed. The kitchen is a lab. It's the science, it's the universe, it's Allah's creation. We're supposed to be learning, and I struggle with that with my children. I'm letting them know you should be looking for information. Don't look for me to give you information. You should be studying everything you see. When you come in the kitchen, you know, you should be figuring out, what is this for? What does daddy use that for? What is it? You know, but that's a different world we live in now. And we got deansoup.com for the recipes.
Right.
Now, we give an award for the best recipe now. Seriously, I'll go in my own pocket if I have to. So on the Dean Soup newsletter, what is it? Yeah, deansoup.com. We have a newsletter, which is, you know, I have to commend our hosts that are handling this, Sister Tahira, Sister Najla, because it has a certain spirit that I need today. We know this is a stressful time for all of us, but the spirit of the Dean Soup newsletter, it's like right up my alley. And David, me and him gonna have to get together and write some books, or you know, because I'm willing to go back into sales. I sell some of David's writings, and a lot of us out here have some really great talent, and I really believe that the answer is in what Sister Kadar just said, is that we need to turn to people and ask them, because the other day I reflected on, a lot of times I hold stuff in. I reflected on last summer how many fruit drinks we bought, and I was asking my daughter how much we pay for them, and then I realized that some of the blueberries were drying up in the refrigerator, some of the strawberries were drying up in the refrigerator. I had some kiwis in there that were overripe. I put that stuff in a jar with a lot of y'all gonna condemn me, but I put Splenda in there because I'm trying to stay away from that sugar. And I was like, here go your $5 big gulp of fruit juice that you got from the place the other day. And I said, and I made them drink it. And I said, don't it taste good? I made them answer me too, because they my kids, I can do that. I said, isn't this good? I said, it's just as good as that stuff y'all buy from the store. I said, y'all insult me when y'all don't eat the fruit. I said, but it's other things. And I can go on and on. I made a whole bunch of broccoli and onions, and they love the broccoli soup from the leftover onions, the cheese broccoli soup, more than they like the broccoli. So it's so much that we can learn from people that cook on a daily basis. And so that's an invite for those cooks to come to the Mosqueers with your writings, your recipes, and just your advice. Maybe you can do it first Sunday.
Well, I'm going to share with you. Yes, I am going to tell you about the Splenda. You knew
Okay,
that,
I
right?
knew it. I shouldn't have said nothing.
But I'll give you another. So you know, if you can pick a
Tastes so
protein,
good.
some of the collagen powders are
Okay.
fruit flavored, and they're flavored with a stevia. So stevia.
Ugh.
No. I don't like stevia either. But
Chemical. It tastes
but I
chemical.
don't.
It's
No,
not-
I don't like stevia either. But some of the companies have stumbled upon a stevia recipe that is
That don't have that.
it doesn't have the aftertaste. You have to get it. I guess they have enough money to get the right formula because you have to experiment, and you can put a protein powder that has a good quality stevia. And I've had some and I don't like stevia, and get that same.
I grew it in my backyard one day. It grows in the yard.
Oh,
like a
wow.
plant. Yeah.
So
And
I
I gave Brother Alfred some.
I'm going to share something with you all that I do, especially for those who are older. They know that heart disease, there's certain foods that are really good for the heart. So avocado is one of them, right? I always had a problem with avocado because you buy them and then they're quickly ripened and then they're out of season, and you're right. So what I've been doing.
Add a little bit of yogurt. It preserves it. It stays green. It does not change at all.
Oh, wow.
I can show you
That's
something I made 4 days ago in the fridge.
That's
I don't want to go get it and jinx myself.
That's a
It might
great
be
one.
dry
I
now.
have to try that. Well,
Oh,
what
milk,
I was
told me
doing.
milk, but the milk actually doesn't last as long as a little bit of yogurt. The thick yogurt.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, what I've been doing is I have a bin in my kitchen for unripened avocados, and then in my refrigerator I have for ripened. So once they get to a certain point, I put them in the ripened bin, and then if they're in there more than like 2 days, I'll open them, peel them, and vacuum seal them and freeze them. And then I'll start, yes, and you freeze them, and then you can put them in, throw them in smoothies. I put them in protein drinks. The only thing is you have to break them down. It takes a while to blend them. They don't blend quickly from frozen. You have to defrost them.
People, I don't know why my whole life, I've never seen anybody refrigerate fresh garlic. I mean, freeze fresh garlic. Not garlic, fresh, what's the root? Ginger. I freeze ginger. You take it out, just like fresh.
So maybe this is more, we need to talk more about techniques for bringing these heart healthy foods.
You can't freeze garlic. Take that back.
I agree.
Yeah.
You destroy garlic. So I made a mistake. I take that back. So I know
But sister, do you agree with that we need to be bringing more specific food techniques and recipes into the conversation?
I agree. I agree.
That's what rich people do.
I agree.
People that you think, and their food is delicious. You go around people that look to be wealthy, you say, oh, that's because they're rich. They have a nutritionist. They have a person that helps them with their diet, that cooks their food, make sure they're counting their calories and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they probably do. But they have that information, same information they have, we can get that information. All we have to do is stick to it. And we don't need a special assistant to remind us of what we're eating, what we're not eating. That's all they're doing is eating the good food. And it's not expensive food. It's how they manage those foods, and they have the knowledge.
I agree.
And we got people in our community that have the knowledge, and Allah bless them if they come forward and share that knowledge with the whole community, if they can.
And the coaching that Sister Mahasin talked about is important as well. We have we need more encouragement. We have, as Sister Sharon showed that video, we have a lot of social oppression, emotional issues, family issues. Love and empathy go a long way towards healing medical problems, but a lot of us have relationship issues. We deal with stress. We're dealing with violence in our neighborhoods, and we lost PTSD. So that coaching, even if it's not professional coaching, that simple phone call that we make to someone to check on them, a wellness check, and say, hey, sis, I know you lost your nephew. How are you doing? Are you eating? Can I bring you some fruit, or just doing it? That until we get to the point where we are, because we're just not there yet in terms of having an organization that's focused on coaching, as Dr. Ramadan said, that's our hope. But we're not there yet. So how can we just use our simple, empathetic, loving hearts to coach and support each other through stressful times?
Yeah, because whenever something bad or negative happens, we get too much attention. When we do good, we don't get enough attention. When we, a lot of people, it's a terrible thing. I used to say it. I used to say no news is good news with certain people, but that's family. That's your neighbor. That's your brother. Sometimes, that's you might have to answer for that. So just because you don't hear from a person, he didn't get arrested or he didn't get shot or he didn't shoot nobody, you probably should still check on them. Yeah, that's real. Like my children, I tell them everything that they see on television, media, radio, every time they leave their house, they hear a radio on, a TV on, it's somebody expressing what is important to them in their culture. But we don't live in Muslim communities, and the Arabs seem like they came over here overnight, and they in each little city, they got like a little town like Chinatown, Greek town, the Jew town. African Americans, the whole world is ours. So we don't get to see our culture. We are the culture of the world. Imam Muhammad said that. And a lot of times you see us we're wearing billboards. We don't own no stock in that company, but we got his name all over our back. And so I put all my children, they came home, their last day of school was Thursday. So I put all of their awards they brought home from school. Dawa, she got a citation. This is one I'm most proud of. She got it's called a PAL, a Positive Office Write-Up. And of course, the principal calls me and says, is this Wallace Muhammad Dawa's parent? I called to let you know that she has a write-up. She got a write-up from the office. I'm saying it the right way. She said it like it was something bad. So I get on my defensive immediately. I took a deep breath. I don't hit first. I just wait to see where they're coming from. Then she said, oh, it was a positive, because I guess, So she helped the child. She said, Neil Armstrong Elementary School, Ms. Brown would like to recognize your daughter for the positive write-up for asking a student playing alone to join them at recess. And that's what I'm proud of. She saw a little young girl there that, the other children, maybe she was new, didn't know her. So she left her popular group of little girls that love her to death and went and played with this other girl. And so I'm really proud of that. But she also got honor roll, all 4 quarters, high honor roll. And and that's her report card up there. And Brock's is above it. And he got like in every class, excellent awards. And, from his his classes. And littered with A's, numbered A's, and Dawa A's and B's. So yeah, I'm really proud of him. So I hang it on the wall. This is the only wall that really don't have pictures and stuff. So it's room to put it there. So
it's a blessing.
Yeah. So, but that's what we do. We allow our children to have the spirit and the mind of everything else. We don't care where it comes from. It's okay for them to have that, but we don't try to counter it with positive things from what you want their future to be, acknowledgments and things like that. And it's not easy to do. I had this was in my heart when I first got married. I was really young. I didn't know what to do or how to do it. But my father said that we're overoccupied by pop culture. And, he would give a speech and it would stay with me as a burden, So I'm like, how do I counter this? And I got new babies. So I just went and I became the family archivist. I went on both sides of the family, on her mother and father's side and on my mother and father's side, and gathered all of the photos. And at the end of the day, I think I had over 70. I think it might have been 76 photos going back to great. I have a 10 shot of my mother's great grandfather. 10. They didn't give up the 10 shot. I took a picture of the 10 shot. So, I hung everyone, I filled a wall with 70 photos of just the lineage of our family. And while my babies, my baby's cribs were under that wall. This was my bedroom. I couldn't do that in the house. It would look a little extreme. So I did in our bedroom, and the baby's cribs, they both were in diapers at the same time, was under that picture. So every time they stood up in their crib, they could look at those pictures. And I figured, this is something I want them to be proud of. These images, the images of people that look like them, that are them. Yeah.
Right, right. The
Now,
heritage.
you don't have to do what I did, but we should try to fight this, because we live in a capitalist society where it's not a bad thing, but this is the goal of this is the dream that immigrants have when they come to America, is to establish themselves. And it's a competition to establish yourself in America, and so that you can you can become wealthy. That's the American dream, for life, liberty, freedom, to express yourself and to earn wealth. And so, but we as an African American people are always at the expense of others, because we weren't brought here to get wealthy. We didn't immigrate here. We were brought here for the exact opposite reason.
Yeah.
That
I have to add, though, it's very important. This is one thing that your father left me with that just changed my life as a young person. When he brought to our attention, this blew my mind. When he
Like she might have got disconnected.
Yeah, look how you got disconnected. Yeah. Yeah, she'll probably come back. I see Ma'am Alfred. Assalamu alaikum.
Brother Imam.
Good to see you, brother.
Good to be seen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So Dr. If you would like to make any closing comment for Greet the Believers, in the meantime, while she's coming back on, if she comes back on, we'll bring her back on. If not, you can go ahead and if you had any closing remarks you want to Greet the Believers, you can do so at this time.
Yeah. Who's that?
Dr. Ramadan?
Oh, yeah.
Actually, I think on this topic, I think we've covered many of the points that I had in mind, and we just need to harvest all of the excellent suggestions and recommendations and see about implementing those, because we do want to aim toward change, inshallah. That's it.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
I make a quick comment about when we're talking about recipes and bean soup.
Yes,
for the last 3 weeks or so, our resident chef, Sister Tawanda, has been putting articles in there, bean soup recipes, and she's got some ways of how we can improve our kitchen and being clean and keeping safe from the different bacteria. So read the Dean Soup weekly newsletter by the Mosque Cares, and you'll find some recipes. She's going to continue doing that and helping us in our attitudes and our behaviors in the kitchen. So crucial. That's our medicine chest. I just wanted to say that. Assalamu alaikum.
And that's deansoup.com. And yeah, deansoup.com. And I'm really impressed with the spirit of the newsletter. And I believe that others that read it, if you all go there, read it and recommend it as good reading, for the spirit of, because this is from Muslims that come from the same background and have the same desires that you have. This is your brother and sister that's writing this, you know. And guess what? Some people say that, well, I'm not gonna, I can't, it's hard for me to talk without mentioning people. It's a habit of me. So I'm on a public forum, so I can't mention who told me this, but I was, I get this from this person and other people that are like this person. We're one community. We're all Muslims. No, yes and no, but we're followers of Imam W.D. Muhammad, and we come from a background. We all started praying and fasting during the month of Ramadan, literally on the same night, literally, all of us together. We're like one family from the same mother and father, so we're different. And that newsletter, it says well with me. It carries a certain spirit that is coming from people that identify and don't have they're not wavering in their love and appreciation for Imam Muhammad as their leader. They just appreciate him. I can feel it. It's all in that newsletter, and we hope that it continues to grow and gets even better. God willing. And when I get free time, I'm gonna add a recipe, inshallah.
Can I just finish saying my cliffhanger that I'd lost you all on?
Yes.
Imam Muhammad, when I was a young person, maybe I heard him say this when I was maybe 13 years old, he brought to our attention that Frederick Douglass, the Honorable Frederick Douglass, and others decided to stay here. They had the opportunity to go back to Africa. They had the ear of the President of the United States. Frederick Douglass was staunchly anti-returning to Africa. These were people among our people who were slaves and hated the system of slavery, but they also recognized that something very special was happening here. They loved, Frederick Douglass loved the Constitution, and he disagreed with John Brown because John Brown became so upset and became radicalized. God reward him for his great sacrifice. He stopped believing that the Constitution was sufficient. But Frederick Douglass believed that he fell in love with the language of freedom, and he realized that there was something germinating in this new world that was not happening in Africa. He had traveled to England. He had traveled to Scotland. He knew what was going on the world stage, and he believed in the future of America, made a conscious decision to try to transition us into full citizenship. That's something we don't talk about. Imam Muhammad was the first one to emphasize that no, you all were not, yes, you were brought here as slaves, but there, at some point, your ancestors made the decision to choose America when they didn't have to. And we know some people went back to Liberia and started that colony there. And then apparently they started oppressing the people who were upset with the oppression here, went to Liberia and started oppressing the natives there. So Frederick Douglass realized that something for the human family, something very special was happening in this new world, and he wanted in. So I think it's important, it's very important. When I speak to young men, especially young African-American men and young people, period, I try to emphasize so that they don't always have this dejected feeling that they were dragged here as slaves and we're just here. No, you had ancestors, Harriet Tubman, they loved America, and they chose, when they could have been a part of a movement to go back to Africa, they chose America. And that's something that our young people need to be taught. And our Imam was the first one, and really the only one that I know of, to articulate that fact so clearly.
And you can't say that enough amongst us, because I've had leadership amongst us, and you know, people that I love dearly, they're like my own flesh and blood. I've heard them say that we are somehow responsible because we told people, not we, but I wasn't. Now, I'm not excusing myself. I'm a part of the community, but I wasn't in the Nation of Islam at that time when I was preaching hate, when it was preaching the reverse psychology. I can't even say we preached hatred, because it was really just a reverse psychology. With no, we didn't have the power to oppress. But some people say that that's our fault, that we turned the people against America. No, we didn't. Actually, in all actuality, those people that have political purposes and they have other aims to draw attention to themselves, they still are pushing that out there. And it's a sad situation, because it makes the people that know that they're from this on. I know that's my mother and father. Why did they put me up to adoption? I finally found them, and why they still reject me? Why they don't want me? You know, and that's a bad position. That's a bad way to be. And that's what we're doing to our youth when we try to tell them that America is not ours. Because anybody know we're not African. I love Africans. They good people. You know, I have to strain sometime to catch the ones with the real thick accents, just like I have to strain to catch people of European descent with thick accents, or Asian descent with thick accent. But culturally, I'm more like that racist that might shoot me when he pull me over on a dark street, or might want to lynch me or kill me, or yell out with his face turning beet red and yell out and call me an N, you know. But if we were in a crowded airport and nobody spoke English but him, or somewhere, maybe if a plane crashed, maybe not a crowded airport, I get up and take cab. I get away from that sucker. But if it was just me and him, we be talking to each other because we basically are the same people. My father said a long time ago, he said that what makes a people is something that happened to them in their past, not their blood, because we know science says that we're 99.9% DNA, that some happened in the history of the life on Earth where there was almost like a mass extinction, where all DNA is basically so closely related, even plants and animals and everything, that when it comes to humanity, we are brothers and sisters. It don't matter what color you are. But he said, but what makes us different is something that happened in the past, that spiritually and emotional, God gave us a heart, that the heart is so important in the life of a human being that Allah revealed the Quran, his word, on the heart of Muhammad the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So the heart is very important. So it's something, the Imam says, something happened in the history of those people that made them a people. And with us, it was chattel slavery. And with others, you can look at their roots. You can look at their history, and the history will tell you what made them a people, because they all identify with it, and that makes them a people. Yeah. So yeah, I totally agree with that. I joke with people. I'm not, I come from a society that has grown and evolved from a lot of the racial language. And so I tell my children, I say, if I took you to what daytime TV used to be when I was your age, you wouldn't believe it. I'm like, it was so racist. So I make jokes, and Allah forgive me, but I'm not Chinese. I'm not African. I'm not French. I'm not German. I'm American. That's it. And I would love to be all those people. I would love to learn their cultures and learn their languages and learn their history. But first and foremost, I'm African American before I'm an African. And that's just a fact, and that's just a fact. And I love who I am. I love being American. I love that. And put me against anybody, you will not defeat my spirit, not one bit, with your accolades or your accomplishments or nothing. I fear no man when it comes to saying and believing with 1,000% that I'm the best. I'm the best without a doubt, hands down, black and all. Not like Imam Muhammad said, James Brown should have said, I'm black, I'm proud. Not I'm black and I'm proud. And that's another thing. I don't know how I mentioned James Brown. I guess I've been listening to James Brown. Too many of us come from the church of James Brown. Too many black people. I don't understand it, but I love James Brown. I listen to a lot of James Brown music, and I realize a lot of our sentiments and emotionality, we got religion. A lot of people get our religion from our culture. And James Brown has had a powerful, powerful influence on the black church. I don't know if he got it from the black church or the black church got it from him. Now I'm confused, but we got too much James Brown in us. So we need to evolve, and I'm gonna pray for us as a community, myself too, because I love James Brown. I don't follow him though. I try to follow Imam Muhammad to the best of my ability. Yeah, that's enough jokes. It's all serious jokes though. It's real. It's really, really serious, because as a people, we have to, when we see the world passing us by, becoming more mature and intelligent, we have to become more mature and more intelligent in how we conduct ourselves, especially as leaders. As leaders, we have to change our strategy. And no matter how that person look, if we jealous or envy, we have to suck it up and follow the new technology or be left behind. And if Imam Muhammad is the leader, then we all should respect him. I don't care what you think or how jealous you are of him, because he was a man that rejected materialism. He, unlike his father, he didn't use his power to move people in directions that he could have used his power to move them in, women and men. He could have followed in his father's footsteps, but he chose not to. He chose to follow Muhammad the Prophet, and that's what y'all don't know. Imam Muhammad, he followed Muhammad the Prophet to the letter. And a lot of people judged him for that and condemned him and put him down. But if Prophet Muhammad was here, would you have condemned the Prophet? No, you wouldn't. But you turned on Imam Muhammad, it was cold towards him, and tried to do a lot of things. But when I take that back, because during the Prophet's time, they accused him of a lot of things, the same things that it duplicated what they accused him of to Imam Muhammad.
That's right.
We all know better. Imam Muhammad, he was the best of us. He was the most manly, he was the most dignified, and he was the most intelligent of us. And I'm not bragging. I'm just stating a fact. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right, buddy, man.
Yeah, I would renounce myself as his son if I thought it would help y'all understand that Imam Muhammad, he was the real deal. I had a brother on the street tell me that. He said, you know, I don't come around. He said, Imam Muhammad was the real deal, but these people ran me away. He said some of the people that were just jealous and didn't want to see his word get across. But the world is recognizing him. Allah is my witness. I see and hear things that I don't know if it's me, but I think it's too big of a coincidence. But I hear people saying stuff on commercial TV and on these little programs, science programs, stuff that I'm like, I thought I was the first person that said that. This is me, but I guess, you know, great minds think alike. I don't know. But the truth of the matter.
He used to say, most of my followers are not in the mosque. Remember?
I said that to somebody yesterday.
Imam Muhammad used to say that all the time. Most of my followers are not in the mosque.
The truth is reality. And we all got to submit someday to the truth and to reality. That's right.
Well, thank you, Imam Warstein II. I can hear Imam Alfred's getting fired up over there.
Get him fired up. We're going to have to give him the mic.
So yeah, you have to give him the mic, but I appreciate the opportunity, and I appreciate the sisters who are helping us to get better. And of course, Dr. Ramadan and Sister Sharon and Sister Sais's excellent presentation. May Allah bless you all for the work that you are doing tirelessly to serve this community. What you see them doing is just, it's not even a glimpse of what they're doing in their own lives behind the scenes to serve. So thank you all. And I know the same is for you. All right, assalamu alaikum, family.
Alaikum assalam.
Assalamu alaikum, this is Sais. I just have one thing to say is wherever you live, there's usually a nursing organization or association in that city or that state. And there's Black Nurses Association as well as associations of nurses that are predominantly Caucasian. But in either case, nurses are taught to do a lot of education. So for some of you, you might be able to call your local association and see if there's somebody there who might be able to explain certain things, especially when it comes to lab results and taking medications and what the side effects of those are and things and interactions with other medications. You might be able to get a nurse that's actually able to walk you through what the doctor is saying better than the doctor can walk you through it. And also will help to guide you in terms of what, you know, or refer you to other practitioners that might be able to help your problem better. I find the most education that I get are from nurses and not from doctors. Against you, Dr. Ramadan.
Oh, no, that's a true statement.
Yeah, I want to say a little quick something, and sort of in my defense, I didn't realize that people hear what you say, and whether you're talking to them or not. And I hear people have a tendency now that we're becoming more pluralistic and more socially conscious as a nation, and people think that the way to do that is to become colorblind. Imam Muhammad, the reason why our community thinks different, say, how do you follow Imam Muhammad? You said y'all not race conscious, that Islam is colorblind, there's no race, and there's, you know, but it would be doing an injustice to say that there's no race in Islam. Our religion is the totally opposite. It lifts up the differences. Allah, God even instructs us that He created us different so that we should know each other and to not despise each other and to benefit from each other's differences. So in our religion, Imam Muhammad has so very clearly given us a way to express that statement in the Holy Quran as race pride. That, you know, we hear pride as being a term in society as being something that is shunned or something that is not politically correct to express pride. No, it's politically wrong to be arrogant, but to have a pride for something that God gave you from birth and gave you to establish you in the world and to help carry you to the destiny for you as a human being, as a member of a pluralistic one of humanity, oneness of humanity, so that you can complement that humanity as different colored flowers complement a bouquet of flowers, as opposed to having one solid color or one species of flowers, you know. So we all acknowledge that a race pride, you know. And I hear people saying that because I say things like, well, the Africans or the Germans or the French, I'm not saying it the way that you grew up watching it on TV and the radio, listening to the racists who had a corrupt racist heart, who hated those people. I see those people as my equals. I see them as my superiors. I see them as my brothers and sisters. I love people of different cultures. And when I say their name, I say it with love. And I say it with love and admiration and wanting to learn and benefit from all of my brother from a different mother, all that I can. So I don't come from that. So when I say the Mexicans, the Latinos, when I say the Germans, the Puerto Ricans, I got friends that are from those cultures, and I admire those cultures, you know. And the ones that I don't know, I would love to get to know more about them. And if I say something that they take offense, then actually, I think that's an opportunity for them to educate me. Teach me more about yourself so that I can get to love you more. I want to know why you love yourself so that I can love you more. You know, that's my spirit. It's not division. My spirit is not division. And we do believe in, I just disagree with being colorblind, ignoring everything, because sometimes my brother might have some faults. I might have some faults. You might not want to ignore me. You say you're doing an injustice to not just to yourself and humanity, but to your people, you know? And maybe if we did that more of us would have a conscience that we don't just carry the burden of our own self-identity as being one in the bouquet of all of humanity, but also being responsible for our families. You shaming your mama, your daddy, your community, the teachers that taught you in school, the people that you knew in your neighborhood and your country. You know, so I think we should carry all of those identities as a burden of responsibility to do the best we can as representatives, you know. That's just my opinion. I know I'm saying too much probably for some people, but if you don't agree with me, I would love to hear why and to clarify, because maybe you didn't hear or understand something I said. But if you do agree with me, let's try to grow with Imam Muhammad, because Imam Muhammad's leadership, his guidance, because I didn't come up with that. That was nowhere in my mind, nowhere in my heart. It was not even in my house or in my community. Imam Muhammad put that in my mind. He planted the seed in my mind and it grew in my heart. So I'm talking to you today.
That's right.
Allahu Akbar. Yep. All right, I'm shutting up. Okay.
Thank you again, Dr. Ramadan, Sister Saisa, Sister Sharon, and Sister Paul Badar. We thank the Muslim Health Consortium. Please, all future comments and questions for the Muslim Health Consortium, please go to your contact your mhc@gmail.com, and that is in the chat. So for July's first Sunday, you can start submitting them questions now. That way they'll have the information and the answers provided for you when they come on next first Sunday, which it'll be the cancer presentation, I believe Dr. Ramadan said.
That's right.
Thank you again, Dr. Ramadan.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Assalamu
At
alaikum.
this time, we'll go on into the next portion of our program, which will be Imam Elam Muhammad with the Quranic Arabic discussion.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Yeah. Imam Adil, can you make me co-host?
Imam Elam, how come you don't face the nice wall? I thought you was gonna show up in one of the walls we painted. We painted the whole building, all except for that closet that Elam's in. I don't know why he likes sitting in that closet. I told Idea I was gonna talk about you if you was in there. We painted the whole building.
And it's
set
beautiful.
the bathroom at a blank wall, but that's okay.
Beautiful. The only reason is if we had more. Yeah, if we had more people, I could close the door. So, but
face the other wall. The other wall is better than that wall.
That's true.
Okay. I know. I was going. I promised Adil I was going to bust you out. That's okay. Go back to what you was doing.
Well, I appreciate it, brother, man.
Okay. We're gonna paint that office. That's the last room. We're gonna paint that office. You ain't gonna have no place to go. Now I'm teasing. This is my brother. I tease him sometimes.
Yeah. But it's beautiful in here. Thank you, brother.
It is. It is. I was there. It's beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah. Just remind me of how we started out originally, and
it was overdue.
Yeah, and you expanded it and painted it and now we repainted it just like we renewal. It's just like a renewal.
Yes, it's excellent. It's excellent. And we're doing the carpet next.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I don't know if they started. They didn't start yet, did they?
No, sir. They haven't. Idea that he was getting with them. So
yeah, they came by, and I think they picked out some nice colors. They picked out, so you had that to look forward to.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. So the Quranic Arabic class. Today we're going to talk about what is called a Dafa structure. It sounds difficult, but it's very simple. The Arabic language is not that complicated. However, when you try to bring the Arabic language into the English language to cover a lot of things like airports and restaurants and so forth like that, the English translation makes it complicated. But the Arabic, the Quranic Arabic itself, like I said, first you starts out with the alphabet. Master the alphabet. You got to do that in any language. Master the alphabet. Next, you have to be able to take those letters of the alphabet and put them into a word. And so they usually teach nouns. And Arabic is made of three things: nouns, adjectives. Nouns and adjectives and adverbs and pronouns. They are nouns. Person, place, or thing. Noun, adjectives, adverbs, and pronoun. The three things is nouns, verbs, and particles. Many of the particles are prepositions, like in, out, over, under, and so forth. But there's also a lot of other. It's like a catch-all. So when you realize that the Arabic language is just made of three things, then when you start out with the nouns, we start out with the attributes of Allah. You realize that the nouns is made of a three-letter root, and the three-letter root is a verb, so it's an action. And so, and it's a three-letter root or like a seed, and from out of that becomes a flowering of a particular word. So you have to learn the verbs, and again, you learn about the prepositions and particles. Well, there's also another structure. It's a major structure. It's very simple, and if you understand that structure, which is the name is Adolpha, and you see how simple it is, then it'll take as a big part of the translation that you can do. And it means possession. It shows possession. The most common ones that we know is Rasulullah, means the messenger of Allah, or Allah's messenger, or Abdullah, which means the servant of Allah. Those are Adolpha structures. So this is our topic for the day, and I believe I should be able to go to the whiteboard. Okay. The word in Arabic, they call it mudafa or idafa. I'm just going to put it up there. It's not important as me putting it up there, the name, idafa. And it's a structure. All right, here's what the basic idafa structure. What you need is two nouns. And I will start out with one that we're used to. And another one, we'll do this one. And I won't do this. I'll take that out. So 2 words, they're definite. 2 nouns, definite. How do we know they're definite? You have aleph lam, al. In this case, the scene is a sun letter. So the one has a shedda over it. So you have to see in your mind 2 letters. One takes the place of the lam, and it becomes S. Asuratu. So the last letter has a dhamma. So we know there is a definite a noun. So you have the other one. Again, it has the aleph lam, al. Last letter has a dhamma. And that's al-falaku. That means the dan. So you have the chapter, the dan. 2 words. And to the basic way to make an Adolpha structure is to do this. The first word, you take off the aleph lam. But you keep the dhamma. So it's suratu. Then the next one, it stays the same except for one thing. The last letter gets a kasra. And you want to make it flow to each other. So you have a little wasla over there. So you can go past the aleph to the lam. It's suratu, suratul falaqi. Why does the last letter get a kasra of the second word? Is understood. It's a preposition, but it's not written. You don't see it. So the way it reads is, though you don't see the aleph lam, the last letter is definite, dhamma. So it's the chapter, the dan. That's how I read. The chapter, the dan. You have to put in the translation the chapter of the dan, and the preposition affects the last letter. So that's suratul falaqi. I'll give you another example. Again, we're going to take 2 nouns. And I've already put one up there, so I'm going to put this one up now. Again, this is about possession. Okay, so we have 2 nouns. The first one, you take off the aleph lam. So again, it's suratu. And this time, the other word stays the same, except for one last letter. The last letter gets a kasra. Suratun Nasi, the chapter of the people, the chapter of the people. Now, those who have been in the class, we understand that nouns are affected by preposition and verbs, preposition and verbs. And so they, for example, if I have a preposition, be, that's a preposition. If then you have the noun that follows it. then what happens is that that noun, the last letter has to get a kasra. Meaning, the meaning doesn't change. However, with a B, it says with the surah, with the chapter. Okay, B, and the B usually you attach it. Let me go close this door because I'm getting an echo. So just a second. All right. So it affects it, but the second part is not affected. It's already affected by our preposition of. So it's with the surah of the people, with the surah of the people. So that helps us to where we're going. The chapter, in fact, we're going to work with that chapter. This is the name of the chapter. I should have left it the way it was, but this is the name of the chapter that we're going to work with. Suratun Nas. And in that chapter, we will see a lot of examples of Adolpha structures. It starts out with Kul. That means to say. Kul is a command verb. And then you stop there, and now you go into the sentence. And I don't have time to do a lot with this. We're focusing on the Adolpha structure. A'udhu. It's a verb, and it says, I seek refuge. Qul a'udhu. Qul a'udhu. And what you see, I'll break these down. The first letter is a qaf with a dhamma. The second letter is a lam with a sukoon. You put it together. Qul. Then the next one is aleph, the hamza faha, ain with a dhamma. Wow makes it a longer oo sound. A thel with a dhamma. Qul a'udhu. That means say I seek refuge. Now we come into the Adolpha structure. What throws people off is the B. It's a preposition. B means with, by, or with, by, and in. And so it says, I seek refuge in. Say, I seek refuge in. And so now you come into the Adolpha structure. And I show you the Adolpha structure without being affected by the B, the preposition. And notice in this conversation, the three things: nouns, preposition, verbs. So kul is a verb, a'udhu is a verb, be is a preposition. Now the first word that we run into, I'm going to take two nouns. You have Arabu, and then the next word is Anas Su. I'm taking two nouns, and then we're going to make a Adolpha structure out of it. Arabu means the guardian Lord. If it was indefinite, you take off the alif lam, be Rabun. And Nasu means the people. And if it was indefinite, you take off the alif lam, you have Nasun, a people. So here's the two nouns. So we're going to make an Adolpha structure from these two nouns. The first one, you take off the alif lam, and you would have Rabu to start out with. The next one, you will have, again, Anasu, but instead of Anasu, it's going to be Anasi. Why? Because it's affected by the preposition of that you don't see. And that means the guardian evolver, the Lord, the guardian evolver of the people. So why is it instead of Rabbu Nasi, it's Rabbi Nasi? It's because the preposition be is attached to it. The preposition affects the noun and becomes be Rabbi. So that's why you see be Rabbin Nasi. So it's Qul A'udhu bi Rabbin Nasi. Qul, say, A'udhu, I seek refuge. Be Rabbi, in the guardian evolver of the people. Nice, easy, flowing sentences. One, you got a command verb. Next, you have the verb that you're seeking refuge in the guardian evolver. Okay, let's see how my time. I'm doing pretty good. So let's move a little farther. So that's what you see in that first verse. Two verbs, and then two nouns and a preposition. Arabic is made of noun, verbs, particles, which most of them are preposition. Okay, then the next one, the next verse, we're going to make a Dafa structure. This is an attribute of Allah. Two nouns, again, El Maliku, attribute of Allah, the king, the ruler, sole judge. So El Maliku, then Nasu means the people. We're going to make it into a Dafa structure. Take off the Aleph Lam. So Maliku. And again, you got a Nasu, but because of is understood, you put a preposition because the preposition of is there. You don't see it, but it's there. And so the last letter gets a kasra because of is understood. So it would be by itself, Malikun Nasi, the king of the people, the ruler of the people. Well, in this case, it's Malikin Nas. Why is it Maliki? And what it is, actually, this is a longer Dafa structure, but what it is the B that's attached to be Rabbi, it carries over to Malik. You got one attribute, though it's not one of the 99. Rabbu is an attribute of Allah, Rabbu, but it's not of the 90, the 100, which includes Allah. So there's many names of Allah. There's attributes of Allah. These is the most popular. So that B that was attached to be Rabbi, that B affects this. So and technically the translation, it says, I seek refuge with the Lord of mankind. And technically it's saying with the ruler of mankind. So that B, with or in, carries over. So Malikin Nas. Qul a'udhu bi Rabbin Nas. Malikin Nas, the ruler of the people, the king, ruler of the people. The next one is Ilah. Let me do it again. Ilahinas, Ilahinasi, Ilahinasi. So again, we're going to make an Adolphus structure. Guess what the definite noun is? Two nouns, Lahu and Nasu. Now we're going to make it into a Adolphus structure. Allahu, definite, means the God, and Nasu means the people. Imam Muhammad, he agrees with the majority of the scholars that the word Allah is actually Al Ilahun. And what happened is Al is attached to it. The Aleph is removed. And so you got two L's, then you would have Lam with a Shedda, the Aleph, the Ha with a Dhamma. Has a little, it's a little fancy thing there. So it's Allahu, Allahu. So it means the, and then a God, the two together becomes the God. Okay. Oh, I think I left out, oh yeah, I had the Aleph there and I took it off. Okay. Ilahun, El Ilahun, the a God. And we can see the example of it. The Holy Quran says, Ilahun wahidun. That your Lord is Ilahun wahidun, one God. All right. So why is it instead of Allahu Nas, remember of is understood. That's a preposition. So why is Allah Ilahin Nas? Well, what happened again? You when you take off the Aleph Lam, this is what you have. Ilahu. Ilahu. You took off the Aleph Lam. Ilahu. So why is it Ilahun Nas? I mean, why is it Ilahin Nas, not Ilahun Nas? Is that B way up there, which means with, and it's been attached to it. Oh, it didn't have to do it. Yeah, that's right. But it's understood. So if the B is affecting it, it's Ilahin. Ilah, and you go Ilahi, and then you go to the Noon Ilahin Nas. And so B is understood. You don't see it, but that preposition affect that noun, Ilahun, Ilahu, and be Ilahi, Ilahin Nas means the God of the people, the God of the people. And I might have enough to do the other Adolphus structure. Again, you got a preposition. Arabic made of three things: prepositions, particles, which are preposition, verbs, and nouns. So this is a preposition, min, which means from. Then we have the noun. Here's the two nouns we have. Okay. Take two nouns, So it will be Esh Sharu. Then the next noun, Al West. Where soup. Two nouns. Al West. Where soup. So we got to make it into a dolphin structure. Take off the aleph lam. Sharu. Sharu. Aleph lam is taken off. Sharu. The next word is the same, except the last letter was changed. Becomes west, where see. Of is understood, you don't see it. And it's translated, harm of the whisperer. Well, why is it sharu? Okay, that's that, by making that dolphin structure. Now, why is it instead of sharu is shari? Preposition affects the noun, min. So it becomes min shari. Min sharilu weswasi. Min sharilu weswasi. And something just to get us started for the next class. There is adverbs and there is preposition. So the nouns is subject, is person, place, or things. Adverbs and adjectives and pronouns. Now the pronoun stands for itself. But in this case, the last word that's there is a modifier of el-weswasi. It's an adjective. And adjectives look like nouns. And in fact, nouns, especially the nouns, the attributes of Allah, they are nouns and they can be used as adjectives. The rule of adjectives is that they follow the noun and they have to be the mirror image of the noun that is modifying. So in this case, the word that is an adjective now you're seeing the adolphus structure has been expanded upon. Al Khan Nasu is the word, but the word that it modifies is Al West. Westu. Okay, and remember it's Al West Wasi, because it's part of the second part of the adolphus structure, and it has a kasra. So and kanas, because in order to be an adjective, it has to modify the noun, come after the noun. It has to be a mirror image of the noun. That means the first letter and the last letter has to look the same. That's not all the time, but majority of the time. And so it's El West Wasil Khanna, and that's the withdrawing whisperer. And so you have Min Sharil West Wasil Khannas, from the harm of the withdrawing whisperer. Min Sharil West Wasil Khanna. And so that concludes my class. We didn't go to the last of it. There was 2 more verses, but that concludes the class on the adolphus structure. And I apologize for any written mistakes I got up here. But if I had, hopefully I corrected it. So with that, I am done. Thank you, Imam Wafdi Muhammad II and Imam Adil. And hopefully people have got something out of the DARFA structure. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Alhamdulillah. Praise be to Allah. Excellent, excellent instruction. And if I guess if anybody wants to ask any questions, or do you have time for a couple of questions, Imam?
Yeah, if the program will allow, I'll be glad to. I won't go too deep into them, but yes, they can always contact me later. Yes, if anybody have any questions.
Me and it's always good to spend time with each other. You know, I went to see my primary doctor the other day, and I forget what the topic we got on, but it's so beautiful. Whenever you see a Muslim that you know, I expressed something, he was asking me something about, because he knew about my father, asked me a few things, and I said that yeah, you know, so many things are shirk, and he would look at me like he was surprised that I knew what shirk was. You know, I said, yeah, practically everything that we think that ain't shirk is shirk.
That's right.
And that's the problem with the world today, you know. And so, long story short, so me and Adil was over, we was talking about Allah and the mercy that we get from Imam Muhammad. And Imam Muhammad, and we need to follow him and appreciate him, because he said that Allah says that
you froze, brother Imam.
You froze? Yeah. Allah.
You okay?
Yeah, okay. I think so. It could be the thing. With Allah's name. Imam Muhammad taught us to say, and a lot of people don't follow that. You know, especially those that haven't been with him for many years, the new Muslims, I call them, or the Johnny come lately, they don't want to follow him, because look at the mercy and the beauty of Allah, where Allah said that he is the God, you know, that's it. So you can't do nothing without Allah's leave. So you can't do nothing in the name of Allah. And I don't understand why some people don't get it. And so me and Adil, we sitting over here just talking about that. The beauty of, that's how you know who Allah, that Allah is God. He is the God. Because he said, you can't add nothing to me. You can't get nothing. You can't do nothing without my leave, without my permission.
That's right.
Know? You can't do nothing in the name of Allah. You can't. You can only do something with his support, with the name of Allah.
That's right.
God is merciful. You know, we thank Allah for him. You know.
But that's what's so beautiful about the Arabic language, the commentaries that you just made. Yeah. It goes right into. I mean, it's right in there.
There's no he, she, it. You can't say God, because if we could say it, there's no neuter gender. If we could say this is it, then we can describe it. We can explain it away. We can tell you all the molecules and the weight and how it came about. You know, we could describe it. But God is in his mercy, and in the mercy of the language of the Quran, there's no neuter gender. It's male, or it's either male or it's female. Yeah. And that keeps us, well, we don't even have to get in the conversation that the world is in today. So say this way God his creation is either male or it's female.
That's right.
And that's the reality. Is it a male or is it a female?
Yeah.
But people for arguing with them.
Yeah. And the word, you know, just like you, if I say Anna means I. You can say that for a woman can say Anna Rashida. I am Rashida. Or Anna Elam. I'm a male. I am Elam. Well, Allah is like that, but you only got two words that you can say afterward. So we say Huwa, but the Allah is universal. You know,
it's universal.
Well, he's not male or female.
He's the God. He's the Eli. He is the God.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother man, for the excellent commentary.
I don't want y'all to think we back here cracking jokes or nothing. But you know, we praising God, and this is what we do when we together. Allah blesses us to talk about things that we've benefited from, you know, in recent times, and it's always a struggle. Yeah. I got a call. I can't tell you what time of morning I got a call from somebody asking me, was Allah referred to in the feminine in the Quran? I said, no, you're not going to get that in the Quran.
Yeah. Yeah, right there, when it says Qul huwa Allahu ahad.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Huwa.
That's exactly what I said.
Say he.
Allahu Samad.
Huwa. Say he is
Yeah.
Allah. But you know, but that just you have to have a choice. You just
Mhm.
have to have a choice, and it's just so Allah is it's revelation. So it's say he
That's the
is
world.
Allah.
Yeah, that's the world we living in today. They can contest everything that Allah has established in the life of humanity is being contested today by the devil himself. It is. That's who we at war with.
That's
not
right.
the people, not the society, not a particular race or nation. That's the devil. Ain't
That's
nothing
right.
but the devil. And he's in contention with God.
That's
To
right.
disprove us.
That's
So
right.
he can't do nothing with God, but he figured he can get us. Yeah.
That's right. Excellent.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah.
So, all right. I guess we don't have any questions or anything. So, I can't wait till the next first Sunday.
Yeah,
So.
alhamdulillah. We ain't started yet. We got our keynote speaker.
Oh yeah, that's right.
We got Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar, chair for the annual Muslim convention. Beautiful, beautiful. The way it started out and the way it's headed is, I'm triply excited. I'm over they say over the hill with it. I'm so excited about it. That the convention, we've been blessed to have better and better conventions every year. And I believe Allah is blessing our sincerity and our efforts. And we hope that it becomes contagious and the rest of the community and even those that know of us that welcome and free to join us, come in and enjoy some of what God has blessed us with, the light and that has shined on this community from the day one and has continued to shine in and without, and everybody's welcome. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Yes, sir. So we have Imam Abdul Rashid Akbar. Yeah, come on.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah.
Brother President, Imam Wathidin Muhammad II, I appreciate the introduction. First, let me say, with Allah's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer, I bear witness only that there's no God but the one God, Allah. And I bear witness only that Muhammad is his messenger and the seal of the prophets. I thank the Mosqueers, the Minister of Imam Wathidin Muhammad, to allow me to present again here this first Sunday. And in the interest of time, I'm going to get right to it. My presentation, as most of you know, but if anyone here is new, it deals with business and technology. Business and technology. And what I strive to do is to research both those areas. And when information comes to me in any one of those areas that I think will be helpful to us as a community, I want to share it. And I endeavor to do that here on First Sunday. So I got some information that's come to me from a presentation by I think it was one of the radio programs that I listen to on business. And so let me now bring that to you. I'm going to share my screen. And then what I want to do is bring up. Okay. And let me bring up this presentation. Now, what I'm going to do is I have put these pictures in a PowerPoint. So as I read information about this young man, you'll be able to see him and some of the photographs from the article that they did on him and his efforts. So I'm going to start that now, and then I'm going to read from his the article that they did on this young man, and you'll see where where I'm coming from. So let's begin. This article comes from blackbusiness.com. It's an Afro-American business guide. And the young man they're featuring here, his name is Darren Tekarin. Takarin. And let me spell his last name, but I'll also let you know that where I've gotten this information from. So if you want to do some research on him on your own, you can. His last name is spelled Tenkorang. All right. And so let me read. In today's fast paced world, most people will want convenient and quick service, whether it be transportation, food, or anything, so as not to waste too much time. Darren Takarin, a 24-year-old Black entrepreneur from England, thought it would be profitable to use the same idea for male grooming. So he co founded Trim It, a barber shop on wheels that people can book via an app, basically like Uber. So, from humble beginnings, Darren, a Ghanaian, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, a Ghanaian native who grew up in Brixton, South London, always had a passion for male grooming. He would personally look for a barber that specializes in Afro-Cuban hair to make sure his hair would be cut well. But he did not initially imagine he would actually make money from it. Primarily, his mother and father, who worked as a cleaner and security guard respectively, had dreams of him becoming a banker, a lawyer, or accountant. He did study business management at Sussex and even got a one-year placement at a reinsurance firm. However, when he discovered he was dyslexic, he had to reassess his career goals. So, realizing his dream, as a child, Darren said he enjoyed going to the barbershop with his dad, where he gets to socialize with other people for hours. But as he grew older, he realized that the importance of time, he realized the importance of time, and he got sick of waiting for the barber to accommodate him. That's when the idea of putting up a modern barbershop business came to him. The new generation, like me, just want to trim and to get on with their day, Darren told BBC. We live our life fast paced. He decided to join the startup Sussex Enterprises competition for student entrepreneurs. He proposed an idea of an app that would allow people, not just those who use Afro-Cuban barbers, to book an appointment at a salon or a fixed time with a particular barber. In his proposal, he also added an idea of a mobile barbershop where barbers would drive to clients in a van. The idea, which he called Trim It App, won the competition, and Darren was named the University of Sussex Student Entrepreneur of the Year. He used the $13,000 prize money and recruited fellow contender and student Nano Draco. And his first name is spelled Nana. The last name is Darko. Maybe it's Darko, Nano Darko, to make his idea into a reality. Together, they signed up barbers and built the app, which immediately swamped with bookings. They thought it was becoming successful until they came across inevitable challenges. Unpunctual barbers resulted in negative customer feedback, and then they also eventually ran out of money. So, taking things to the next level. Eventually, they realized that it was time to take a risk by means of the mobile barbershop vans. They sought financial support from family and friends. After raising a 5-figure sum, they were once again ready to jumpstart the business with their first van, modified into a mini barbershop powered by an electronic generator and 2 full-time barbers in February 2018. The power of word of mouth worked on them as a lot of men, mostly young Black millennials and professionals, made bookings. They also worked with celebrity customers, such as the musicians Charlie Sloth and Snakebow, I guess those are celebrities over there in England. In addition, more investors sign up with the business, allowing them to raise a six-figure sum. Currently, there are 3 Trim vans in operation. While the relatively high cost of their haircuts may not affect its success, they are still facing other obstacles, including parking, traffic, climate change, and the sentimental attachment to visiting traditional barbershops. Despite that, Darren is still very much optimistic that he can monetize the barbering business. His quote was, "Mobile barbershops will be a thing. Trust me," he said. So for more information, you can go to Trim It, and they have a website, which is their app. Is if you want to write this down and you want to visit their site, and the app is https://trimit.app. Now, I have a little bit more time to speak about this. I'm going to let the I'm going to leave the I'm going to let the photos continue to stay up while I speak on this. Most of you all know that I do Uber and Lyft. For transportation business. And the beauty of my business is I can use my Uber and Lyft as the primary source of income for my transportation business. But then at the same time, I'm cultivating personal customers. There are people who call me and schedule transportation for me to take them to the airport or pick up someone from the airport. And also I do tours here in Chicago. In fact, I just did a tour, hourly booking. And so, but the beauty is that I have control over my time, and I do it to the degree that I like. So much so that in Chicago now, and for some of you who may not know, I go to Phoenix, Arizona during the winter. So in Chicago, I do Uber, and that's all I do. When I go out to Phoenix, Arizona, I do Lyft, and that's all I do. All right, out there. And this has worked very well for me. And this is the beauty of this concept. Darren, this young man, says it's a Uber, but for haircuts. And so understand this concept that he's speaking of, because you can use this same concept for a lot of services, particularly services in this day and time. As you know, I listen to a lot of business related programs, and I do a lot of research on it. The economy. Now, you know, of course, we know inflation has affected a lot of our economy, and in particular mine also, with the gas prices and such. But it is consumers that are driving the economy and keeping our economy vital. And consumers, you know, the 2 fastest growing areas that are in the economy right now? It is purchasing items, but also services. Services is one of the fastest growing areas or segments of the economy. People love services, and they love fast services. This is why DoorDash, for those of you who know, DoorDash and Uber Eats are 2 of the fastest growing apps where they bring food. They work with restaurants and bring food and deliver it to people's doors. But also the shopping apps, Instacart, where they will do shopping for you. If you just go on, download their app, and you put in what you want, someone will do that shopping for you and bring your groceries to your door. So, of course, there's there are competitors out there who got into it, and Walmart now, their fastest growing business is delivery, and they're trying to get even faster now and trying to give Amazon Prime, trying to give them a run for their money. and they're trying to do where if you order, they'll try to get that delivery to you within an hour, and they're trying to get that time down. So the key thing is now services and fast services. So this young brother, he has an idea. He's keyed on something. Now that's over in England. Let me tell you that 2 days ago, I was on my way home from work, and I passed by this van. It's on 47th Street here in the High Park, right off of Lake Park, and it was a mobile barbershop. There was a generator on the back of the van, and as I passed by it, I saw a barber inside cutting someone's hair. All right, sitting there. So it's a concept that is certainly catching on. The key thing is, I don't know if they developed this in terms of much as the app. What they may be doing is just parking in a certain spot and still using social media, letting if those who follow them on Facebook or Twitter or whatever, letting them know that they're here at this location. They'll be there for a certain amount of time. And if you're interested in coming on and getting a cut or whatever, come on, do so. All right. So I bring this to our audience here, our first Sunday audience here, to say this. This is an idea. I would suggest that look at it and see if there's some way that you can build on it. Maybe you can put together some individuals, maybe like yourself, who are interested in doing something like this. You can pool your little resources and begin it and start it. I can tell you this, now that you're right, there are a lot of people who do like the traditional barbershop, but if you target a particular customer base, as Darren is doing, that's the millennials, those who don't have time to just sit in the barbershop and wait on, don't know how many customers are ahead of them. They just want, and many of them, as Darren found, they just need a trim. Now, of course, when I go back to sharing my video, you'll see I'm in what they call my hairstyle is low maintenance. so I don't worry about it. I trim it myself each morning when I take a shower. But there are some people who don't wear my type of a hairstyle and do want just a trim. And they may be in and out within 15 or 20 minutes. And so that may be a market for this type of a business here in the United States. Of course, you got to make sure that you have the credentials or the barbers that you hire, have the license and stuff like that. But it's something that you can look at. So now, let me stop my share. Okay, and let me just say that that's my presentation. That's what I wanted to bring for all of us in my first Sunday presentation today. The next first Sunday, it may be more in the area of technology, but if you notice, this particular presentation dealt with both business and technology, all right, in terms of the building of the apps and using the social media and such as that, So I hope that this may have given someone a piqued their interest. If someone was thinking about doing something like this, I hope this will help you crystallize it and say, maybe we can do this. I've given you the website that you can go on to get more information of how Darren has done this. You may even want to search mobile barbershops and see if you can find someone else out there who've done something like this and get some ideas. Or you may go on YouTube and put down and search mobile barbershops and see what you may be able to find. There's a lot out there that's available for you if you have an interest and just do a little research. And I pray Allah that if any of you find that of interest and want to bounce any more questions off of me, you can feel free to do so. The key thing is to make certain that you structure yourself as a business, because this is a business, it's not a hustle. So make sure you structure the business so you can get the benefits of organizing as a business and get those benefits here of that, taxes and otherwise. So with that, brothers and sisters, that's my presentation. And I hope that some of what I've presented has been helpful to you. So with that, Brother Adele, I'll be glad to answer any questions that I can, and then make time for our next presentation, and in particular for our principal presenter today, Imam Alfred Muhammad. So with that, I'll give all the believers the greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Excellent, excellent. Alhamdulillah. So we're gonna go right over.
Yeah, he said we got time for maybe 1 or 2 questions, then we'll go there. If we don't have any questions, we'll go ahead. We'll turn it over to the email, and then.
Well, let me see what time it is. I just was saying we end these programs too late, and I'm gonna. I see Imam Alfred here. I don't want to keep him any longer.
Good.
Because I know he's ready, and if he's ready, then we should be ready. And I'm gonna turn it over to Imam Alfred Muhammad, and we all should call our friends and our people in, because he's bringing the good news. I'm pretty sure that he's got good news for us, and we all want you all to sit back and relax and enjoy it. Here's your brother, Imam Alfred Muhammad.
Alhamdulillah.
Assalamu
alaikum.
With Allah's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer, the praise is due to Allah alone. I'm honored and privileged beyond words to be with my leader, teacher, and guide, Imam Waridin Muhammad II, the rightful successor to Imam Waridin Muhammad I, who was the wisest leader since Prophet Muhammad, and he was the rightful successor to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So I'm privileged to be here, and as Brother Hafik told me some years ago, he said, you notice, first Sunday, isn't that a sign, Brother Hafik the first? It's the first Sunday, and Allah had it for the first Sunday, the first son of Imam Waridin Muhammad. And I just have to tell you something about Imam Waridin Muhammad. I noticed him when I was, from around 75, 76, I spent a lot of time in Chicago. In fact, I made my first Ramadan fast in Chicago at 7341 South Stony Island Avenue. And I remember when Imam Waridin Muhammad II was fasting. Imam Muhammad said, I told my son to fast. I said, he said, you don't have to eat, but it's very good. And anyway, he fasted. And so I have to tell you that at the first council of Imam, maybe you all don't know, some of you don't know, and we have good memory. I'm sure the devil don't want you to remember, but I was one of the early persons appointed to the council of Imams. I'm the only one still surviving and supporting the mosque here. You know, there were 17 people named. Most were named because they were imams of the region. There were 3 of us were named. And in addition to Mr. Farad, he was named to Muhammad Abdullah. But there were 2 or 3 of us named was for our special talent. For some odd reasons, I was nowhere near the person I am now. Imam Muhammad saw in me, saw fit to put me on the council of Imam. And as a active student of religion all my life, I had thought seriously about religion, period. Just, I was pained and burdened. And Brother Imam, you know, you have been the one most responsible for easing my burden. I don't see my job as a burden. I see it as now as a joy. And the more and more I see it as a joy wherever I travel, whether it be in Arkansas, whether it be in Mexico, it's easy for me. And remember what Allah says. He says that when he has breathed into him of his spirit, then the angels will bow down. So I first want to say that to us, we are the most blessed people on the face of the planet Earth. If you really believe that, you will find that people throughout the world will recognize you and will accept you as their superior. Not that we feel that we are better than anybody, but we have been supremely blessed. So much so that one of the great scholars from Oxford, called Imam Worthuddin Muhammad the Martin Luther of the Muslim. That's a big title. Martin Luther was the one that called the Protestant Reformation that actually made the church expand. There was no longer a dictatorship, but Martin Luther calls that. But he reformed the Catholic Church. And in time, you may not believe it, Bubba's brother, Bubba's son, Mrs. Lottie's boy, I'm using all these terms, I know what we call ourselves, has been blessed indeed to follow Imam Worthuddin Muhammad. I'll tell you another thing. One of the other persons who said something of Imam Muhammad, I want you to know, because sometimes we think, that we just praising Imam Muhammad, we don't know Imam Muhammad. Taylor Branch, the great historian of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., wrote that Imam Worthuddin Muhammad is the most underrated leader in America. I know you won't believe it, but we can document it. President Barack Hussein Obama said upon his first meeting with Imam Muhammad, I have waited all my life to meet you. This is when he was still Barry. But I just found out recently through some research that Imam Muhammad was visited at Masjid Malcolm Jabbar's when President Obama was a student at Columbia University. He used to come down the hill and listen to the Imam when he would be teaching that fourth Sunday. Someone just documented that for me. So I just said to you, all you sheikhs and milkshakes, get with this. And what I was saying, I thank Imam Worthuddin Muhammad II for telling you, text your friend, tell him that Imam Alfred Muhammad is on the air, and I'm going to be talking basically as this community's scholar. And I have not make any claim for having any special role in the mosque cares. I've been with the mosque cares for 13 years supporting it. June of 2009 was the year that I went to Yale University to present a paper, an academic paper, not give a speech, an academic paper on Imam Worthuddin Muhammad. And then I followed it up with that Sunday to come to the first Sunday. We were still at the hotel over there on, what is it? What's the name of the hotel? Anyway. But I just want to make some comments because I'm so honored that the healthcare team presented earlier. Dr. Mikhail Ramadan, one of the first people Imam Muhammad introduced me to, 1975. Sadruddin was a little boy, and I snuck up to the table. The officials was all surrounding Imam Muhammad. I didn't know what to say, but I knew I was determined to get in to help him. And when they went downstairs to change Sadruddin, I snuck over the table, and I didn't have myself composed well enough. And the Imam told me to see, at that time, he was named Dr. Michael Bush, Michael X. But I have to say something about him. He's one of the top graduates of Meharry's Medical College, which is our finest medical college, one of the four medical colleges, but the second medical college that trained African Americans. He's a first-rate surgeon. I don't know whether I should tell his business, but I will because he's such a hero and a martyr too. He got shot in the stomach defending some of the mosque temple property in Nashville, Tennessee. So he's a phenomenal brother. And I always envied him because my first love was medicine. I really didn't want to be a minister. I wanted to, religion came a calling to me at a very, very early age, but I resisted. I even asked the Honorable Mama, should I be a doctor? He said, brother, if that's what you want to do, that's really up to you. But Allah wanted me to get into the work of the ministry, and I just can't get away from it. But I want to make a couple of comments here to the healthcare team. Some of you might know, I was treated in Tijuana, Mexico at the Immunity, I won't name the place. I'm not going to promoting anybody, give nobody else the commercial, but I was there and I was treated by an integrated medical staff. They do oncological work, which is the treatment of cancer using natural methods, but they also integrate. And I want to kind of warn a lot of people in the audience, there are neuropathic doctors and then there are allopathic physicians and osteopathic physicians. Osteopathic physicians are very similar to allopathic physicians. A neuropathic physician is still somewhat unregulated. And I wouldn't urge you to go to an herbalist because, as Dr. Ramadan would tell you, they don't have the protocol to examine you. They can't get blood tests. They can't get cancer markers. The first week I was in Mexico, just as soon as I arrived in Tijuana, my blood pressure went down from 130 to 90 over 60. They said, well, you got to get off the blood pressure medication. And the first blood test I took, but I had prostate cancer, and prostate cancer is determined by the PSA. And the first week, it went down by 125 points. So I was like 257. And, something here, I have to make a critique of medicine. I would urge all of you to get a book called Merrick's Manual. Merrick's Manual is the compendium of medicine, and then get a book on medical terminology. Why I say that? Because if you talk to a physician like you know something, he would treat you altogether different because physicians are trained to teach people as dummies. Now, Dr. Ramadan is not that kind of physician. I know him. He actually had been a physician for me one time when I was living in Chicago. So I appreciate Sister Coral Kadar, who's done a marvelous job in the field of nursing. And I'm hoping that she will go back to school and become an advanced nurse practitioner. See, the advanced nurse practitioner is able to actually prescribe medicine, do everything a physician does. And if she were to integrate that with integrated medicine, we will have a phenomenal person on our hands. And we need to encourage many of our men, as Dr. Tony Elamine is working along with me to try to create an environment where our men will begin to want to become physicians. We're going to form an association called the Future Physicians of America, mainly targeting African Americans. And anyone knows that anybody apply to medical school, if you say, I want to be a doctor because I want to help you, they would take your application and throw it in the garbage can. But if you say that I have shadowed the physician for 3 years and I know that I can do this and I want to do this, you'll get admitted even if you may have C grades. But these are the kinds of things that we got to get moving in our community. This is why we cannot allow no enemy of ours
Right, hit something.
My topic is Imam Warith Deen Muhammad. Warith Deen Muhammad, the reviver of religion in the revival of the souls of our people. Imam Muhammad said that one day, I think he described it as a fall day, and he was somewhat scared in the house. His daddy and mother had gone to take care of temple business, and they used to hold trials in the Nation of Islam. And he asked Allah, if I'm not conceiving you correctly, please give me the proper perception. Now, the Nation of Islam, I would tell you, we had the right concept of religion on earth. We had the wrong perception of life. What I mean, the conception, that I have always believed that religion should be dealing with the day-to-day facts of life, how to deal with your family, not entertaining a folly. Most religion, in the African American community in particular, is arranging the furniture in heaven And now those of you who are Orthodox Muslim, you all call yourself Sunni Muslim, you're the same. Your whole motivation is to try to get to the Akhirah. Not realizing that Allah's messenger told us, you will be resurrected as you are. If you poor, broke, hungry, and outdoors, you will be resurrected poor, broke, hungry, outdoors. That's a fact. Now, so Imam Muhammad was saved not by the Quran, because remember, the Quran has been in America since its beginning. He was saved by his soul. That's what he said. His soul saved him. And how we know that just the Quran cannot save you? There have been thousands, actually there were 300 different African Americans had started Muslim groups. And now I'm speaking from scholarship, so you know, you all want to debate me. I got a little credentials now. I'm a grad student in the doctoral program at the University of Chicago. In fact, I'll be in residence, not online, actually in residence. I'll be there in September for about 10 days. And I'm writing my thesis on the emergence of an ethical ethnic leader. And it's my belief that Imam Muhammad is a fulfillment of the prayer of certainly his mother, his father, but also people like Dr. Benjamin Mays and others. And in Dr. King's church, the First Church, Dexter Avenue Baptist Church, there's a picture, a painting of Dr. Martin Luther King making dua, praying for Imam Muhammad. You all need to know who Imam Muhammad is. And then you would take this with a divinely sacred commitment that Allah has not abandoned us, neither has he forsaken us. But he's given us a very powerful message that will save the world. He, Allah, has favored us. And that's why when you have these first Sundays, you should call your neighbor. I mean, I can't recommend you eat bean pie because I'm forbidden from eating any sugar at all. And for the last 50 days, I've been a very diligent disciple of a diet, because it's known that cancer is fed by sugar and acid. And I think Dr. Ramadan asked, some lady asked Dr. Ramadan about you may not see the symptoms of their diseases. That's why one needs to have certain preventative medication. And they need a cardiologist and obviously even a podiatrist. Because the podiatrist, believe it or not, and an ophthalmologist can detect damage in the body that an ordinary physician cannot touch. If I'm not studying religious material, I'm studying medicine. I just love it. I'm very fascinated by it. That's how I found out about treatment in Mexico. And I said, you know, one doctor said, why are you going to Mexico? I said, because of the fact you can't treat me. You are not allowed to have the medication. So I guess you're right. And I want to thank you all who donated and sent money, because I'm telling you, it was not free. Insurance companies don't take it. Pay for medicine in Mexico. That's something that has to be addressed. But it is the case, and many of you have sent donations. One of the pioneers, really is a pioneer, because this person is the pioneer that came before Malcolm. Remember, Imam Muhammad said a pioneer is people who came before Malcolm. People like Brother Usman's mother and Brother Usman, they're pioneers. The Muhammad family is pioneers. They came before Malcolm. Malcolm came and he popularized our movement. But the Nation of Islam, the Lost Foundation of Islam, was growing naturally. And even if Brother Minister Malcolm hadn't come, the Nation of Islam would grow, would have exponentially, just by having a door-to-door movement, it would have eventually overtaken the African American community. In fact, I would tell you this for a fact. I've studied the Nation of Islam. The Nation of Islam was not built on ministers. It was built on the rank and file FOI. Until we have a community service team that go door to door, neighborhood to neighborhood, we're not going to go any place. But you can do it by word of mouth. Invite your friends over, make some potato salad, make some salad, invite 10 or 15 friends to hear the teaching. I don't invite people from jails to listen to me, but there are 2 brothers in jail in Ecuador that are listening to me now. But I picked up their calls because there are 2 young African Americans who went down to Ecuador and jealousy took place, and they are being held on murder charges. And I'm working along with the Catholic Church and others, and I went to the immigrant Muslims because one of the brothers turned out to be a Muslim. I didn't pick up his case because I don't think we should wait on Al Sharpton. See, because I know from my leader, Imam Waradeen Muhammad, when Daisy Bates needed money, he gave her $500. This is in the 50s. That's what you have to know. You all who want to study all the stuff from Arabic and Pakistan, you should study the leaders of the Nation of Islam. And you would then conclude that the Imam was the first one to start teaching Arabic and Islamic studies to the ministers of the Nation of Islam. Most all of them know the Al-Fatiha. All of them knew about the religion of Al-Islam. There were 2 teachers in the Nation of Islam. First teacher was John Bilal Muhammad, and the second teacher was Imam Waradeen Muhammad. And I hate to say this to you, Chicago, the reason you are getting punished, Chicago, because you didn't listen to Imam Waradeen Muhammad. That's why you have people, 10 people, 30 people being killed every week. And I love the mayor of that city, but she's a Lightfoot. Her foot is real light. She doesn't know how to step on the gas and clean out that city up. And Chicago won't come back until it acknowledges Imam Waradeen Muhammad. See, Imam Muhammad was not like the rest of you imams who go out, come to your masjid, mix salat, and that's it. Imam Muhammad was in the community, teaching people. I heard about Imam Muhammad when I was a young man from the civil rights people, which I was active with. And they said the only one in the Nation of Islam that's worth anything is Wallace. This is Stokely Carmichael, Julian Bond, and others. So Imam Muhammad is not a Johnny come lately. He's known on the scene historically for being a person that was clear about Islam, but he was clear also about his own his people. And in fact, he told us at the Council of Imams meeting, there was a very few people in that meeting. He said, I had prepared my son, Wallace. He said, let me correct this. He said, I said, if I don't become the leader of the Nation of Islam, I had prepared my son to build a mosque in Chicago. He said, I didn't bombard him with it, but I put it before him, kept it before him. And I was having a conversation with Imam Waradeen Muhammad. I said, your father told us that he had put in your mind the idea of helping him build a mosque, just like Abraham asked Ismail to help him. And Imam Waradeen Muhammad said he learned to draw because he thought he would have to physically build a masjid. But I want to say to you, a man makes it clear about his work. He left Imam, but look, when he changed his name, he didn't change his name. When Imam Muhammad changed his name to Waradeen, he changed his son to Waradeen II. As President Obama told Imam Waradeen II, he said, your father had his work, and you have your work. And we're going to work to help Imam Warideen Muhammad II implement this. And we have some plans right here on the East Coast. We're going to call all these imams together. Now, the senior imam, you know, read this, brother Ismail Shamsuddin, Imam Ismail. We're going to call them together. And I'm going to be in the room because I want to say, tell them, what reason do you have to reject Imam? All you were around Imam Muhammad, you know who he wanted to be the leader. It's clear. He resigned from the leadership and said, now my work, he told the Chicago Tribune and Islamica that he had resigned from the leaders. He was no longer the leader of those leaders, because he said he had worked hard to educate them in Islam and they had rejected it. So he would start his own ministry. And that ministry would be to make the correct presentation of Islam, and also to work on the descendants of slavery. Now, this is nothing new for Imam Warideen Muhammad, because when he was out of the Nation of Islam, he created an organization called the Society for American Muslims and the Society for African American Uplift. So any of us who claim to be Muslims, we are not interested in both of those things. Presenting Islam so our people can see it clearly. You can say what you want about me. I presented Islam in the mosque here before about 4 million people on the Tattered Smiler show. I got the numbers. Now, some of you will go behind me and test it out. I don't care. He tweeted it and it was retweeted. We were also on WVON. We had hardly any money in our pocket, but we had some donors to help us. WVON, Kathy Hughes Station, and we are going to help bring Imam Warideen Muhammad to the public. And I didn't go say, I'm bringing you greetings for Ali Baba and 30, 40 thieves. I said, I bring you greetings from 4 million Muslims. David Smile is big in the African American culture. And when this publicist asked for me to be on the program, he could call him on Friday. I got a call for Monday that Tavis said he wanted to be on the show. And I brought in greetings from Imam Warideen Muhammad II, who heads the ministry of Imam Warideen Muhammad I. And when Imam Muhammad resigned from the leadership, he said he insists that the schools be under the mosque care. So y'all working on the school, y'all should directly report to the mosque care. But I'm gonna tell you something. You know I love you, and ain't nothing you can do about it. You can't love African Americans unless God put it in your heart. And Allah has put it in my heart to love you. But we are developing people now, persons now, that are prepared to bring Imam Muhammad's work to the general public. One of the young men today is listening to us. May Allah bless you, young man. He just became a Muslim, and he's a grad student at Harvard University. I suspect that he's gonna help us. I don't go into jails trying to teach anybody. I'm not a criminal. I don't follow criminals. I resisted the criminals even in the Nation of Islam. I was wise. I knew how to get around it. But we're going into the colleges and universities. I suspect some of the professors at the University of Chicago are listening to it. I certainly sent them the link. Why? Because we want to bring this message to our people, first African American, but we also want the public to know. And we're expecting to get an invitation from, what is that? Wachita University in Arkansas. I was down in Arkansas. And wherever I go, whether it be in Arkansas, whether I be in Mexico, I let people know I am from the group, the real Muslims. Not the Islam of fake. It's a little catchy, catch people's attention. I'm from the Assalamu Alaikum. We're the ones who came out of the Nation of Islam and was under the Imam Warati Muhammad, who brought us into a universal understanding of the human being and brought us into the universality of Islam, but not to be a flunky, not to try to be a Blackistani, not to be a black Arab, but to be our human African-American self. Now we got African-American Muslims from our community under the leadership of the bishop. Now, if you don't know who the bishop is, I ain't gonna tell you. That's why you need to trust leaders like myself that know the real deal, that stood with Imam Warati Muhammad. When I came with Imam Muhammad, I was up to sin in my eyeballs, but I had enough faith in him that I'm healed. I can stand on any corner with anybody and tell you that there is no God but Allah. As I told a group of preachers, I said, I don't come by theology, I come by neology. What I mean by neology? That I've been knocked to my knees and then know that only one could heal me is Almighty God, because what I've gone through as a person, horrific treatment. My family is listening, but I love them. They understand. Had my own very biological mother tried to kill me. And you know what? I'm not mad at her, because that was a process of slavery. Slavery was an institution to take out of us the natural life. And that's why Mr. Farage, I'm sure he got those ideas not from himself, but he got it from studying Murray McLeod Bethune and others. And he created the MGT, Muslim. Notice he didn't call them Muslim women. The Imam changed it to Muslim women. Muslim girls training in general civilization class. Because we have to deconstruct slavery so the African-American mother would know what it is to mother a son and a daughter, a son to lead. So the African-American mother will not be jealous of her husband. And as I told a young man yesterday, I visit all of our people. And I was at this big funeral director's funeral. And I said to the young man, I said, you are so-and-so on the third, right? He said, yes. I said, you should keep your legacy. Your granddaddy had a license as an embalmer. Don't let that business go to the law incorporated. Why don't you get your license? He said, nobody told me that. I said, that's why I'm here to tell you that. That's Al-Islam. And I don't know whether some of you know it or not. I know you put out all kinds of lies on Imam Warati Muhammad II. And some of the people that work around him, y'all don't defend him. But I know him. And I know he knows the religion better than any of us. He's the only one I take the second seat to. But any rest of you all, you don't know the history of this community. You don't know the history of Al-Islam. You don't know the history of religion. And I said that respectfully to you because I love you. I study and work 4 to 5 hours a day, sometimes more, working on how I talk with all the big leaders. I just talked to one of the big ones the other day because I still have a glimmer of hope that they will come out of the slave mind and accept that we must have an order. You all who want to have technology, you all want to have venture capital businesses and things, we need to be a community. Seek you first kingdom, the kingdom of God, and all these things will be added unto you. In other words, seek ye first the community. And all these things, banking, venture capital, cultural institutions. There are at least 2 million of us, maybe 10 million sympathizers. Imagine 12 million of us organized. Now, it just hit my mind. Let me bring it to your attention. Well, what does the mosque kids do? That's what the enemy always says. Huh? Are you donating to the mosque care? Probably not. Do you contribute time to the mosque care? Probably not. And the person who put that suggestion in your mind was an enemy, and you too weak to fight him. But they said, fight the schemes of Satan, for they are weak. Now I'm going to kind of go right. I just want to get those things out of the way, and we're going to go to Imam Warthi Muhammad, the inheritor, the reviver of religion. If you notice in 1975, when Imam Muhammad came into office, the world was shattered. The synagogue had no meaning. The church had lost its meaning. The Orthodox mosque was dead. There were no immigrant Muslims. They were hiding. A guy's name was Muhammad, and it'd be Moore. The lady would be named Fatima, and she would say fat. They were scared until February 26, 1975, the Quran was proclaimed in America, not with a tough seer, but with an interpretation. Read the Savior's Day 1975 transcript. The Imam opened his address with a reading from the Quran, a book that is to be recited. And his speech was, the dead must rise. And the following week, he gave an interview with Jabber. He said he was born for the mission. And I'd been in my heart and mind, even though I heard him teach in 1972 at Temple number 2, 5335 South Greenwood Avenue. And let me tell you something. The Temple of Islam was dead until Imam Muhammad came back. And it died again until he would come back. They used to be in the basement downstairs at 7341. And he came and he brought life there. And that life began to be so strong that CBS News featured him on the 6 o'clock evening news. Randy Daniels interviewed him with Walter Cronkite. The man talked about an alternative culture. And the hypocrites inside of us was whispering to the leaders, to the members. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know anything. And then they snuck in the immigrant Muslim. Baby, when are you going to teach them how to make the salat? Well, you liar. Imam Muhammad started teaching us how to make salat September 1975 during Ramadan. But he didn't teach us salat. He taught us the meaning of it. And I can tell you, the adhan in the wudu is enough to transform your life. You can be steeped in sand. You could be drinking. You could be smoking. I heard the Imam say, he said, I don't care where you are smoking coke. I didn't even know that's when the Imam knew what talking about. Ain't people don't smoke coke. That was even before coke had been smoked. And drank alcohol by the barrels and fornicate every hour of the day. You've been called for a mission. That's what we got to tell our people, particularly our alpha males, that you have been called for a mission. Allah raised Imam Muhammad up to raise you up. And your job is to raise the world up. Let me tell you something. You want to stop the violence against us from the outside? Stop the violence in your home against your own children and your own family. Stop the violence in your neighborhood. We're launching a campaign, and we got the support of some powerful rich business people called the anti-KKK. Ken killing Ken. I told a brother, I said, brother, today I said, you're a great man. He said, I don't put that on me. I said, I put it on you because it's a fact. If you have gone through the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and been empty of niggerisms, you're great. And then Imam Muhammad took your empty mind and put in your own humanity. I was talking to one of the big imams who should be here helping us. But anyway, I said to him, I said, you know what the big problem is? We get our people drunk on black. And Brother Imam James Brown said, Imam, he praised James Brown for black and proud. He said, brother, he's the minister. That ain't nothing but what your father taught. But I'm sure somebody else whispered in his ears, black and proud. But the black day is over. The human day is in. We are the best human beings on earth because we have graduated from 400 years of the worst treatment, and out came Imam Muhammad. Out came Howard Thurman. Out came Imam Warthin Muhammad II. America is a 2,000 by 3,000 monster chamber. And if you follow the popular culture, you will be disconnected with discotheque, gangster rap. You will be a gangster, and inside of your body, Atlanta housewives and all the other garbage they feed you, you will be a polluted human being. And I'm telling you, I was down in Mexico and I had the Mormons, they were patient. The Amish came up to me. And one of the Amish, you work around with hospital co-sound. So one day I had to broadcast, I believe we had to do the broadcast for New York, the Harlem Islamic Center. While I was a patient, I was working. So they said, oh, we'd love to see you with your suit and tie. Well, you're going to put that back on today? I said, that'll be another day. But the people gravitated towards me because they were looking, they know that there's a Messiah coming. And it's not going to be one person, it's a messianic body. Imam Muhammad is the Messiah. And that body is all of us who sincerely believe in it. And we go out on the streets of America, first in our own neighborhood, and proclaim that God has blessed us. On my way to Mexico, I stopped in Arkansas. And I told the leaders there in Arkansas, the political leaders, I was with an African-American. He took me to meet the people that are affiliated with the government, the new government. And I said, you know what? I'd like to have a dialogue with the evangelical Christians. Yes, not the liberals, the evangelicals. Because I know they have been misguided. And I want to give them the understanding that Imam Muhammad has given me of the Bible. Not trying to convert them, but to give them a better understanding so they can come out of all that ignorant teachings that they have. And also, let me not be disrespectful, but also Robert Hubenhauer. I'm teaching him too. Why? Because he thinks that the magic is powerful in telling people that Jesus Christ, a white man, is God. I told him, you don't have to do that. Howard Thurman didn't teach that. So Brother Hiram, he's a theological student. Read Howard Thurman, Jesus is disinherited. But Imam Muhammad said when he met Dr. Mays, he said he could look at Dr. Mays' face and see relief. One of the greatest men that's ever walked among African-American people, the head of Morehouse College. Ma'am loved him, had him speak at the Clyde Muhammad dinner. And went to his funeral. See, that's the difference between Imam Muhammad and you all. You're in these cities and you don't reach out to nobody. So that's why I'm urging you, and I'm going to press you now. You know, the jailhouse board said that. I learned this was the jailhouse tape. I'm going to press you all to let me address you, Imam, at the convention. Don't do me like you did last year. There's two people in there, and one of them was Earl Abdul Malik's people. Give me the main stage so I can generate in you the spirit that Allah had put in me. The knowledge that I've got from Imam Muhammad. I didn't sit around and talk to Imam Muhammad about nonsense. I sat around and talked to him about how we could move our people internally and externally. We're here to wake our people up. And also, I got some notes now. I'm going to finish the notes and I think I'll be done. Yeah, give me about 10 minutes. I need some of you all to assist me who have digital experience because the Imam set up the Public Information Committee. And we need to have a summit for the ways and means. And I pray, Allah, we can have the convention here in Jersey next year. I'm preparing the people to put it together, help put it together. We're going to invite Imam Warthin Muhammad to speak with him about it. Why? Because most of the followers are on the East Coast and most of the followers are in the streets. That's what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said. That's what the Imam said, and that's what I know. So the people that support what we're doing, they're in the streets. I meet them at funerals. I meet them on the street all over the United States. I was talking to a Catholic cardinal, and I told him, I said, well, you know, I stopped by Rome on my way to the mosque. And he said, well, why did we keep you? I said, well, you know, y'all kept me in your heart. And I met some of the followers of Sister Teresa. And she said, I told her I'm going to Mexico for treatment for cancer. And so when I get off in Little Rock, she introduced me to a Mexican nun. And the Mexican nun said, well, I'm going to be praying for you. So, dear people, don't be downhearted. You should be the most happiest people on the earth. So, Imam, you all have already started the Health Consortium, which is the 6th committee that Imam set up. You also, the Mosque Cares assist in disaster through it implementing the accident mishap committee. But what else? Where else but the Mosque Cares are we continuing the institutions of Imam Muhammad? Who is in this country holding New World Patriotism Day? See, if we march down the street in America, New World Patriotism Day, we will bring a new spirit to ourselves, a new spirit to America. And guess who came to the New World Patriotism Day? Dr. Ralph David Abernathy, the rightful successor to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He said, I followed Martin, and now my leader is Imam Warthin Muhammad. He didn't say he wanted to be a Muslim, but he saw Imam Muhammad as the correct social leader. See, your imams don't tell you this. They know it. So they let you be downhearted and let you be a prey for Orthodox Islam. And they tell you, well, we follow the tafsir of Imam Muhammad. If that's all you got is tafsir, they ain't nothing. Now, anybody can make tafsir that knows Arabic. And after I have about 2 weeks with Brother Imam Elam, was the best Arabic teacher around. I'm telling you, the best bar none. I'm gonna steal him and let him give me a couple of weeks of Arabic teaching, and I'll be up to par to reading Arabic. I read. I have a pretty good vocabulary. I don't have the grammar, but I haven't had the time to work. But Elam is great, and Imam Warthin Muhammad facilitate Elam here at the Mosque Cares. He's the best we have had. He's patient. He simplifies it. He doesn't overwhelm people. So I'm honored. And let us continue to work. In the interest of time, we don't want to hold you. But we want to tell you that the Mosque Cares, from the time of Imam Warthin Muhammad, and I want you to know it was in 2006 that Imam Warthin Muhammad was appointed the president of the Mosque Cares. Imam Muhammad became the treasurer. Even though Imam Warthin Muhammad II was the one that always collected the mail. Nobody else collected the mail. Not this one, not this one, that one. And I used to ask Imam Muhammad, he knew if he told me certain things, I may broadcast it. I didn't have a very good mouth. I couldn't guard secrets. I'm a little bit better now. I said, Brother Imam, if I ever want to reach you, how would I reach you? He had given me some numbers. The people he'd given the numbers, so I didn't want to deal with them. But then he said, do you know my son Wallace? I said, yes, sir. He said, write him. He always gives me the mail. And I remember studying the history of the Nation of Islam. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad had told the ministers, if you can't reach me, reach Wallace. So you all young people think you know something. You should study first the history of the Nation of Islam and how its structure operates. In fact, that's from the Hadith of the Prophet. Yes, you should investigate. and understand the history. You should know the history of every one of these temples from 1 through 81. Who's the minister who's been there? What was the effectiveness, how effective Imam Muhammad was when he was the minister in Philadelphia. Elijah Muhammad appeared in Pittsburgh. The Imam brought 500 people to Pittsburgh to hear his father. When he came to Philadelphia, there was 50 people. Left, there were 500 people. And that was some great ministers. I just have to say about one of the great women that came out of Philadelphia. I got to give her props. Sister, none other than Sister Zelly Omar. I was walking down the street in Tijuana, a little down. I get a call from her. She wanted to make sure I was all right. But, you know, she didn't want to make sure I was just all right physically. They want to make sure I was all right financially. And they sent me a nice donation. Praises be to Allah for such wonderful pioneers. Phenomenal pioneers. Some of you hypocrites and envious and jealous people, you don't know of my relationship with the pioneers of Detroit and Chicago. And that's how I learned the history of this community from them. I sat at their feet. I'm not like some of these young people. I wasn't fascinated by popular culture. I was always fascinated by the wisdom. And I feel I inherited my father, who was named Joe, born on the plantation, which brings me, I don't call him by the name Booker because he was owned by that. I had a Caucasian politician ask, what was your former name? I said, I don't talk about my captain. They captured me. I never paid to get my name changed legally. You know why? Because of the fact that I knew it was a right. And when I went to the passport office, they couldn't even find my previous name. I had a birth certificate that was still in the name of the slave master. On my U.S. passport, it's Alfred D. Muhammad, Virginia. I said, well, did you find? Well, they said we couldn't find the record. The first passport I had was 1978 when I went to Hajj. I said, well, you can put it on there just in case some family member leaves me some money, and then I can look and say, well, you see, I am from your line. I love you, dear people. I want you good people to know I'm not spanking you. We have to get out of being defensive. But let us register. Now, let me just finish before the convention, but let me just say this to you. I don't know whether you know that Imam Muhammad went to Chiapas, Mexico to arbitrate disputes with the World Conference of Religion and Peace. And all the charitable work that Imam Warathin Muhammad does with the mosques, he has still contributed. You can't be a part of these international, national bodies unless you donate. This is not a place for the parasites. We want dignity. And when they have any big affair, they see Imam Warathin Muhammad, the mosques, as the leadership body. I was someplace, and I get the invitation at the United Nations, got the invitation. So you work with the mosques, right? So well, the president of Turkey is coming. I said, I didn't know that. But they said, you're welcome to come. I got there, my name was on the list. But see, people observe you. You think you're getting by. I was at an embassy recently, and the people didn't even recognize the Negro Muslims from our community. They didn't even recognize them. Why? Nobody want a Negro. A Negro's too busy crawling his knees. They want a Muslim African American that follows Imam Warathin Muhammad, who is not trying to imitate somebody else. And by the way, I just got to tell y'all something. I don't know where you all get this idea that Imam Warathin Muhammad II doesn't know the religion. He grew up in his father's house. He recorded all of his father's intellectual tapes. Been working with his father since a child. So don't go around here spreading he doesn't know the religion. But he doesn't have an ego where he has to stand out and be seen. You know, it's something else to be the third generation. It's something else to have your daddy was a world-renowned leader, and then your granddaddy was a leader. And let me tell you, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said when he came from the hospital, he looked at the Imam and he looked at Imam too. He said, son, now he said he's just like you. And that's what Sister Clara believed and knew. She gave and devoted her attention to it. See, you all who have been around, you know these things. Why do I have to tell the people this stuff? You should tell them that. You should build our confidence up in this leader. We're never going to get any economic power. We're never going to get any political power till we are solidified. And we thank Allah for the great work of the ministry of Imam Wardi Muhammad. I will entertain some questions. I know some of y'all just want to tell me you love me, and I love you too. But if any of you have any questions that you may want to ask, please feel free, but I'm going to turn you back over in the hands of none other than most qualified assistant Imam Wardi Muhammad, Brother Imam Abdul Muhammad, Imam Wardi Muhammad, whoever take over the mic, and wish you peace and wish to see you at the convention. I'm going to get my $175. I don't know how to get it out of my brother's best pocket, but I'll find somebody give me $175 and I say, look, I'm sending it to the mosque here. Thank you. I love you. Keep following Imam Wardi Muhammad and don't be a lip professor. Donate.
Yeah.
I think the box is P.O. Box 1061, Calumet City, Illinois. And also, I think you can, no, I don't think Cash App. Cash App will zap you, but you can send it to, they'll tell you how to send the money, the donation.
Yeah, that's
thank
it.
you.
You got it. We take pride, Imam, that we've kept that box. And believe it or not, we probably have the longest standing phone number in the ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad too. Every time we had to move, we were able to take the phone number with us. For the publications, and the ministry's been the same for quite some time.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so
P.O. Box 1061.
You got it. You got it. Alhamdulillah.
Calumet City, Illinois. What is it? What is it? What's it?
60409.
60409. And for special events, let's see, Markham, Illinois, right?
Yeah.
We can go to sleep.
I was tempted. I still drive maybe a good 20 to 30 minutes to that P.O. box. I was tempted to change it, but it's echo in my mind. My conscience wouldn't let me do it for convenience.
No.
Because Imam Muhammad said, don't let them get that box. He wasn't talking about that box. He was talking about the other box, the one they eventually got their hands on, his appointment box. Yeah.
And then the other box they tried to get their hands on too was the one with special events.
I'm sure they did. No, but they did. Oh, they may have gotten the old one. Yeah, because that's the one we moved. We moved that one to Markham. I mean,
brother, now these people don't know what your father and what you have gone through. I've watched closely. See, I wasn't up there. See, the man kept all his real people away from the troubles. I used to wonder why he would talk to me in private, but he didn't want me to get. But you know what? I really believe
he was protecting you from people.
He was protecting, and he was preserving me to help work with you. Because, like he said, he saw that. Allah probably showed him. So I wasn't burnt out.
Right. Most of us in our innocent don't realize is that the devil isn't straightforward. He's not an enemy that attacks. He don't give you the benefit of doubt and opportunity to defend yourself. He plots and schemes. So my father knew that he had wise people that were doing the work of the devil right up under his nose, and were plotting and scheming, and that we're going to get a lot of the innocent that had really the innocent people.
Yeah,
and they continue to suffer the consequences of them doubting the leadership of Imam Muhammad and doubting him as a leader and opening the door. If you open the door for corruption, then eventually you listening to lies and negativity. And remember, the Nation of Islam was very, very attractive. You know, it was like everybody wanted to have their ear to the door, to the wall. Even the most civilized and decent person, if they thought the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was behind the door, they'd be tempted to, if they didn't think they was going to get thrown out, tempted to listen.
What, Brother Imam? Your grandfather said at Temple number 2, he said, you see these people walking up and down these floors, forcing these people on you, he was talking to lieutenants, They are nothing but hypocrites. That's what gave me, that's the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He's saying that. So they weren't even loyal. I found out the officials, and I won't talk about the family, they weren't loyal to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That's why they had the people in doubt when Imam came in, because they were undermining Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Right.
They were trying to take the money.
Right.
He said, I'm gonna see how much money they can steal. So they better not say nothing to me. I'd love to have one of them come forward, because I know where all the bodies are buried, not literally now, y'all. I don't want the FBI coming in.
And I'm the only person. I'm the only person that can do it, because they don't know what's good for this community, but I do. They don't know what's good for the leadership of my father, but I do.
Yes, sir.
So I can dry them up, and they'll be all gone. They'll be crumbing them like powder. And let me tell you something. You look, and I'll still be here
and sound more and more like your father every day. I'm telling you. Even your gesture, your facial gestures, genetically, man, you can see your father. You know, I know he's proud of you. Well, he told us that. He told us in the last Ramadan session. Yeah, he was proud of Robin. He was so happy that you got Robin.
Yeah. He, you know, anybody with a rational mind, that if we don't see that jealousy is a sickness, is a disease. Yes. And the greed is a disease, and the want for power and to dominate, to be over people, that's the devil himself. Yes. You know, and so, but people think that we can play lightly with that and entertain that in us. You're supposed to pray, you know, pray until you purge that, get that out of your heart and out of your mind and your spirit. You're supposed to pray hard to Allah, not to with your brother, because he might be weak too. You're supposed to go to Allah alone and ask him to get that sickness out of you. And some people entertain it, and then eventually they can't handle it. It becomes an evil, it becomes a corruption, and they become just as bad as the person that approached them. Yep.
That's right.
That's what I loved about the pioneers, the believers that you talked about before. They didn't tolerate that. They didn't get it.
They didn't tolerate that.
They didn't give him nothing.
That's what I was telling the brother the other day. I said, brother, with all that doubt you have, why don't you bring that guy to me?
Yeah,
so
that's
I
what
can
I said.
defeat him. Don't you, because it sounds to me like you are voicing exactly what that person said. You don't have the balls, excuse me, to say
you don't have
so
what
what you're gonna do is you're gonna say what he said. Well, bring the Negro to me.
Right.
And I will defeat him.
I will defeat him. Yeah.
But they entertain it because they feel the same way.
Yeah,
they done gotten weaker.
Right, they feel the same way. The devil is a mindset, and if you accept it, you become the devil. You become his
And
agent.
now, like Muhammad said, you can turn devil overnight. He used to tell us that all the time.
Yeah.
That good brother, the good,
open the door and let him in,
and all of a sudden he becomes a devil.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, thank you, Imam. I enjoyed talking to you. And that's the blessing, the beauty of Allah. They don't have the freedom to enjoy Allah's mercy the way that we do. They don't have the closeness, they don't have the brotherhood. And the reason why they don't have it is because they are not allowing Allah to guide them towards right. They don't trust that Allah only wants good for them. Even they look corrupt behind. Allah wants good for all his creatures, all his creation, even the bad ones, the worst. If they listen, if the worst one is listening, there's a better life that Allah has prepared for you, waiting on you. And just as quick as you turn your heart away from goodness and decency, because they think they believe in Allah and they think they follow Muhammad the Prophet. But just as quick as you turned away, you can turn back and Allah will accept you and admit you into a virtual state of heaven and success and progress. They just don't have the faith. It's people that are weak in their faith, and they can build up. All they have to do is desire it over material things. This world's so materialistic and so so vulgar and disrespectful of decency that we reject our own good nature.
Yes.
A lot of people don't even know their good nature. They think their good nature is the bad nature.
They think they have to be mean and ugly.
They
believe that they have to put that face on.
Yeah. Yes. But that the devil practiced that. He trained a few and practiced it. Now they've adopted it.
Yes.
A big number of people have adopted, but everybody ain't like that. But it's too many of them out there that are they're gonna lose their they're rejecting their inheritance. They don't realize that Allah has in store for all of us just so much mercy and so much success and so much happiness. You know, it's just waiting on every single one of us. And it don't come from who you know or what you know or how much money you got or how much money you make. It comes from accepting the good life that is out there. Accepting decency over evil, and to not be sneaky. Stop being sneaky and underhanded. Stop being corrupt. Imam Muhammad, he asked the imams specifically on one of our tapes that we have, I forget the exact one, but he asked him, he said, I just hope you all stop being corrupt, you know, be good people, you know. And
you know, and your grandfather asked
mm-hmm.
him the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
He said, why did you stop stealing? He said, I just want to see you stop trying. I mean, so really the truth of the matter is the same people that opposed the Honorable Elijah Muhammad got worse under Imam Muhammad.
Yeah.
It got worse. They knew he was the pure truth. They didn't want truth. They'd come in for the wrong reasons. A few of them started out good. They just got corrupt. And they listened to corrupt people.
And the sad part is they compare the power of corruption and the few people. As soon as they get one that believe like they believe, that's how all wrongdoers are. That's why criminals in society form gangs. Because they got another person that will excuse them for the wrong and the corruption they're doing, and actually enable them and give them spiritual and support and physical support for the evil that they're doing. Then they can move faster and they can become stronger and more corrupt. And then they form a gang. Now they got a gang of people that all believe in the same corruption. And it's kind of the same way. But they still think if they get, do you think 100 people can defeat Allah's plan?
No, sir.
Do you think a gang of 1 million people? How many billions of people on earth? You think all of humanity can defeat Allah's plan if he want good for a certain people or a certain person or a certain society or for the whole world? He can call us all back whenever he wants. But that's who they challenging. They challenging, well, not really a challenge. They're hiding behind the fact that, well, at least I'm not alone in this evil act or this evil deed that I'm doing, because I refuse. And Allah answers that too. The desire for a human being that the person wants to feel great, to feel important or empowered, you know. You know, there's many things Allah say in the Quran. I can't think of all of them at the same time, but many things Allah say about the individual and about the aspiration of the human being. That one thing he said, he created everything in the heavens and the earth for man, you know?
Right.
So, yeah, so that's one of the things that people don't want to accept somebody that they say, well, I'm better than him. And that's really the devil, because and Allah warns us about adopting that mentality, because that's what the devil said to Adam, you know, in response to Allah telling him that, you know, once he tells you them their names, that they should bow down. And the devil said, I'm not going to bow down. And so they see accepting a person that they don't view as to be their standards, up to their standards of, and I don't know what book they was reading when they said that arrogance, meanness, and disrespect, and, you know, being glorifying yourself and looking down your nose at people and mistreating people is a sign of superiority. Now that makes you inferior, you know. But a lot of people think that, you know, that people should bow to me, but they don't know the personality of the devil. You know, they don't know that that's the devil, that God has warned us since the first revelation, since the beginning of Scripture, about the personality of the devil. He's the one that wants to be over you and dominate you, and you know, run your life and lead you into corruption. So it's a pitiful situation, and I think it's due to the fact that the church and the mosque and most of the religious places have not put the effort or the energy that we should put in to make the houses of worship, which is the environment, the community of whatever faith we have, to make those communities attractive to the common person. So the common person would want to build that community, be a part of it, and have a place and build it. Because
But you know, your father did it. Your father did it on Stony Island.
That place, and we love being there.
Yeah, we did. We loved it. It was a wild community. People wouldn't leave sometimes. The community night meeting was
be there all night if they could.
And they stayed there all night, standing on the parking lot. They had to close it up, the parking lot. John had to get the people off the parking lot.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Yeah. And so we have a model, we have a pattern that we could follow. And but what has to happen is the artificial leaders have to take a second look at themselves and see what are they doing, you know, with this false persona of having to portray themselves as being entertainer. They'd be whatever they think their people want, and sacrifice the right path for a path of corruption, which they might not see. But our religion protects us from that. You know, Muslims, we're not supposed to do that. No. We're not supposed to use trickery. Yeah, we can't. Right. And so a lot of our imams need to be re-educated or reinformed on, you know, certain boundaries that they may be crossing. You know, if you look too showy, you know, you need to think about that. Do you look like the people you lead? You don't look like them. You might be a little bit too showy.
That's right. That's exactly.
A person shouldn't be able to walk in and say, "Oh, there go the imam right there. He the leader right there." Him with that hat on that's about 3 sizes taller than everybody else. Or him with all that gold jewelry, the gold jewelry or something, you know, and you know, he got beads in both hands, not just one hand. The common man has beads in one hand, but this imam got beads in both.
The bigger beads around that neck.
Yeah, around his neck. Yeah. So yeah, we, you know, that's all they have to do, and Allah will turn to them and give them support, and they will be the great leader that they may want to be or may not want to be. I don't know, but Allah will come to their side and support them, but they have to look at themselves and see, you know, how much of your soul have you sold, or are you selling? You know? Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, and I think that's what they're doing, and that's what I meant by James Brown. I love James Brown, but Imam said that James Brown said, because you never hear a white man saying, "I'm white and I'm proud," right, unless he's been hurt deeply by the whole world. No, he don't say that. But he said the black man, he said James Brown told him to his face. I don't know if I was with him. I don't know how many times my father met James Brown, but I was with him one day. We went to see him at a concert on Stony Island, and my father took me with him to the back door or to somewhere. It was an area, but it was a, you know, maybe they had us way by the door. They went and got him. He came out and talked to us. Wow. Yeah, I didn't come up to my father's hip. I was a little guy, so I didn't hear. And it was other people around. It was noise. I didn't hear what was being said. All I know, I'm looking at James Brown. I said, that's the same man was on the stage dancing and singing, and now he's standing here talking to us. And this was before my father was the leader. It was just me and him. This was before he was a leader. So so that's really the first instance that let me know my father was, he was something special, because he got back, you know, James Brown came out to talk to him. And James Brown, I don't know if it was this time, but he told him, he said that it was Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He said it was your father that inspired me to say, "I'm black and I'm proud." Yeah. Yeah. But then my father came up later, many years later, and as an adult, I don't know if I ever heard him say it before, but the first time I heard it, I believe I was a teenager, or I might have been an adult, and I heard him say, James Brown would have been better to say, "I'm black, I'm proud. I'm black, I'm proud."
Isn't that, see, that's how blessed the man was. He had great insight into the culture. But I mean, like I said, people don't understand, the man was a mark before he was the leader.
Because, you know, and I know how sincere Imam is, that Imam probably wouldn't even thought in that vein if he hadn't said, "Yo, father," because Imam was thinking, my father wasn't saying, "I'm black and I'm proud." My father was saying, "I'm black. I'm the black man. I'm Asiatic, or whatever. You know, he was saying whatever he was saying. You know, and you know what he said. So so he wasn't saying I'm black, and he wasn't apologizing for his black. That's
Right.
why we accept black today, because Honorable Elijah Muhammad made no apologies for being black.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. We still be, you know, mad at each other for saying black.
That's right.
If it
Or
wasn't for
getting
him.
killed for being called black. I remember the time people cut you. You be selling the papers on the street.
Yeah,
You say,
they cut. Yeah.
they said, nigga, you call me black again, I'm gonna cut your head off. It was an insult to him.
It was an insult, yeah. And I remember, I'm not too old to remember getting into fights and arguments with somebody black, and that's the best. The worst thing they could call you was black. So when they really mad at you, they start calling you a black so and so, yo, this and that, and you know, yeah, yeah. So we're blessed to come so far.
I'm doing a lot.
I'm doing a lot. And what I meant by the church, I was listening to James Brown, some of his early music, and he's shouting and screaming. He sound like the church. Some of the church that they getting away from that because Hollywood has really embarrassed the black church. So I don't know who started it, James Brown or the church, but all of that emotionality and screaming and all of that, you know. So there's a lot of people, and he preached a lot too.
Yes.
You know, yeah. So we had some good leaders, but it seemed like they get stuck at James Brown. But we had a lot of singers and entertainers that gave that shared knowledge, that beneficial knowledge and sober preaching in their music.
Yeah.
But,
one of them was your dad's friend, Jerry Butler. Jerry Butler and Arthur Bryce.
Yes,
they were friends with your father. Yeah.
And who'd you say, Jerry Butler and who?
And Arthur Price.
Price, yeah.
Yeah, he was a jazz musician. He used to come to the come to the mosque, and then he performed at the Islam restaurant when the Imam turned it into a cultural center. See, people, that's what I'm saying. People don't know what the Imam did for the culture. They entered, he civilized.
I was trying to remember Curtis Mayfield. He was from Chicago. When you mentioned Jerry Butler, I remember he was he lived in our neighborhood. I mean, like down the street. Yeah. Wow. I'm pretty sure he lived in Peel Hill, like a few blocks from us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
and you know what surprised me, Brother Imam, was when your grandfather invited Mahalia Jackson to the Salam restaurant. And she's a gospel singer. And after he had sang, he said, I want you to know I thoroughly enjoyed Mahalia Jackson. So I was picking up saying, wow, and this, you know, this Muhammad was teaching against any of that kind of stuff. Because he and your father, y'all, they were both civilized people and they loved our people. Yeah, they didn't insult leaders. Yes.
And his mother, my father said he grew up listening to gospel in the house, but the only difference was she changed the word from Jesus to Allah.
Wow. But hey, that's what our musicians should do. They shouldn't go through all the new changes. Let's change it to Allah.
Just change it to Allah.
That's it.
Because basically that's what they do. And they, you know, they giving him the praise that they should give to Allah.
That's right.
Yeah, so alhamdulillah. Yeah. So I don't know if people out there with their hands up, because I'm sure if there's some people out there, if they hadn't left us for, this is not a private conversation. We both imams. You'll never catch two imams, well, not from the leadership of imam, or people from the spirit of where we come from, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Imam Muhammad, holding a conversation anywhere where another person can hear and we're not teaching.
That's right.
So, so the conversation is for you. It may not be for you to chime in until we open the door, but the conversation is a conversation for all that I want to benefit from whatever it is that we're trying to give off. We don't have a self-interest. Like, we're not chit-chatting.
Right, that's right. Yeah,
you understand? Now we trying to share what Allah has blessed us with that we think may help you because it helped us.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
It's not selfish. Yeah. Right. So if anybody has anything you want to comment on or questions you want to ask Imam Alfred that we want to, if he has the time, Imam Alfred, to address a couple of questions or comments. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so at this time, if you do have questions, please raise your hand so we can acknowledge you. And while those of you who have questions are raising your hands, if you see in the chat, we did, as the Mosque Cares, the Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad is a charity. It is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. So we always, that's how we keep the Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad going, is with your donations, and we're able to do the charitable works that the organization does. So you can donate in the chat. All you have to do is click on the link that's in the chat, and it will take you straight to the donation. As Brother Alfred, Imam Alfred mentioned earlier, you can also donate by mail by sending your donation to P.O. Box 1061, Calumet City, Illinois, 60409. Also, you can donate on Zelle, via Zelle, from your bank account, and the Mosque Cares name you would put WDM Ministry at sbcglobal.net. So when you want to donate, it asks you the name, just enter WDM Ministry at sbcglobal.net, and then that donation will go straight from your bank into the Mosque Cares Ministry of WD Muhammad bank account. With that being said, we're going to take our first question here. I see a mic open, I'm not sure. Sister Lala, did you have a question?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Question.
Assalamu alaikum. Imam, but you're looking good, Imam. I don't know what they did for you out there, but you're looking good.
Yeah, you should have saw me this morning. Thank you, sisters. Thank you. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
My barber stopped by here. He got me and my son. I cleaned up a little bit.
Okay, was there anyone else with a question or a comment? Please raise your hand at this time. Also, for those in the YouTube audience, if you have a question or a comment, this is the time to enter it into the chat, and then we'll acknowledge you in the chat. Also, I see Sister Tawana says also the 33rd annual Muslim Convention is this coming Labor Day weekend, which is September 2nd through the 4th. Registration is now open. As Brother Akbar mentioned earlier today, the regular registration fee is $175. Now, right now until June 30th, the early registration fee is $125. So you can take advantage of that and go register at muslimconvention.net. You can sign up to be a sponsor. You can sign up to be an advertiser. You can sign up to vend. In order to vend, you must register. So if you get the early registration now for $125, pay the $50 for vending, that's your $175 right there. So take advantage of that.
Yeah, and also let us know if you register more than 10 people. Let us know if you can register people, and we may have some special acknowledgement or recognition for you during the convention. And that's pocket change. It's a terrible thing. The prices of things, everything is going up. The other day, I usually don't let my tank get too low, but I told myself, I'm going to fill my tank up. My children are out of school, and I'm gonna drive this car exclusively. I have not spent $100 on a tank of gas in my life. I don't think it's ever been this high. I don't think it's, but y'all must be rich though. So everybody's gonna register, I'm sure, because I don't hear nobody complain about the gas prices but me. That hurt. But that's one tank of gas. So and we got plenty of time. So that's a little joke. I'm being lighthearted. If you take anything that I say too serious, where you feel offended, or you taking your life a little bit too serious, and life is too short, and there's too much going on in the world to take yourself that serious, and you will relieve yourself of a lot of burden if you trusted God more and know that He wants good for you and only good for you, and He wants the best of the life that you have in store that's out ahead of you. and he wants you to live that out in full measure. So yeah, let's not take things that we are not in control of as a burden that we should carry, that Allah will take those difficult burdens off you. All we have to do is trust and know that that we have help, and that Allah is always near. He's always there to protect us, and as a refuge and as a help and a guide, you know. Yeah, so $100, that's no money, but we can work miracles as a community when we come together. And our topic for the convention, imams should be doing flips. The ones that are going to speak, y'all should be rushing to the front of the line to give a speech on the original nature, because we all know that's the answer and the solution to all of the world's ills, and the problem is for us to come back to the fitra, the Deen of Fitra. That's what our religion is calling us to, and that is what we know that God put in us, enabling us to survive the horrible history and the past where we come from. It's that nature. We didn't have nothing. We were stripped of everything. All we had was Adam. All we had was the fitra when we came out of slavery, and during slavery, much of the time in slavery. So imams, you should really be happy about the topic of fitra as a topic for the convention. And we're waiting to hear, and we're excited to hear about, how we're going to present, and what information that we have derived from what we hope will be the commentary of Imam Muhammad, but many of you are students and scholars of the Holy Quran. Whatever Allah inspires you to bring to us, that we're really happy to have it during our convention this year. And I think our community will really be, will welcome you, and really be better off to hear from leadership from amongst their own. That's really, really important. This is another thing, that we have to sacrifice our own selves for the good of the community, you know, that no matter how busy we are, if we see an opportunity to serve those of us in need, that we should make ourselves available to serve the broader community whenever we can. And that is not an open invitation from me. That is something that we established from day one, when Imam Muhammad, when I first realized that I'm no longer had Imam Muhammad as to direct the ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad, that was my position. So those of you all that remember know that that was the first thing I did, was I opened the door so that the leadership, the knowledgeable leadership, the scholars, see, Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he produced imams, leaders, a lot of leaders. And then when Imam Muhammad came, they advanced on to be scholars, and many of knowledgeable scholars. And we have an opportunity here for them to do the work that Allah has prepared them to do for the community that was and is established by the ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. And we would love to hear from you. You know, there's no two. I don't know where they got that idea from, that there's the imams and there's no clergy in Islam. And in Imam's leadership, he separated himself from those that didn't want to follow him. He just said, I separated myself from the leadership. And then, so who's your leader now? I'm curious. If it's not Imam Muhammad, you all should be really, really worried and concerned about how far the leadership has strayed from guidance, from good guidance from God, because nobody should be leading you, calling yourself an imam or a student of Imam W.D. Muhammad outside of the leadership of Imam Muhammad. You know, Imam Muhammad should be your leader, and he never left you. He never separated you. He just changed the language that he used as being a community of imams and leaders, which he led. He needed to use his time in a more productive manner, which is common sense. And he took us to great places in that time that allowed him the freedom to do that. But you still have a responsibility and you still have an obligation as leaders and as students of Imam Muhammad to serve the community that that Allah has entrusted you with. You know, that's just a trust that you have to you have to pay up. You know, you have to you have to serve the trust that you've been given, and you don't have to do it here, but know that the opportunity is here and it's a good place to start. Yep. Okay, so yeah, Ideal had.
So we do have a couple questions. We do have hands raised. We have Sister Tawana, Brother Anthony, and then I sound like it was Brother David. Brother David, you be third if you don't mind.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. We'll start with Sister Tawanda, then Brother Anthony, then Imam Anthony, then Imam David, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
I just wanted to give the greetings to you, Brother Wallace Dean Muhammad II, and Brother Adele. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Good to hear your voice, sister. And I love you. I appreciate your support and of the pardon me, Dean Soup, the column at deansoup.com.
Oh, you like what I've been sending you?
Yeah, I'm hungry now thinking about that article. I'm gonna have to try that, inshallah. But you're a part of the spirit of that column. It's a really excellent column, and I appreciate your participation.
Yes, sir. I made some soup yesterday. I said, this is good. I'm gonna fill this. I'm gonna make my. It's a recipe.
Want to read about it? I want to read about it.
I'm gonna send it.
Okay.
All right. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Thank you, Sister Tawana. All right.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Imam Anthony.
Assalamu alaikum, Imam Worthy II. Assalamu alaikum, Imam Alfred. Imam Alfred, I got two things here. One is on the progress of your treatment there. Pray to Allah that it worked and is still working, and no cancer is a long fight. And with family members having gone through the same thing, it's a long fight, and you got the fight still in you there. So alhamdulillah. The second one is that when you say going into the universities to work with the young people, especially the brothers, it just said that we got to have knowledge in the days of where you don't know enough to put up an argument. It doesn't go anymore. But so you get those who are seeking that knowledge and they're wanting to grow. So alhamdulillah, pray to be more successful, because you got to compete in this world. You know about your son and how he's progressed through and graduated and everything and moved on up. So, and my children are the same. So thank Allah for that. Thank Allah for it. Assalamu alaikum.
Well, that's fine, Brother Anthony. You're a learned man yourself, and I appreciate you. Yes, I have to give the progress. My son has accepted a job in England. He's working with one of the largest digital marketing companies in the world, a guy by the name of Martin Sorrell. And he has introduced me to several of his friends, a couple of them who are students at Harvard University, and one of them in the divinity school. I think he's listening to us now. So we're going to work hard, but like I said, I'll be for 10 days. Thank you all so much to support you and send donations to us for our treatment of prostate cancer. And I would say to everybody, take a look at the Germans and take a look at the Mexican treatment for cancer, even advanced stage 4 cancer, where generally not much can be done in America for. They generally tell you to go to a hospital and get ready to die. So I'm not ready to die. I'm ready to go to work.
Yeah, alhamdulillah.
I made significant progress in Mexico.
And I heard you earlier, you said that there's little to no cancer. It's almost, the treatment is working and the cancer is no longer progress. So alhamdulillah, all of us are not, that we don't know how healthy you are or not. We know that you deserve our support. and our encouragement to keep up the good work. And maybe we can learn from you. And I thank Allah that you had the presence of mind to share your experience. A lot of people don't do that. A lot of people, and I think this is what takes a lot of people out when they get sick, that they go and they think they have to be sick alone or out of the eye of the public. But Imam Alfred, he called us from Mexico. He called us from the hospital, from the airplane on the way to the hospital, and Alfred is letting us know that he loves us and he's a part of this community, and he knows that the health of this community depends on his health. So we have to remember to make our du'as and our prayers, because Allah is going to heal him. I believe that he's healing him, and he has healed him. He's a living testimony to the fact, because when he was first diagnosed with it, I bear witness that he's looked as healthy as he's ever been. And when I see him, that's what I see. I see him in good health and strong. So well, let's pray Allah, he continues to stay in his good health and stay strong, and he keeps that cancer back. They might come up with a cure to get rid of all of it, and it might not ever come back.
That's right.
We don't know what's happening. We didn't know Corona was coming, did we?
No.
Allah might cure cancer. It might be a part of the cure of cancer. We don't know. Yeah. So we have to have faith like our Imam, and know that there's always hope, and that there's always a refuge for us. Allah is the best to know, and all we have to do is make an effort, take a step towards him, and he's going to come to us with the solution and the help that we need. That's a blessing. Yeah, I told him something. Allah put me in my heart before I even had a chance to react. When he told me he had cancer, something Allah put me in his heart. I just looked him in his eye. I looked at him. I said, "Nah, the cancer's not gonna get him." I saw too much life in his eyes. I was like, "Nah, it ain't gonna get him." And it's been what, 10 years almost.
10 years.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
And I didn't follow any of the conventional treatments of radiation, chemotherapy.
Oh, wow.
Over the years, Allah finally blessed me to get the money to go to Mexico, where they have the best treatment.
Yes, sir.
And I was talking to one of our imams. I said, he said, "Where you at, man?" I said, "I'm in Mexico." He said, "My wife went down there for treatment. That was 20 years ago." And he said she had cancer. I said, "Is she living?" He said, "She's over here arguing with me right now." So I said, "I know she got to be healthy." But they have good treatment down there. And I tell you, like I said, Tijuana has decided to make an industry out of cancer treatments and medical treatment, where people can get like dental work done for $100 that they would pay $1,000 here. Yeah.
Okay.
Very, very good. And I received the Quran from the mosque here. They have to, if you send packages into Mexico, they have to be sent into San Diego. Yeah.
I was thinking, well, if it made it to Mexico, maybe somebody reading and need it. But I'm happy to hear that you did.
I got it. I got it. Interestingly enough, a few people wanted to read it.
I'm sure they did.
The next time I'm going to come back, I may go down for treatment in July. I may bring some.
That's a really beautiful Quran. I like for the English, for the new person that wants to study the Quran. It's a very easy to read. It's beautiful. The print and the pages and the commentary. That's the revised translation of the Yusuf Ali book. That's my favorite book. Yeah, that's for me. But because
if you got any in Spanish, let me know, because I like to leave one with the hospital and some of the doctors.
I'm glad you remind me. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna Google that. I did follow up. Imam at the what's the Imam was at the mosque during the Eid. I asked Brother Ahmed Kareem, because he teaches Spanish, and he said that my father. I'm thinking he the one with the Spanish Qurans, and he teaches the religion in Spanish. And he said my father gave him 2 Spanish Qurans.
Wow.
Now I'm beginning to think, how many did my father have? I may have the one that my father had, and it might not be a bunch out there, but I'm a Google.
Your father, I understand your father spoke Spanish. He understood Spanish. Yes.
I know he was studying it. I know he said that he believed that us Spanish, Mexico being our closest neighbor, he believed that all Americans should speak Spanish, some Spanish. Yes. Just enough that we could understand it and speak a little bit. And I never followed up and asked him, but I heard him say that publicly. But so I believe he did what he could to study it, you know.
They have
Because
they had 3 mosques there in Mexico, and you know we had followers who followed your father, your grandfather, named Brother Benjamin. I think his name Muhammad. He was one of the early followers in Los Angeles. His family is in Islam. Well, we have followers of that follow Muhammad even in Guatemala, all the way Honduras.
I did give a friend of mine. I do remember years back, I gave a Puerto Rican friend of mine my Spanish Quran. He and I was really close. We raised my first 3 children together. He had 3 small children the same time I had 3 children. And I was curious. I wanted to learn his culture. He told me his mother was black. He don't look black. And he said that a lot of the food that they eat in Puerto Rico, he said, is African. He said they're a mix of African.
That's right.
Yeah. So you know, I like to eat and cook. So I learned. He told me a lot, and he told me that I'm officially a Puerto Rican. He called me an Afro-Rican.
Afro-Rican.
That's what he used to call me. He said, because I can cook his food. Yeah. Alhamdulillah. I gave him my Spanish Quran, but inshallah, if I can track one down, I get it for you.
If you can find one, send it to me, because when next time I go to Mexico, I'm gonna leave one in the hospital. People can read it. You know, and it's funny that even the Amish people, now you know they're a strange group of people. I shouldn't say strange. They were asking me about Islam. I mean, it's like it was amazing to be there. And these people didn't know my name. I didn't tell them I was a Muslim, but they gravitated towards me. They asked me questions. And of course I was, you know, I act like I was reluctant.
Can I share something with you about Imam Muhammad? You might have heard this, or maybe you didn't. But Imam Muhammad, when he used to get the meat, the halal meat from for CPC at the plant, when he opened the plant on 167th Street, the Amish, he slaughtered, he got that for them. They would allow, he could come there and slaughter halal the meat, and so he got his beef and his sheep, right, and goat, chicken. He got the chicken from them too. Yeah, the chicken from them.
I told him
some goat too. Yeah.
I told him that. Yes, I told the Amish leader. I said, you know, I'm very familiar with you all because
he wouldn't have went there if they wasn't receptive, you know. So they
were very, very nice. I mean, I was like, you know, they kind of stand up, but they came up to me and they just want to know who I was. And I told them who I was. And I told them about my leader, Imam Muhammad. And they some of them in Kentucky were familiar with it.
And you know what I did? After that, I heard that my father was doing business with the Amish and he got his beef. I ate some ribeyes. They were thin ribeyes, but man, they were some of the best steak I had ever tasted. It was delicious. So I went to the Amish.
They feed their animals not poison, but they feed their animals grass and
organic. Yeah.
Organic, yes.
So I went to you know, they make handmade furniture.
Right.
I furnished my house with this. I got a couple of bookshelves, my coffee tables and my end tables. I got them from them because Imam mentioned them. So I said, well, I'm gonna give back. I said, because you know, you gotta appreciate your friends. People that are your friends, you know, they're your friends. And if they're my father's friends, they're my friends.
That's right.
So I didn't care who they were.
You know what, Brother Imam? The community should really value you for your connections that your father made. You know what I said? When I told the people in Mexico that my leader's father was the one that brought about peace in Chiapas, Mexico. And my leader's grandfather had a home in Mexico. So I said, you know, I'm very familiar with you all, and I have very warm heart for you. And you know, the Mexican beliefs are very cold, but the Mexican beliefs.
Elijah Muhammad had a home in Mexico?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I heard that. I wasn't sure because I have a picture of him sitting by a pool, and some people said it was. It's not my picture. I saw this picture of him, and I thought it was Arizona, but I was
he had a house in Arizona, but he moved from Arizona to Mexico.
That had to be Mexico. I think that picture I saw him was Mexico. Yeah.
Yeah. He was in Mexico, and he told us that the Mexicans would be a people. He said they'll have an angelic like spirit that they would come next into Islam. And Imam said the same thing.
Yes. Wow. Elijah Muhammad said that.
Yeah, he said that.
Yeah, I know from ones that I meet.
Yeah. And
Ones
the
that I
ones
meet,
that work in
especially
the plant,
the ones
they
that are
were
spiritual.
very responsive to the imam. When the imam used to come in the plant, they would stand up and say, the boss is here. Not the Negro Muslim, but the Mexican people.
At the meat plant? Where's that? At the meat
In
plant?
Chicago.
In Chicago,
Yeah, the work,
at the Nation of Islam or
the CPC. They work,
CPC? Yeah. I remember them the Mexicans being back there. Yeah.
and the imam said when he would walk in the room, they would stand.
Wow.
Out of respect.
Out of respect. Yeah.
Yeah,
See?
they had respect. They call him the boss. So the boss is here. And
Yeah.
they all would get together. They've been conditioned to that.
Yeah.
So we're gonna make a lot of progress. It's just a matter of time. The believers that have faith, and they have to get behind and support you. We got a leader. We've been conditioned to follow a leader. We have to have a leader before us, and you are the leader for today.
Yes, sir.
And we should give our loyalty to you and support you. And y'all help me to help him. Because I know how to go out into the public, and I'm a Muhammad Speaks salesman. So I know how to get on radio and TV and sell our mission. So that's enough for me, but it's about work.
Yeah. I think probably one of our greatest challenges is hateful, spiteful people that go and precede you and tell all kind of lies and try to make people think they shouldn't trust you. But I think when we talk to people and see people, that's what we're going to have to do. Just what Imam Alfred is saying, that we're going to have to go out and engage people. Now, I know this pandemic, this Corona thing, it doesn't call for that, but this might be the best time, because we don't know what Allah has in store or in plan for us. We may run into people with masks on that are more receptive to us. It's covering half of your black face. So I'm joking. I'm joking. But I do believe that we shouldn't make excuses anymore to try to help our brothers and our sisters, to help our community. And anybody that is willing to say, hey, are you a Muslim? And willing to lend you an ear, and want to hear what you all about and what you had to offer. Because we believe we had an answer for the ills of society, and we can bring peace and civilization and progress, that when Imam Muhammad was here, I think it was too new and too fresh. And so a lot of people feared him. And then we have a lot of greedy people that don't want to see us independent, but it's inevitable. We've seen what African-American people do with freedom, with the ability to lead and govern themselves. We've been in almost every way. The argument is really mute when it comes to can African-Americans lead themselves and lead others. I believe we can. And they say, well, we have others that's doing it. They just not Muslims, not from y'all. I believe they know better than that. They know that Muslims are people that you can trust and you accept. And African-American Muslims are probably some of the ones that you will find that'll be the easiest to work with and to accept, So, people today are discovering Arab communities, discovering them. But I hear that a lot of them have some issues that they have to overcome when it comes to their skin tone, that they still have some issues. I hear brothers that work in Arab communities and they not treated with the same trust and respect that they give to other non-Arab and non-Muslim people that they work with and rub shoulders with, So basically what I'm saying is some of them feel it's safer to identify, or it could be in their heart. I hate to think that being a Muslim that you would have racism in your heart, but they feel it's safer to identify with the ruling race, which does make sense. It's the power, it does, but in America, that's called racism.
Right, that's right, that's right.
But they don't know it. So we have to help them. They don't know it.
Yes,
say, that's a cultural thing for many people to identify with the power. It's intelligent to identify with the power. You don't identify with the people that's foot dragging and for some reason they're not successful. But in America, that's racism. In America, there's a reason why we're in the position we're in. And there's a reason why we still seem to have trouble governing ourselves and making progress in the same streets and the same institutions that we find other races in, because it's by design. You know, it's by design. Some people afraid that, I don't know what they're afraid. They're afraid they're gonna lose money in their pocket, I think, because right now it's more profitable for us to not have, because too many of us. I think it's because so many African Americans that too quick of a change in our economic situation. People are afraid that somehow it's gonna ruin or do away with many of their establishments that they've established over generations. I don't believe that. I believe that's a misnomer. I think African Americans, if you could just not, now in that situation, whites should just not see us as a color and see us as just American citizens, you know.
That's right. That's right.
And that we can continue to grow together as we have in the past, but without the racial stigma and the fear of us taking over or dominating. Because we don't have that greed. I don't think that greed or that lust for power and money, it might be in a few nuts, but most of us, God has conditioned us to where we know better to turn to evil. You know, a lot of us, we'll just only be grateful and thankful to Allah that we can establish things that'll benefit us as a whole and for the future of our lives. I believe that. I believe that. And I believe a lot of the false corruption that we see presented in media and popular culture and in TV, I think that's what it is. It's an act, it's a show that's put on, instigated by evil people and the devil. You know, that as a people, I think some of us are corrupt, like have corruption in our hearts, and they're bad people everywhere, but they stand out. They stick out like sore thumbs. But I think as a people that we are good people, whereas we used to be innocent people. I was just listening to a tape. That's what I'm thinking about. Imam Muhammad, he said he spoke to a leader, and the leader was telling them that we still have the original nature in us, you know, that I forget the language that they used to describe it, but it was Imam speaking the language of the Quran, you know, saying that we have that fitra in us, you know. And Imam Muhammad was saying, nah, he said, if you had said this, I'm not quoting exactly, 30 years ago or in the early days in the past, he said he would have agreed with you. He said, but no, but some of us are bad. I'm paraphrasing. Some of us are bad. Some of us are bad people. We corrupt, and we've allowed that corruption to destroy us, you know. And he didn't say all of us, but he said some of us are bad people.
Yes, sir.
And now I'm not one to judge. I don't have the insight or the wisdom, so I can't point to you who them people are or where they are or what they're doing. But we should know that, most importantly, that we should know that we are a people of fitra. We are people that God has saved from what could have turned out to be a life of corruption for many of us, that he saved us from slavery, which was designed to make us subhuman and less than human, but we turned out to prove that Allah's creation belongs to him alone, and that no one can take that or even corrupt it in one bit. So the humanity survived in us. When they released the slaves, they didn't release a bunch of hardened criminals and thieves and murderers and killers, you know, and dangerous people for society. They released human beings. So we're living proof, we're testimonies to that. God owns the soul of the human being, and he's the one that cares for it and nurtures it in no matter what condition. And that's the sacred property of Allah. He didn't say that a man robbed him of a whole. Well, I think that's what the Bible says. You rob me of a whole people. But that's Allah's property. So if that happens, then Allah is going to show you who is the true master of those people and the true owner. And ultimately that we all going to return to him. And we're grateful and thankful to God, to Allah, that he did come to our rescue. And we're back whole again. And even if all of us aren't whole, that we are here to witness that there's an opportunity and a chance for all of us to be whole again, because some of us are, you know. Yeah, so I'm not pointing no fingers. I'm not pointing no fingers, but I think we can save our brothers and our sisters out there that need our help and that can benefit from the guidance that we had offered. and there's no compulsion in religion, so we ain't gonna make them. We're not gonna do what the Nation of Islam did. I'm not gonna tell y'all to go out and get no dead, the lost, and go find the lost out there, the lost tribe or whatever the language is used. We're not gonna do that. But that should be our spirit, to go out there and invite and to help them, you know, and to help those of us that need help. Because that's where I think about 90% of us, there used to be 3,000 people at the first Sunday, fourth Sundays. And 3,000 people every fourth Sunday. Might have been more, sometimes more. So that means that's your brother and sister that's out there, you know. And we had to drag Alfred out of the east, from the East Coast over here, but it's nice in the Midwest. We got Lake Michigan, and I think he's gonna enjoy himself if he come here. He might not want to go back. Some of us are still good. Some of us are still good. There's a lot of good people, and Chicago's beautiful. That's what a lot of people don't know. When
I have a real affection for Chicago. I have an affection. I think some of the best African Americans are in Chicago.
And beautiful too. Beautiful people.
Very
beautiful
people.
They're
very business minded. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
we do have a couple more questions. We want to stay with the order. We had Imam David. Yeah, Imam Hafiz. And then we'll acknowledge you, Sister Zelly. We want to acknowledge those who've been patiently waiting. Imam David, you're up next.
Yes, sir.
Then it would be Imam Hafiz, and then we'll go with Sister Zelly, inshallah.
So first of all, I give the greetings to this mosque heirs, to WD II, to Imam Adil behind the scenes, always operating. And then we want to salute Imam Alfred and recognize his magnetism and his dynamic spirit. And for him to be a sick man 10 years into a sickness is no sign of it. Let me tell you.
He ain't sick. He just fighting that battle. He's not sick. I haven't seen him sick. I heard him cough.
Yeah, I haven't either. I'm looking for the words.
About 5 years ago, I saw him cough, you know, and I was worried about it. It broke my heart. I said, uh-oh. I said, this thing gonna get real, but we ain't gonna let it get him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I support that same spirit. Is no sign of it, and may Allah continue to bless you. And then I want to make a couple of brief commentary. You made me say something when you talked about $100 to fill up. I'll have you know.
Wow.
It cost me $126.
But was it your first time?
No, it was my second time.
So you did it once. Did you acknowledge it the first time, or was you in denial that you just?
Oh, you know I acknowledged it. I came back to the job site telling the men I want to know it cost me $100 to fill up. All these rides is going to cost y'all now.
If I had somebody to complain to, I would have complained too, man. I waited.
I like way complain to them. But anyway, to reiterate reality, at the Ramadan session, I made mention of some information we exchanged, and we just need to be aware that these resources are on their way out. That has already been predicted by the individuals who report to government. The U.S. Congress has a technology assessment group that does reports regularly, and as we're getting late information, but better late than never. In 2001, they did this report and surveyed at the current rate of usage and how much oil is known and where it's at. They already predicted 2037. If we kept doing things the way we're doing it, that we would run out. So you can expect to see the price for this product continue to rise gradually. And the biggest thing that I would say to the leadership in this country is shame on them for not coming out and making the average citizen aware of the real responsibility for utilizing these resources. The biggest use of oil right now is not in driving cars, but it's in creating electricity. So in all of the major cities like Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, Texas, and other giant places, they use oil. Here in the Midwest, where I'm at in Indiana, the 75% of the electricity is made from burning coal. But all of these fossil fuels and the use of them have adverse effects on the environment. And so Allah has challenged and you can't change it. And they give us some minds to contribute new contributions, because the People that are in power are greedy and they look for how they gonna hold power. So right now they want to introduce the electric cars and things like that so they can keep their hands in our pockets. But I want to give a free token of information. The best motor that's going to be produced to have the least effects on the people is going to be a motor that works off of the dynamics of magnets. So that's just a little peek into the future. If Allah bless us to be a part of his plan, it'll come out. And if anybody out there benefits, make a check payable to the mosque cares. I probably never get a salary for some of the inventions or something that I can come up with, because there's a lot of people who work behind the scenes to steal information. And then to pick up on what WD said about his father. You know, over the last, I want to say about 20 years, almost everything that Imam Muhammad ever said or tried to do, from the coral calcium to the prostate. Don't you know the big giants came in? They've been selling prostate pills and products ever since about 5 years after Imam Muhammad mentioned it to us. They just gangstered us. And then the weak imams or the phonies in the group quit supporting the product, and that let the big commercial companies come in. The shea butter, when Imam Muhammad brought our attention to that, within 5 years, the big giants, Johnson & Johnson and them, and when they get it, they don't never produce the same quality. And WD II has said things, and they take the imagery. So we're being looked at, and the people are not that wholesome. They have poor character. Some of them are just like we described. They think they're the solution, but they part of the problem. But Allah best to know about that. And I just want to greet everybody, let you know that you're in the right place at the right time. As far as I'm concerned, that's all I'm responsible for. Assalamu alaikum.
Brother, I appreciate that, brother. Your sister, her son gets her hair cut. So her barber, when my barber was cutting my hair, he stopped for a second. He answered his phone. I don't know, he might not have stopped, but he answered his phone, and he said Eunice. I could tell he was talking to a woman. And and then so I was polite, you know, I didn't interrupt. I'm trying to hold still. I don't want to mess my hair up or whatever. He cutting it. And so when he hung up the phone, I said, I don't know too many Eunices, you know, women named Eunice. And I said, was that Eunice? I said, man, you should have gave her the great. Why'd you tell her you cutting my hair? But he the barber, so I'm like, oh, the barber, she probably already know. And he probably already know. But I'm like, don't keep me in the dark, man. And I wanted to give her the greeting. So make sure you get your sister.
Eunice is down in Alabama.
She in town.
Oh, she's visiting now? Oh, okay.
When she come here, oh, now she in trouble, huh? Because she didn't call you.
No. She basically resides with our mother. She does the primary home care for my mother.
Really? Oh,
so she's been doing that low key for several years now. But you all met another.
How he cutting her hair? I mean, cutting her son's hair.
Philip stays here in Chicago.
Oh, she's visiting her son. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, my nephew stays in Chicago area. But another thing about that flag and the Hispanic people, my sister and them lived in Mexico. They was throughout Tijuana, whatever. And they said they came up on some areas where the flag of the Nation Islam still is raised up. And understand this, when Farad finished his work up here in America, he went down to Mexico. So, Sister Tynetta has family, and Rasul, her third oldest son, he's the main minister down in Mexico. He deals with the Hispanic teaching and dawah program for the Nation Islam. Rasul, Ismail's son.
Yeah, that's my uncle,
I'm just giving it to you. And Imam Muhammad said that we should expect that that when the Hispanic people, he said we should let them know that Imam Muhammad is their leader. That the Prophet Muhammad, the Prophet Muhammad is their leader. They just don't know it yet. So Imam Muhammad already forecast, and we should be making dawah efforts to the Hispanic people too. Okay, that's all I got to say right now. Thank you all.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, we go to the thank you, ma'am. David, we'll go to the next question. Ma'am,
Assalamu alaikum to the Mosque Cares family. Imam Warthi Muhammad, Imam Adil, and to Imam Alfred, excellent presentation. May Allah reward you and give you the strength. You have always been a fighter. In fact, I saw a t-shirt and just yesterday, and the t-shirt said F cancer. And now the t-shirt said F cancer. Now I don't know what the F meant, if it meant forget, a fight, or whatever. But one thing I know.
This Hothic son, yeah, you know this Hothic son, right?
Yes,
I have to
sir.
tell nobody that.
So, but I know Imam Alfred has always been a fighter. He's always been a soldier for this community. You've always been straightforward, courageous. One of the imams who was there during the time of Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. You always remind us of the history, and you always are always on the hypocrites. And so we thank Allah for you. And cancer is just it's an infection. And so if we don't allow, because Allah has created the body where the body does not manufacture disease. It only starts when you allow it into your mentality. And so you're a soldier, and one thing, you're not allowing it to take over, because if you say you've had it for 10 years, we didn't know that until you shared it with us. So
Yes,
alhamdulillah, Allah will bless you to give you the strength to fight it and kick it, inshallah. And also I want to say, I remember when Imam Muhammad had the relations with the Amish. In fact, when I was part of the CBC program, I would have a lot of the halal chickens that he would get from the Amish, ship them here to California. And man, that's some of the best chicken that I've ever had in my life. I've never tasted chicken like that. When I first tasted, I said, wow, this is what chicken really tastes like. Yeah. And the customers that I would sell it to, they are still asking me about those Amish chickens. So maybe if we could develop something again to get that started back, I don't know what it would take, but they still ask me about those Amish chickens, because I have never tasted chicken that good in my life. So inshallah, if we can get that back going.
I know you're not exaggerating, because I feel the same way about that steak.
Yes.
Man, it was better than any cut that I don't care how expensive, much money I put down on that steak, that the steak we got from that Amish, it was the best.
Alhamdulillah.
Best I'd ever tasted, and it still stands. And I've ate a lot of steak since.
That's right. That's right. So I just wanted to greet the Moscares family, give everyone the greetings from Southern California. And inshallah, we will see you all and be with you for the.
Can I share something with Alfred? I want to share something with Alfred, since you mentioned cancer. When my wife was in the hospital and the oncologist was trying to figure out what was going on. This was at the beginning of, the word coronavirus had never been mentioned, but I know that's what took her. But he's trying to treat cancer, trying to figure out how did it go from almost nothing to as far as it went. And so I told him, it just came into my spirit, I guess because the mindset I had before the cancer. I don't know if I would have said it if I had known she, was that ill. And at the time, I told him, I said, that Allah's blueprint, I'm speaking what Imam Muhammad taught me, that Allah's blueprint for his creation is excellence.
That's right.
And I said, so that means that everything in creation and in nature, it starts out something small, but it's created to grow to its fullness. Right. So even a disease, just like the seed of a plant, just like the seed of the human being, it wants to reach the potential that Allah had created it for. We just don't want it to do it inside our body.
That's it.
So we have to go to war with that sucker.
That's right.
I'm like, we don't want, but the cancer, we don't hate the cancer. It's doing what it was created to do.
That's
but
right.
it ain't gonna do it in me.
That's it.
So we're gonna get rid of it.
That's
and you should have saw the doctor. The doctor looked, and he looked like when a person is a doctor and you just a regular old person, they thinking that the last word is always going to be theirs because they got the wisdom and they got the knowledge, the science, everything back. But I had them. I love stomping them. I stumped my doctor, the last doctor I was there.
I want y'all to know.
They don't know what you're going to say.
I saw a man come down to the clinic. He was paralyzed. Mm-hmm. And about 3 weeks of treatment, they had given it, because they give you the B17, which is the cassava. They give stuff they don't give you in America. Man, that man he started straightening out. He got out of the wheelchair. He's walking. Mm-hmm. I've seen people with stage 4 cancer.
Wow.
Beat it. Mm-hmm. And it can be beat by the diet, but I'm going to be honest with you. You have to change your diet. You can't feed it sugar. Much as I love cake and all that stuff. You know what they gave me, brother, ma'am? You got to send me some.
And you're disciplined. That's something I admire about you. I remember sitting in that restaurant with you several times. We've been in a bunch of restaurants. When I think about it, we've eaten together a few times. And Alfred he stick to his diet, his diet, and I really admire that.
And I'm getting even stricter now. There's no bean pie. I went to a lady's birthday party, 85. She said, come on, Councilman, try some of this cake. I said, I love it, but sister, I just can't try it. I said, I'll kiss it. I can't eat it.
Yeah, can't eat it. Yeah,
But
it's no good in your body.
The Ambulance Muhammad told us to get hospitals, and we didn't heed his call. We have to have hospitals, and as Dr. Ramadan was talking about earlier, we have a few people here, a few charlatans in here use naturopathic stuff. But if you're not a medical doctor, you ain't gonna touch me. You got to have an MD behind your name. Yeah. I want you to be able to give me some lab results. And so
I meant to ask the health consortium about that, about now that when sickness is on the rise with the corona and everything, how do you deal with, because I heard on the radio that there's real competition for doctors putting out statements that some of these doctors ain't even doctors and they putting misinformation out there. And then, how do you protect? So we're going to have to ask them, how do we, and I believe the answer is to rely upon the First Sunday Mosque's Muslim Health Consortium for our source that we trust, that we have to be more strict about coming to them with our questions, especially our serious questions.
And I, in terms of alternative medicine treatment, you got to have a guy who's a physician. One thing that all those guys down there in Mexico that treated me, these people were medical doctors, all had degrees, most of them had degrees, some of them had degrees from the United States, but they studied, they used botanical things, but everything was scientifically proven. So what they do is build your resistance up. I mean, like I was getting 40 grams of vitamin C every day in my veins. They detox the body. Everything. One thing that cancer lives in is acidity. So like I said, the first week I went down 125, but like I said, ain't no cakes, no cookies, none of that. And they let me get away with a cup of coffee. And you know what I was eating, what type of sweetener I was eating? That said stevia, and they don't have the commercial stevia. It tastes like
they get it straight from the plant, huh?
Oh, they get it straight from the plant, ground up. But see, all the restaurants in Mexico have stevia. Like the 7-Eleven, they have it in the powder. So it's a little bit better taste. But the straight out stevia, man, it's rough.
I feel you, brother, because I know when you can't eat, you're on a strict diet, and you got that one thing you can have, that cup of coffee. And if that ain't right, man, that's just not fair.
Yeah, so,
if you go back down there, I'm gonna call and check on whoever's serving you your coffee. Make sure they get it right. We're gonna get you some stevia to take with you.
I had a Mexican guy. I told him, I said, give me some bourbon coffee. He knew that.
He get you that.
He got me some strong coffee. I said, this stuff y'all got is water. So every morning before I came to the clinic, because I was staying in the hotel, I would go to 7-Eleven and get me a cup of 7-Eleven coffee, put stevia in it, and then have powdered cream. So I didn't have to use any dairy because they don't let you use.
Yeah, I prefer powdered cream in my coffee, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I do too. So that just reminds me, next time I go down, I'll take me a box, but I'm probably going down for the 4th of July.
Imam was down there with, he went with the Parliament, I think it was Religions for Peace, USA. Or it could have been the Parliament of the World's Religions. I think it was the Parliament.
He went with Religion for Peace, then Chippers.
Yeah, they went with I think he went with the leader. Yeah. So that was the Parliament of the World's Religions. Yeah, Religions for Peace is the U.S. I believe. But Chiapas, Mexico. Yeah, he was in Chiapas, and they called him that's where the Black Indians are. That's where the people, they were treating them less than slaves, man. They were treating them people so bad when he was down there that I could feel his sincerity in his heart. He was asking us, he came back asking us to pray for them, and offer our help to them if we could, So this was 20 years ago. I think I was living with my mother. This was a long time ago. This might have been 30 years ago.
Yeah,
but,
about 30.
About 30 years
ago. The dark-skinned people down there bad, and that's throughout Latin America. You know what?
And they call them Black Indians. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hey, but we don't know. We got the best deal of anybody in the Western Hemisphere. Bad as we're treated, the African American has the best treatment of anybody in North America.
Oh yeah.
Yes. but we fought now. We fought and we proved, we, as the Imam said, we beat the white man off of us. He said, now the immigrants are trying to jump on our back. But we're strong people. And our righteous leaders have stood with us. Yeah.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, I think Allah is with us and He's gonna be with us. He ain't gonna let us go.
No.
No matter what.
As soon as the pandemic is over, once we get you out before the public, you're gonna see this community growing. Because I'm telling you, Allah has blessed you with the spirit of your father to bring to the people. And you speak plainly. I played some tapes of you talking to the people, just a YouTube. And I said, this is my leader. This is the person that. See, this is what I think a lot of us are not doing. We're not bringing you before the people. We should tell the people, this is our new leader. You know, look, this is I told somebody, I said, we have 90 years of good leadership. We had the Honorable Muhammad, the Imam Muhammad, now Imam Warthi Muhammad. This is 90 years of solid leadership. And truthfully, all of them are temperamental, the same with Imam Muhammad being the best of the seed. Let us, you know, we just got to tell people.
See, another thing, you know, you and I, we talked about this on the phone the other day. We kind of brainstormed a little bit, and I think we was heading in the right direction, you know. But you know, one of the things when we speak plainly, you know, when we talk to each other, and one fact is that we come from a slave culture,
right?
So we fear stepping outside of what we feel is our place.
Right.
You know, we pretend to be free and pretend to be free thinkers, but you remember how people was reacting when we heard President Barack Obama had a good chance? People were so scared. They was like, oh no, he ain't, something bad gonna happen. No, we ain't supporting him.
And you know,
so it's
one of the first people to support President Obama was your dad.
I know he was, because he's a free thinker. A lot of us, and he's not pretending to be free. He was free.
And he even said it down at Hillary Clinton, down at Bill Clinton's library. He was down there. They were interviewing him. He said, "Well, I support."
Yeah. He said he's gonna look a lot like Barack Obama.
Library to speak. He didn't even know it was like Providence. He didn't even know he was going to speak there. But he
didn't know.
2007,
he was pulled to the side. They said, "Oh, good." Yeah, they said, "Oh, good thing Imam is here." They brought him in. He been in situations like that. They see the Imam. Oh, the Imam is here. You know. And
2007.
He speaks the truth. You know, he speaks the truth.
And people know he was sincere. They know he's sincere, and they know you sincere.
And you can speak the truth when you're sincere. Yes, a lot of people don't realize that as soon as if you're not true to your heart and what you believe in that to be true, and what you believe that Allah will support, what God supports, not what you dream up or what you done established as what you think is sincerity or truth. No, real sincerity and real truth. Then you can speak the truth. You can't speak it if you ain't sincere. You sincere, you can tell the truth all day long, and people forgive you because I did.
And you know what? And they can
just laughing at me because
you know, you remember the time you
I say stuff I don't mean to say, but then when I think about it, I was like, well, it was the truth, so I should have said that.
Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. Yeah.
Yes, you speak the truth. Yeah, and Imam would do that, and people love him more for it. Yeah.
Yes.
They love him even more. Yeah, alhamdulillah.
We do have.
Yeah, we got
one more question. Sister Zelly.
Oh yeah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Alhamdulillah, Brother Imam Wallace II, I am so grateful to Allah to be able to hear your voice and what you all are speaking about today. There's so many things. I actually took notes from the culture bit to Brother Alfred and him going to Mexico and food and etc. But I just want to say first, I'm thankful to Allah, and I am to be able to be with Mosque Care today. I've enjoyed it from the start to now. And I'd like to say that recently, it was last Wednesday, I caught Uber. And the Uber driver was so excited because my daughter, who set it up for me, he said, "Are you Miss Medina?" That's my daughter's name. I said, "No, I'm Medina's mother." he says, oh, he says the name. I told him, yes, I said, we're Muslim. He was so excited. Then we started driving, and he says, are you with Farrakhan? I said, no. They always want you to be with Farrakhan. I said, no.
Yeah.
I'm Muslim, and I'm with, I have a message came from Wallace II, not the second, Wardi Muhammad. And he was the one that directed us through True al-Islam, through the Quran. And I gave him that bit of history. He was so excited. But the beauty of it is, brothers and sisters, when we tell them we are Muslim and we're not following Farrakhan, they get even more excited because they can't believe it, realize that we are Muslim and we are in America. So I just want to share that, first of all. Then I wanted to mention the culture bit, all of which you said, Brother Alfred and Brother Wallace II. It's such a blessing that Imam Muhammad gave us the culture part to let us realize how important that is in our lives to be able to be socially connected. And inshallah, I really am looking forward to us coming out of this pandemic because I think we're going to do something really special. I don't know what part of the country it's going to be, but I definitely believe that Chicago, New Jersey, Georgia, somewhere we're going to have a beautiful jubilee. Let's pray on that.
Yes,
and then last but not least, I want to say, I wanted to mention, I have this book and it's referencing superfoods for seniors. I really use it quite a bit. And with it, it talks about watermelon. Watermelon is excellent for the prostate, Brother Alfred, and also peaches are excellent for you. Those two fruits are excellent for your body, and we can use more natural things for our body.
Name my two favorite fruit. I'm not joking either. I said, you just name my two favorite fruit. I probably shouldn't eat the ones I'm eating. I keep the canned peaches because it's a guilty treat. I shouldn't have said that. But watermelon, I love watermelon.
Yes, sir. But you know what? I wanted to say this, brothers. Watermelon this month is June the 25th. This place actually is called Cordelia, Georgia. That's where Sister Kyle Muhammad was born. They're going to have a festival.
Wow.
And that is going to be about watermelon. They say Cordelia is the capital of watermelon of the world. And so they have so many watermelons there. And inshallah, I'm working toward trying to make it. It's going to be June the 25th this year. And then Sister Lala was telling me, she and her husband, she might be still on, I don't know, but I'm just calling her name. She said, we getting ready to go to a peach festival. So they have peach festivals here in Georgia, too, and it's going on right now in different counties of Georgia. So it's so many beautiful things for us to reflect on and the good foods to eat. And let's leave the naysayers, the good, the bad, let's leave them alone because Allah is going to bring us to us no matter what. They're going to have to come forward. And I think that all of us be so grateful and happy and thankful and enjoy this life of Al-Islam. And I just want to share that. Yes, Curtis Mayfield, all the people, Mahalia Jackson, I remember her going to the restaurant, all these good people that we had in Chicago. And yes, Chicago is a place. We just need to pray the things that's not right there to leave it. And then, inshallah, with what President Obama is building up over in Jackson Park area, from what I understand, it's going to be really nice. So it's a change is coming to Chicago.
Oh yeah, Chicago is. I don't know if you've been to Rainbow Beach or on the lake, man. They those old the beaches. They've redone the beaches. Those old facility or whatever, the building or whatever is built under the on the beach. They got restaurants on the beach. Yeah, last year we went. Yeah, have you been to the beach? You got to get them to, if you're in Chicago, get them to take you over there. It's a nice restaurant. You can sit down and it's in the sand. It has a pier out into the sand, and they bring you your food from under the 63rd Street beach where they play the bongos. Down there on the beach where when I was living in Chicago, I was, we was leery about even going down there. So I don't remember ever going down to the beach. I didn't think I'd make it back. But now it's clean, it's safe. It's a whole new place. It's beautiful. The food is delicious. Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, give Medina, give my sister the greetings.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, we family. Yeah.
Yeah, she looks out for me. When it's time for me to get Uber, I call Medina. She knows how to get the face, the tag, the name, all of that. I'm not going to get it because people say, I'm not getting no Uber. I say, you know what? I don't have to worry about it. When I get in the Uber, when my daughter sets it up, it's all good because she's gonna know everything about that person. They are not gonna get away with nothing. So
And when we came up, we was in cabs. A few years ago, Uber's way better than cabs. Cabs are what they have, a bulletproof glass in between you. The seats aren't comfortable. But Uber, every experience I've ever had with Uber is really great. Yeah.
it is, and it's very all of them been very respectful. They might be male or female. They've always been very respectful.
Sister Zelly, I'm gonna share something with you.
Yes, sir.
I once, when I was in Calumet City, they had they used to have a fair. I forget which park that was, but it was in Calumet City. They had a watermelon eating contest, and I got in it because I like watermelon, and I won. I actually won. I forget what the prize was, but I was shocked that I won. I beat everybody up there. I cleaned that watermelon up because I figured wasn't nobody watching, so I could go at that watermelon how I wanted to. Yeah, I won. It was savage. I hope nobody took a picture, but I won the watermelon eat contest.
This is
I don't know if we used to do it when we was kids or not, but I don't know. I guess it was in my genes or my blood or something. I don't know how I ate that, but I won. I inhaled that watermelon. It wasn't a big piece. It was a big piece. It wasn't a whole watermelon, but I was the first to finish it, and I'm kind of proud of that. I wouldn't be telling you if I wasn't.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah, watermelon is really
your brother.
Late husband.
On now, yeah, not your husband. Your
my late husband.
Yeah, your late husband. He used to have watermelons. Did he used to go to the farm and get them? Did he sell watermelons?
Yes, he did everything. Yes, sir. But the main,
I do remember. You see that? See, I told you I'm one of your sons. I remember.
They love watermelon.
Yeah.
Yes, everybody loves watermelon. Some people in the South claim they don't eat it because it has a stigma in reference to us as a people. Because when you give Caucasians give,
you should have seen my dad.
Everything.
My dad used to put salt on watermelon and eat it.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, my dad used to put down some watermelon too. Imam Muhammad, our leader, he loved watermelon. Yeah.
Yep,
and
it's
some of
very
the
good.
fondest memories of his childhood, he used to tell me about him and his grandfather. They used to eat watermelon together, and his grandfather would teach him, and talk to him, kind of mentor him, Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Alhamdulillah. I just want to thank you, my brother, and all of you on what you shared today. And brother Alfred, I remember when you told us about the cancer, and I didn't know it was 10 years ago, but yes, I see the fight in your spirit. That's what's keeping you going. We have to keep the spirit of Allah and the faith, and you're going to win, that's for sure. And whatever's going on, it's all good.
That's right. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much for letting me share. Thank you so much, Brother Wallace, II, and for you and your family and children.
Appreciate you. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So at this
thank you,
time,
Brother Adele, for doing what you do. You're very helpful. And Brother David. Brother David is doing some extra good things too with the community. I'm so proud of you, young brother.
Brother David gonna write some books. I hope he's still listening. I'm gonna help him sell them.
You know I'm still listening.
David, you very knowledgeable and you smart. Your whole family smart. When I heard his name mentioned, I remember how smart she was, and still is. She's a biologist or something, right?
Who did you say?
Oh, she's an ocean biologist, right?
Who is that?
Your sister.
Eunice. No, yeah. Eunice used to be one of the featured divers in the Shed Aquarium.
Oh, okay.
So you can't do that without learning all about them animals. And I'm telling you, she could come and tell us some things.
Man, I would have never thought coming out of Claremont.
She took up for herself. Eunice will shame most men. She took up welding. She's a master welder. She took up diving and has her deep sea diving cert. So she's a supervisor for that, and somehow got some honorary position to be one of the main divers in the Shed Aquarium, though she doesn't do that now because she moved. Yeah,
I thought
she moved down south. So, but she did that for several years. We got all kind of footage. Eunice has traveled all around the world because she worked for United Airlines for over 20-something years. And let me tell you, she's a self-made photographer. So she films herself in the ocean with sea lions, wild sea lions, and all kinds of stuff. So she's quite a character.
Yeah,
so
we blessed. We have some really, really talented people that come out of our community, not just
Yes.
Chicago, everywhere, but Chicago, man, I think we'll rival any other city because we got a lot of talent and very, very successful and very intelligent people that come out of the University of Islam and Claire Muhammad School in Chicago. Wow, that's
true.
amazing.
And
Yeah,
Whitbread,
I have
She
to
was
give
brilliant. I remember she was really smart. Yeah.
I have
Yeah,
to give
Whit-
credit though to the works of the Nation of Islam to have provided that school system that allowed me to go to school. For the majority of my life, I didn't go into public school system until a sophomore in high school. So even though we may have been getting taught some untraditional and some things that could outright be said are not the truth, and in some cases we're accused of being taught shirk, but our situation is no worse off than any other people on the planet, and in fact it's better off because it was an independent effort that Allah oversaw. I believe Allah sanctioned everything that was happening. And I'm a beneficiary of it. I'm 60 years old now. I can look back at it with an independent mind. I look back and study Imam Muhammad and look at the beautiful gift that God Almighty, the creator of everyone. Every people who claim God, we got just as much claim with God's love too.
Man, this world ain't perfect. They talking like we the only people to do something wrong. To lead the path, and we didn't. It was for a purpose of psychology, medicine. Sometimes you got to put a little sugar on that medicine before the person will swallow it.
Talk to me.
You know,
that's psychology.
You don't eat that like that, and not in this world. Other day I was being badgered by somebody. I'm like, and they wasn't being fair. They wasn't fighting fair. They figured because I'm humble and I'm a leader, and there's certain things that I can't say and can't do, and I can't fight them the way I want to fight them. Man, I pulled out that black man, Yakub's. I said, you better step back. I said, superior, supreme being black man in North America. I don't know who you talking to. I'm just
ain't that the truth?
I'm all that other stuff y'all said.
It's okay.
But, you know, sometimes you can slap them with that and they can't do it because they talking crazy anyway. If the person talking too crazy to them, sometimes you got to meet crazy with crazy.
That's right. Sometimes that's how it's done. So I don't need to say too much more, do I?
I only did it once and I hadn't done it in many, many years. You know, because I say you won't listen to rational, you won't listen to common sense. So I'm gonna give you something.
They ain't gonna listen to that. So we gotta give them a little theater.
Rational thing I could think of.
That's right. That's wisdom in that, brother. That's wisdom, great wisdom in that.
I'm being attacked unjustly. So I'm gonna say, okay, while you trying to put me down, I'm gonna tell you who I really am. and don't let me tell you who you are.
Sometimes that works too, though.
Back in the day, I said under my grandfather's time, I said, we call you dead. I said, we was going out to get dead because you walking dead. You ever seen a zombie? That's who you are.
That's what they made them, all these programs, that's what they was forecasting. Talking about the living dead and all of that. That was their plan to create a people that could move around and do.
Right. They're bear witnessing that the spiritual life of the average person has been killed.
And their knowledge and their purpose has been killed.
And their knowledge and purpose has been killed.
That's right.
So they're walking
dead. So that comes out of scripture. That's directly related to the Bible and directly in the Quran. The Quran has several passages, ayats, that address the raising of the dead. And though that knowledge is over most of our head, it's not over everybody's head. So understand that. And on that, we're going to leave that alone.
And when they wake up, they'll be better off. The ones that realize, because it baffles me. You know, like how can you still in that day when everybody's fighting in their power, the best of their power, to try to correct the evils of racism? You know, how can you still support that as an African American? How can you support? But that's because they've never known God outside of being limited to the human, the attributes of a human being. You see, so. Yeah, it's a sad situation. And I think that's our challenge, not to give shock therapy, but to invite them to the true majesty of God, to let people know that God is not creation. You know, I had just had a conversation with a person recently. I didn't realize they trying to justify the world and trying to, you know, ask me, was God saying in the Quran, because of they doing research. I'm like, you should go to a mosque or a masjid, talk to a leader, man, they'll tell you that God is not creation. So you're looking for a male or a female God. And you got people out there that's looking for a male or a female God. That's because where they come from in their religion, God is a man. Yep. And so I think that's our big challenge, is to try to bring the right concept, which was what Prophet Muhammad did, is to try to get people to see who Allah is, that there's but one God, and that he's not born or give birth, he's one alone, the oneness of God. So, and then a person have something, then when they're thinking about our religion, they have a foundation to grow from. And I think that's probably the greatest gift you can give a person, is to see themselves in the light of God and in relationship to God, that I'm creation, that God created me and created everything in the heavens and the earth to give honor and respect to the creation that he made in me. And I'm conscious, and I realize that nothing else in the universe, so we're the only thing in the universe that God gave this great honor to, of consciousness. So that, I think that's the gift we should be trying to give people, because most people think that God is no bigger than a man. And could you imagine women looking around at men today, how shameful and pitiful our behavior is, and and what men is doing in roles of leadership, so the women looking for, where's the woman, female God? And that's the issue I had to deal with. They was asking me, was God saying that he's speaking in the feminine in the Quran? I said, no, there's no male or female. It's either male or female. There's no neuter gender in the language of the Quran. In language of Islam, there's no, everything is either male or female. And that person stopped asking me questions. They might ask me something later, but I haven't heard back from them. I think I satisfied them when I explained that to them, that, everything is either male or female. That's the way God created things, yeah, masculine or feminine. So that keeps us in check. Even if it's things that aren't living, inanimate things, either masculine or feminine, like the sun and the moon, so, and to me, that closes the door for corruption. That doesn't allow any corruption of what Allah, for Satan to come in and say, well, I'm going to invent something that goes against what Allah created, and I'm gonna fool everybody into thinking this is something that God created. But in our religion, we don't have that problem, and it's a blessing. And for some people that might be arguing right now, some people's really mad. If some people hear what I'm saying, I know they might be disagreeing and mad, trying to figure out, but that's our religion. You don't have to follow our religion. If you're not a believer in the Holy Quran and the Word of God, but if you study it, if you took the time to study the wisdom in that, there's great wisdom in that. And I've never seen anything, even your left and your right are different, although they may be identical twins, but they're not exactly the same. So I don't think you're going to find something that is half left hand and half right hand.
No, we're not going to find it. Allah says in the Quran, he created all things in pairs. So that tells us all things have a connection. Right. See, that keeps you from being male with male. Male goes with female. It's a logic.
Right, and people agree with that. Right, people agree with that. If Allah created everything in pairs and they agree with that, then you're not going to find a half something. It's half this and half that. It's either this or either that. Now, it might have some problems being what it was originally in the first place, like my car that don't start. Now I got a car. My car starts. I make sure my car starts. But like that car that's sitting in your driveway, and it might have started out one way, but now it's something altogether different. It's headed for the junkyard. But that don't make it not what it was originally intended to be. It is what it started out, like that seed. That seed is whatever the blueprint is in that seed, and whatever it was created to be. Allah speaks about that in the Quran too, that the seed can come up corrupt. And now I'm not comparing that to human beings. That's a whole different description. That and what it produces is going to be corrupt. The seed come up good, the plant or the tree or whatever is going to come up, what it produces is going to be good. So we, And that speaks to us, our intentions and the purifying of our intentions, you know. So if we think about things and give it the respect that it deserves and study things in a scientific manner, then what we come up with as, because God, Allah created us for, you know, governance, you know, to be able to govern and manage our lives and to make decisions and choices and pass judgment, to be judges of our circumstances and our environment and to govern our situation. But, you know, if we do a poor job, we're going to keep coming up with making mistakes, and we're going to have to live with and be, what do you call it? Fall victim to the mistakes that we make. So we have to take life serious, you know. And that's what I think the answer is that, and we have a lot of help. We have technology and science. I think science is going to be one of the biggest helps for giving support to the logic of Allah's creation, you know. And even though they say science doesn't give God the credit, but everything that science proves to be something that is solid enough for them to trust and say that, well, this is science, and we understand this is science. It points to the justice that Allah created in everything and the balance, you know. Yeah. So I'm not gonna take up that cause, because I know the world is gonna have to deal with it, and I believe the good people of the world is gonna deal with some of what I think are poor judgment on the part of society, and I think it's gonna keep society on their toes when we see. Really, it ain't society. It's really the commercial world. We have to. They don't distinguish from us because the church doesn't have a bigger voice. The religious part of the society doesn't have a bigger voice as it should have, where it can stand toe to toe with culture and you know, capitalism. So a lot of stuff they try to sell us is for the profit of the pockets, the profit pockets of people. And it's not really for the good of the soul or the good future of the human soul or the human spirit, you know? Yeah. And I believe we have to contest, and but not in the name of religion, contest it in the name of good common sense. You know, where they do a poor job, we follow up and show them where they did a poor job and where we think we can do a better job. You know, I think science is a good place to start.
Yes, it is.
Because everything I see that science is proven, I'm like, all they doing is proving what the Quran has said for over 1,400 years.
Absolutely.
Every time they come up with something new, it sounds like the same thing. And then the other day, I'm not trying to give myself, I could have sworn my little brain, but I might have dreamt it or heard somebody else say it. I don't think so. But I used to, because I dealt with my sciatic nerve in my back, I was listening to a commercial on TV, and they said, I'm not going to say what they said. You know, and the Quran is what teaches us this. So I know it's Quranic in origin if they didn't take it directly from me. I used to say that, you know, the way I get through having my sciatic nerve pain that I get in my back and have had for almost 20 years, maybe 20 years or more, is that I accept that I'm in excruciating pain, and I try to put myself in a position that lessens the pain or wait the pain out, because pain is temporary, you know, and it's the good things. And I got that from reading the Quran, because Allah says that it's the good things that last, that the negative things and bad things are only temporary. So I say pain is temporary. I turn on the TV, they saying, oh, pain is temporary, but whatever, blah, blah, blah is forever. And I said, nah, that's the Quran. And as a matter of fact, that sounds like what I said. You know, pain is temporary. Yeah, and that's why I don't take aspirin. If I'm hurting, I just try to change my position. Well, I like my son.
So
Alhamdulillah. I wanted
the president's permission. This will be like the last. This going on 8 o'clock Central Time with the immense permission.
Yeah,
this will be our last question or comment.
Okay.
And then we want to close out. I think we maybe had 1 or 2 vendors. And then after this last question or comment, we'll have comments from the imam, and then we'll try to close out. Inshallah, a little bit. So, Sister Moss, this will be the last question or comment.
Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen. I really thoroughly enjoyed the whole of the first Sunday. I love listening. People who hear me talk think otherwise, but my preference is to listen. And Allah is always, his incentive for us to listen is that he says, I'm always teaching you. And so it's like we accuse the youth of being ear hustlers, but I'm a Muslim ear hustler when it comes to listening for the signs and listening for the information that Allah gives us as guidance. And I thoroughly enjoyed your last comments, especially those as you were winding down, Imam Warith, too, especially when you turned it to the science and you turned it to, the implications of the Quran, which is science. Your father always talked about it and studied it and let us know he studied it in that realm. When it all came down to it, the most wonderful examples of his deep study lie in his early takes on human transformation. And it's interesting because I just got a book, I have it right here in front of me. It was the 2017 edition of National Geographic. Right as you were talking, I was thumbing through it. And it's called The Next Human. And they have a 4-stage picture of the human being evolving from the ape. They start at the ape and they come to the Neanderthal man and then the Homo sapien man. And the last stage, guess what? Is the cyborg, the combination, technology and human that they are now, since even before 2017, as Dr. Fauci had to admit.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Yeah, I've
They
heard
were,
that. Mhm. That
yes.
they saying that they're going to create machines. They think that if they can create machines that can duplicate the thought process, or I guess, that can really think for itself, then they can send machines that will represent humanity to planets where the physical body of the human being can't follow, and won't be able to survive. So that's, they saying, as far as the space exploration goes, we see that as the next step for human intelligence, for the human intelligence to travel places where
Yeah.
it can't go. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. And I'm just verifying that though that seemed like a futuristic kind of perception before,
My phone I got in my pocket is smarter than I am today. I know I am. Hands down, my phone is way smarter than me.
I'm confirming what you were saying because it already exists. In fact, people still are not admitting that the vaccine situation was one to create human cyborgs, but I'll leave that alone. What I would like to offer.
This is my thing. I believe that the human being is created by God. The soul of the human being is created. So I don't think it'll ever be a human being, but it'll be a machine. It'll be a pretty fancy machine. They can probably make it look human too, but and maybe fool us, maybe make it smell human, act human, but it ain't human.
It's all right here, and they document the experimentation that's gone on before, so we don't have to do guesswork. And this edition of the National Geographic was entitled Origins, the Journey of Humankind. And it talks about what is beyond human. Like any other species, it says we are the product of millions of years of evolution. Now we're taking matters into their own hands. And they believe this. And they go back to the
I think in their support, I think it's like a tool. Like before we created tools like my cell phone, like my car, like an airplane, before we created tools, we were limited in our movement. I think it's just what will be advancing is not us. We don't, like Allah say, he's not creation. So when I build a paper airplane and fly it across the room, I'm not that paper airplane. That paper airplane is still a piece of paper. It's just something I created.
Absolutely.
I folded together.
Absolutely.
So whatever
And
we create as a cyborg or whatever, it's not us. It's still something
well,
we created.
and they're the ones creating it. We're not trying to do that. We're
Yeah,
not trying to.
I could do it with all good, clear conscience. I would know I'm not violating any rules of laws of creation because I know I'm not God.
So here, correct. And so here's what I want to encourage, and it's just what your father encouraged, is that we don't give up on the study of science or the science of Quran, and that we pass this on as a legacy in our educational settings, as we're doing now, working with committees and conferences to reestablish the Clara Muhammad school system, but on the basis of like what your father recommended, which was science and technology and math. He said that years before he returned to Allah, so that we can really be at the forefront of the evolution of human being and bring the power of Quran in reestablishing the world, the natural world, the fitra world, as Allah established it. That's what I do in my organization called Center for Learning by Nature. And I'd like to request that at some point when it's convenient, that I can gather the people that I work with and we can make a presentation on this from a scientific point of view, if it be schedulable. And thank you so much. I'm just loving everything we shared today.
Yeah, brother Adil, we're gonna look at the calendar. I'm not sure what we have next month, but we can make it a Sister Tahira's group next month, and then Hathak in August, and then the convention. So probably October. Yeah, if that's
Sounds
not
good.
too far. Yeah,
Sounds good. No,
you know what blows my, really blows my mind is that when you look at the picture of the Hajis on Hajj, and I'm pretty sure that image of the Hajis at Hajj has been that way before they put that Hubble telescope up there in the atmosphere, where they can look at the center of our galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy. And Allah is my witness that that looks like the black hole in the black spot, where they say that they sure is black because they can't see it, but the logic says because the gravity is so extreme that light can't escape it, so they sure is black. And then everything that's swimming around it, like it's doing tawaf, looks like the Kaaba. And they didn't have that telescope up there. So how was that image in Mecca 1400 years ago?
Right.
The white garb didn't start, and ma'am, correct me if I'm wrong, the white garb didn't start in no recent years, did it? The men always had to wear the white garb, right? That looks like the image that the Hubble telescope came back with. Now, some of them, they show it as fire, but we know it's light.
You're
so it's white image.
Exactly right. If we pull back and do a video of the circumambulation of the Kaaba, it's like the Milky Way. It's like that. And it also looked like the human eyeball. Just look at it as it revolves around with the iris there. The different components of the eye are represented in the formations there. So inshallah, we'll be happy to prepare something and bring it to the enjoyment.
And in Islam, we like to look at the material reality as a reflection of something pointing to our spiritual self, which is our greater self.
And Allah reminded us, he said, do not think of yourself as a bigger creation than the heavens and the earth. Some people get that twisted, but oh well.
Right. And that's what I fear when they come up with technology saying that somehow a man can advance human creation. Human creation is Allah's creation. And so they have to be careful, because then they'll make themselves bigger. They'll say, well, we have the androids, we control the androids. Just like the plantation owners, they thought they were better than people that didn't own slaves. Because I got my slave, I don't even dress myself. I don't comb my hair or brush my teeth. Who brushed your teeth this morning? You brushed your own teeth, didn't you? My slave brushed my teeth, so we can't, we got to be careful.
That's correct. And we are, Allah's given us all. He says, I've shared everything. There's no question that can ever come that hasn't been dealt with in the Quran. None. So as these breakthrough theorists or these iconic futurists, they call themselves visionary futurists, get these big ideas going, we know where the biggest idea is.
And they also given a lot of credit, is a trend to give credit to supernatural and aliens and stuff like that.
Yeah, they do.
That's racism.
That's
me. I
superstition.
figured that out. I try, I listen when I hear people talking things that really don't make too much logic. I wonder where they're coming from. They just don't want to acknowledge the people's civilization. But then there are some programs that do acknowledge the advanced technology of or earlier civilization. They even acknowledge, I forget the name of the society. I don't know if it was
the Dogon
people. It was before ancient Egypt. Before ancient Egypt, these people had such a high level of civilization, but they showed where the women in society were equal to the males. So they had female, they built statues of female rulers that were kings and that were rulers, but not just as the spiritual or the religious leader, but they were also business leaders. They were, they in every aspect, government,
fully endowed participants in society.
These were black people.
Fully endowed.
In Peru, that was in Peru.
Who is it say? Peru. Yeah, I think I watched the program on TV. I don't think I'm heavy. I ain't been reading no book. I will if I had a time, but I saw this on television and I really, it made me feel good to be alive, to be living in a time where people are actually doing scientific studies and they're not pretending that everything, it's the cat's out the bag, that everything good that ever happened to humanity started with the Caucasian civilization and its advancement, but they're actually acknowledging that there were highly skilled and high level technology in earlier civilizations and people that actually did long-term scientific studies and came up with solutions for their society and for the future societies. But we were never taught that in school, and a lot of people would still like to believe that that an alien must have did it. If a white man didn't do it, it had to be something supernatural, but they coming away from that, and I thank Allah for it.
And that's why they're fighting this critical race example. They don't want it in the educational book for children to know the truth, but that's okay. Time is evolving, a lot is evolving, truth is ever advancing, and falsehood must fail. And the last sentence I'll share with you and then I'll stop, is that they're in this article admitting, he says, similarly, he said the ancestors of all non-Africans came out of Africa with dark skin. Indeed, even 10,000 years ago, according to researchers, European and African skin looked much the same. But over time, humans in darker northern climates evolved less heavily pigmented skin, which helped absorb the sun's ultraviolet rays and synthesize vitamin D more efficiently. Now, this is the information that Imam Muhammad, Allah blessed him with the insight to bring out of the Quran and actually teach us as we were going through the transition to know what our origins were rather than rely on false claims.
And to me, the physical aspect is not as important. So even Black superiority, like the melanin in the skin, the nappy hair, the strong muscles and all that, to me in today's world, that really, because our technology, man, they can make you a suit that protect you from the sun or build you have a computer that make you smarter than the smartest Black man and make you a hat that make your head tougher. You can wear a helmet. So Black physical superiority, I don't think it's enough for today. And for people that are still pushing Black superiority, but so is a monkey. A monkey is strong. Well, he can run faster. He can climb a tree. I can't climb,
When the enemy starts pushing your false sense of superiority, when the enemy's doctrine starts pushing that, then it's not something we want to embrace. let alone
Right. My
our
father
lives are
said the black
dedicated.
flag can't kill roaches. You remember the black flag used to kill
Yes,
roaches?
I do.
My
Yes,
father
I
said the
do.
black flag don't even kill roaches no more. He was so far ahead of us in scientific thinking and logic. His
But
scientific
we
and
can
logic
get there.
saved us from that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I thank a lot for him. Because, you know, I
We
love
can
my
get
pretty white
there.
skin.
We have to get our
No,
children
it ain't
there.
better than
We have
white
to
skin.
keep them in the forefront of their
Yep.
intellect. The best
Right, right,
instrument that Allah gave us, we have to
right.
keep impressing the use of the intellect, no matter how many of us are still
Without
in
the
the
heart, without the
purpose of
heart, the
learning.
intellect ain't nothing.
That's correct. The
So they
heart
gotta,
gives the advice and the direction to the intellect, and the intellect follows.
that's right.
Allahu
That's right.
Akbar.
Allah
I'm
Akbar.
out.
And
I'm
that's
out.
how,
Thank
that,
you.
alhamdulillah, and that's how I raise my children. I teach my children that. And
Alhamdulillah, there'll be a superior evolution just by virtue of the truth.
alhamdulillah, the truth. That's right.
Allahu Akbar.
Yeah, but it's beautiful and it's so liberating that although we couldn't solve racism ourselves as a country and completely, Allah is speeding it along, advancing it through technology,
Ameen.
science and technology. Yeah.
Ameen.
So I can't even argue black now. I look silly.
Right. Correct. Correct. And we need to stand up and really say that. We're
Yeah.
kind of.
They say that the genetic difference between black and white is like 99.9 something, 99% or something, that black people, white people, Asian people, and whatever, Indian, whatever colors we want to divide ourselves up into, they said we really are the same people genetically when it comes to the gene. So that means our possibilities are equal.
Yes.
So whatever one race can do, the other race can do it also, given opportunity. Yeah.
Well, the human being is one. Humanity is one. God is one. Truth is one. And the
Life
humanity
is one.
is one. Yes.
Life on Earth is one.
Yes.
They say, the scientists, see, I'm a science nut. The scientists said that they studied the origin of life on Earth, and they said there have been no two lives that the gene for the first life on Earth can be traced back to one life, one seed on the Earth on all life on Earth. They said there was never two seeds of life planted on Earth, and that's a powerful thing to come to the realization and help us to help us appreciate oneness of creation.
This is exciting. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
All right. At this time, we're going to check to see if there's, Imam Elam, is there any vendors there on site at the mosque chairs? Did you order the pizza?
No, sir. There was no vendor.
All right, so I saw Sabra from the Mirage collection. I saw her orange. That up or not, Sister Mirage?
Why does it say pause all devices?
Take a couple minutes. Let me see. Say something else, Sister Mirage, so I can find you.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Adele.
Okay, I see. So we'll.
This is Sister Sabra. I'm not bending. I'm just listening in. Alhamdulillah, it's a very good program today. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah, we just wanted to acknowledge the vendors. So if you just want to tell the believers your website where they can find you, they can support you, and that she'll be vending inshallah at this year's convention.
Sure. Do you want me to just type it in the chat?
Yeah, you can voice it and type it in the chat, but also voice it for our YouTube audience, please.
Okay, sure. My name is Sister Sabra. I'm from Mirage Collection by Rafi, located in New Jersey. My website is www.miragemodistoutfitter.com. We're Islamic business, and we have an online website that you can go on, and also Instagram. I will be typing that in the chat. And inshallah, we look forward to the next program, and maybe I'll vend the next first Sunday. Shukran, Brother Adil. Yes, I'll be vending at that event as well. Inshallah.
Alaikum. Alaikum.
Walaikum assalam. Go ahead, speak.
Imam Muhammad, you're on mute.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, all right. Yeah, so yeah, we're gonna close out. And I want to thank everyone for staying on and participating, and we hope to see you all, inshallah, at next month, July first Sunday. We always have this program live on Zoom and also on YouTube every first Sunday of the month. And we thank you again for participating, and we hope to see you next month. And July 3rd. July 3rd is the next first Sunday. Thank you, Brother Adil. And we hope you all get the opportunity to view our flyer in support of our 33rd. We think this is a special anniversary for our 33rd annual Muslim convention. We know it has a lot of significance, and Imam Muhammad, it's almost kind of give me chills a little bit when I just thought of that he always, we Muslims, we don't believe in luck, but he always had numbers, and 33 was one, because he was born in 1933, and he led our community for 33 years from 75 to 2008, and he passed. And I don't know what people, I'm not one to put suspicious things out there. Jesus Christ passed, he lived on earth for 33 years. But Imam Muhammad, when I was younger, he never made any of those associations that I just made. 33 represented to him the number 3, and he could run it down. I should have been listening or writing it down. I apologize for not doing that, but the significance of the 3, probably some of my sisters probably could tell you, but he always have been numbers that he favored, and it had something to do with his children or his personal life. And I know his children and his children's birthdays. Yeah, so the number 3, very significant in the life of Imam Muhammad. And he was a person that paid attention. He was not just practical and rational, but he also was a person that looked at things that were mysteries, that that may have some mystery at their root, and that other people may not have thought, but he was a free thinker. So he often looked at things and found benefit in wherever his intellect would take him. And so, he gave us the answer. He said the answer is not to rely upon those things that don't have solid, that aren't grounded in rational and in logic and things that can't be proven. He said, but he was one that acknowledged the existence of some things that we can't explain, but we can also, that God reveals these unexplained things to us, So yeah, so I'd love to have a conversation someday with people that study those things, but Imam Muhammad said we shouldn't give it too much time or energy. So we think this convention, there's no, wow. The more I think about it, the more mystical it appears to me. 33rd convention, and it's on Fitra, the original nature, the original life that God created, Deen of Fitra, and Jesus Christ's creation. He said, God said, whenever he wants to create something, he said, be, and it is. So it's no mystery, So, I'm excited about the convention. I hope you all are too. And you can register online at the mosque muslimconvention.net. Yeah, muslimconvention.net. You can go and register and see more about it, and look forward to us as the program builds, releasing more pertinent information to how to participate in our annual Muslim convention and what programs will be available. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over now to Imam Elam, and he's going to close us out with dua.
Thank you. And I like to give my friend Imam Alfred the greetings. Of course, I've already gave you are my friends also, of course. But, with that, we'll close out with the dua. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Amen.
Alhamdulillah. Ameen.
Right.
Allahu Akbar. Ameen. Assalamu
Happy
alaikum.
spring. I hope everybody out there enjoying this good weather and the beauty
Yes,
of
sir. We enjoyed every minute of it.
y'all be careful out there
Alhamdulillah.
driving.
Okay.
I always tell people that when the sun, if you notice that the more accidents in spring than it is sometimes even more so than when it's a snow and ice on the ground in Chicago. That's because the sun is so much brighter and people think that they can drive fast because they can see better. That's not the case. Actually, the nights are cool, so the ground is slicker in the morning because of there's more dew on the streets, and then the sun is brighter, so you can see further, but the ground is slipperier, so you can't stop. So be careful out there and let your loved ones know that don't get spring fever and get too excited, get yourself in an accident.